The chess spectacle of the year has arrived. Welcome to Paris, France. Who is the king of online chess? The Speed Chess Championship decides. This year's showdown culminates in the first ever live finals. The fans screaming and cheering on the players, the atmosphere and drama unmatched.
I don't have to beat him today, but he's 36, and he's just gonna have to watch me win tournament after tournament.
Only the strongest.
Oh, mate on H8. Very nice, Hans.
And the quickest will survive. So don't blink.
Oh, he's losing Rook A8! Rook A8!
Hans Niemann versus Hikaru Nakamura. The consolation match starts right now.
Welcome back to Paris, everyone, and day 2 of the 2024 Speed Chess Championship live finals. It's a consolation match with a lot on the line, maybe more on the line than you could ever imagine for a third place matchup. But before we get into today and we start previewing things of Nakamura versus Niemann, Levy, did day 1 deliver for you?
Yeah, it delivered. I think if you ask me what could have been maximum chaos for not just the chess world, but the entire planet, it would have been Firouzja beating Hikaru and Hans beating Magnus. But listen, we will take Firouzja beating Hikaru and Magnus taking care of business. So overall, yes, I think it was a great success, and now we get an epic grudge match for third.
As our hype man, #1 CEO of Hype, was it hype enough for you yesterday?
It was definitely hype, of course. Guys, can we get some noise from yesterday? Can we get some... Listen, we had, at some point, the numbers were over 100,000 people watching on Twitch and YouTube. So shout out to you guys, and shout out to everybody watching, but it was definitely hype. I was excited all the way through.
Obviously, everyone is thinking about the championship with Carlsen, Firouzja, but this event today, this match today, maybe we'll have just as many viewers tuning in because of what's at stake. Let's remind you, it's about to kick off. It is Hikaru Nakamura taking on Hans Niemann, respectively losing to Alireza Firouzja and Magnus Carlsen. But this will be a grudge match, I guess, of any grudge match. There's a lot of talk on the internet. We know that there's a lot of feelings and not a lot of things held back in terms of how these two guys feel, but ultimately they're gonna let the chess on the board do the talking, as they say. Before we get into that, let's remind you, though, quickly, if you missed it, if you were somewhere else in the world, welcome to the weekend. Firouzja and Nakamura, it was wild. And your thoughts, Levy, you commentated on it live in real time, watching Firouzja get the better of the 5-time Speed Chess champion. What was going down for you?
Yeah, this tagline that we have here, like, that's taking up 80% of the screen is actually not even the big story. Okay, you can lose a match by a lot of points, but the bigger deal is that on the right side, it says misses first final. That's the story. Yeah. Hikaru Nakamura has been a perennial finalist in the Speed Chess Championship. He's basically 1A, 1B with Magnus Carlsen in Blitz and Bullet in the world. And yesterday, Alireza Firouzja proved that he's not the future, he's the present. This is a major deal, and we're going to see how Hikaru does today. And
he did it in his hometown. Kenny, you had Hikaru. I also had Hikaru, but how surprised were you at what happened?
Definitely. I always root for Hikaru here, of course. I mean, he's made it to the finals every single time. So when you don't see it, you couldn't believe it. And actually, when you see the margin that happened, and at some point we just saw him collapse, and it was like, I felt that too as well at home. So definitely hurt, but of course it's still a match and money to play for, and also some credit and some emotion and some pride too as well that we have to get over and do today in today's match.
Well, before we start talking about Magnus versus Hans yesterday, I also want to say that it's been a year for Alireza Firouzja. I mean, we're talking about the big storyline. Hikaru missed the final. Obviously, he's picked by most people, but credit should go to Firouzja in many ways because that guy has been playing great. But all right, we jumped right in here to Magnus versus Hans. There was drama on the board and off the board. The players came out to big receptions, and at times, it felt like this match was never going to end. As someone who was commentating on it live, I'll say that personally, but as you can see, the score was 17.5 to 12.5. In the end, it was the GOAT, Magnus Carlsen, getting it done. And Hans Niemann took to Twitter here. Levy, your thoughts when you read Hans's post-match statement?
Yeah, I've always said that I think this is the best strategy for Hans to win over as many fans as possible. I think the 3 most famous players in the world right now are Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and Hans Niemann, and that might be open to debate just strictly by population. There's obviously a ton of Indian superstars out there, but Hans Niemann walking down the street is a celebrity. And people are saying that, at least when I spoke with him and in the interviews that he does come off as combative, whether it's justified or not. But when you humbly accept defeat, and then you say you're going to work on your game and come back stronger and do whatever it's going to take to become the best player in the world, that's how you win over the fan base. And he's got another match today to prove it. And whether he wins or not, we'll see what the future holds for him.
Couldn't agree more. Candy, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no matter how or what you think about Hans, of course, I mean, he's playing great chess. I mean, he's actually beating very strong players on 2,700 plus in these matches. He's only lost to Magnus as well. And, of course, with the tweet, it shows a lot of confidence. You feel a little Kobe kind of mindset there, where he's like, yeah, okay, I lost, but I got to come back stronger no matter what. I'm going to really rely on my work. And that's what he's going to try to do today.
I couldn't agree more. He's playing great chess. Obviously, we're going to talk more about that in a second. We've got the pedigrees of both of these players, both of them in the world top 20, number 2 versus number 16, respectively, in classical. Jumping down to the last line, you see very different levels of experience in the SCC, with Hikaru having played more matches, I think, than anyone to date, actually. Hans Niemann, obviously new to the event, and that 2-1 record represents his score in the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. But all right, before we come back to Hans and preview and talk about his mindset coming in, let's remind everybody of Hikaru Nakamura. Obviously, as we said, the 5-time SCC champion, the perennial favorite, pretty much has always been picked unless he was going up against Magnus Carlsen. But yesterday went down to Firouzja. What's going through Hikaru's head right now as he prepares for this match, Levy?
Well, he told me when we spoke that he wasn't really preparing much beyond Firouzja because there was no point. You can't really prepare for who's going to be your opponent in a match where you don't know who's going to win. So we'll see. But I will say that it's very difficult as a fan of the sport not to fall into the trap of thinking this is a much more emotional match than Hans versus Magnus.
Yeah.
Because the last year, Hans has not shied away from letting everybody know exactly how he feels about Hikaru. He's straight up sport.
Right.
In chess, we don't punch each other because we're not particularly athletic.
That's boxing.
Yes, except James Canty.
That's
but
boxing.
We're going to see these guys really have to settle a score today, and if Hikaru can get motivated for it, it's going to be a monster to take down.
Like Levy said, Hans has not held back in terms of his feelings, and he hasn't really had much to hold back in this event. He's done really well at beating Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, beating Wesley So.
Yeah.
A lot of people lose to Magnus Carlsen. What do you think Hans is thinking about heading into this and his mindset?
Yeah, great. I think more about the emotions, and I think with that tweet, I mean, after putting that tweet out, I think he's like confident, huge, absolutely. I think he feels good, but also if he's able, it's a battle of emotions today, as Levy mentioned today. If you're able to really handle your emotions and you can't make emotional-based decisions, easier said than done. Thinking about the past, oh, I lost, especially if I'm Hikaru, hey, I lost, I hadn't made it to the final. If you're thinking about that going into today, or even Hans, like I lost the match, you have a match today. If you cannot get over yesterday, you're not going to be able to move forward today.
I will just very quickly add, it's a very big day for Hikaru too, Hans completely aside. He has struggled in the Speed Chess Championship this year in the 5+1 segment against the other elite players in the world, and he even said it himself, he can always rely on the bullet to save him. He couldn't rely on the bullet yesterday because his opponent was Firouzja. But if he can't rely on the bullet today, then it says actually less, I think, about his opponents and the fact that, yeah, in those interviews, Hikaru was saying he's getting older.
Yeah. I want to ask who you think this matters more to, but before we get into that, we actually have an interview that Levy Rosman did, that's you, with Hikaru Nakamura a couple days ago now, as he got in, gave his thoughts about Hans, both in terms of Hans's mindset, his character, but also maybe what Hans needs to do as his career continues to go. So let's see what Hikaru had to say when he caught up with Levy upstairs.
I think times change and people change, and I would say for myself, certainly when I was younger, I'd look at myself along the same vein of Hans, somebody who really used like sort of being disliked, being a bad boy of chess to my advantage as sort of the fuel and the fire to get better. But as I've gotten older, I've mellowed out a lot, and I look at life quite a bit differently. So I don't really look at it that way. I don't think that it's something that like I look at it as like it gives me motivation. It's more just I try to chill and go with the flow. I think when you make content creation, especially as opposed to being just solely a professional player, you learn to stop taking yourself so seriously. And I think for myself, now that I'm in that phase, I listen to some of the things Hans says. I mean, I think they're somewhat misguided, but I also let it roll right off my back. I don't really think about him that much. I'm sure he thinks about me a lot more than I do. Yeah, it's the style he has. I think, though, that being said, you can only use sort of hatred or dislike or have, the me against the world attitude. It will only take you so far. At some point, you have to be a little bit more practical. And again, I would even say for myself, I think I got to 2,700 pretty much with that attitude, but you have to make certain changes. And I think that, sooner or later, I assume Hans will mellow out. He's had a huge jump. He's quite high in the rankings now. But I will say, I think that attitude is only going to get you so far.
And I do want to ask who you think this matters more to, who you think has more at stake. But Hikaru caught up with you. What did you think about his thoughts on Hans and kind of the mindset, the attitude, us versus the world kind of, me versus the world kind of mentality, and the comments that Hikaru made there?
Yeah, I liked it. I think I really enjoy how Hikaru has gotten more introspective later in his career. And I like that he's so kind of sobering on the subject.
Yeah.
But Hans went through a lot more than Hikaru did at that age in his career. I mean, the truth is nobody has had a career quite like Hans Niemann. Nobody has had an arc quite like Hans Niemann. And people love him and hate him. He is the perfect heel for the sport of chess. And we'll see if he can pull it all together and ultimately rise to the top.
What did you think about Hikaru's comments there and also about Hans Niemann's mindset as he moves maybe into the 2,800 club or the range he would like to be in?
Definitely. Hikaru has a very good head on no matter what's happening. You're losing, winning, doesn't matter. Of course, Hikaru's able to overcome that. We've seen that many times and times again as he's playing in all the top tournaments. He may not win them, but of course he's able to keep winning afterwards no matter what happens here. And in terms of Hans here, of course, he's working. He's working on his game. I think after that one loss, after that one setback, I mean, hey, I'm trying to still come at the best here. And with that being said, coming at Hikaru today.
Do you think Hans sees it as just one loss, one setback? How do you think he feels about yesterday going?
Oh, definitely. I think it's one loss, one setback, angry, but also like, all right, I got Hikaru today. Let me see if I can give him my best game here and try to be the best. I mean, he's saying it all the time on the internet, letting people know I'm playing. I'm also showing it through my results here, right? Hans against the world type thing. And he's going to really try to take it to Hikaru today. So it's going to have the best game for both of these guys today.
Do you think this matters more to Hikaru than it does to Hans, this match? Do you think Hikaru needs to win this match more?
Oh man, it's really close. I really don't know. I would much prefer to be in my living room letting someone else answer that
question.
Because I really think it's 50, maybe it's 60-40 toward Hans. Like, it's obviously a very big deal to Hans, but he always has just against Magnus, if he loses, he just says something nice and says, I'm going to work on my game, and that's that.
Right.
Hikaru losing today would be a huge deal. So I'm going to actually change my answer. I think it's like 70-30. It needs to matter more to Hikaru. I just talk myself out of my own reasoning.
All right, well, let's see who it matters more to, or maybe who's favored more, according to Smarter Chess. Let's dive into a little bit of match prediction now. We've done the talking in regards to the storylines, the drama here in a consolation match. Normally you think of a couple of guys competing for third place. What does it matter? I think it matters a lot to both of these guys in terms of how they perform today. And when we look at those stats, Candy, what is the segment that jumps out to you?
You know what? This is actually a rare time where I kind of agree with Smarter Chess. I was going to give it like a 60-40 here. Robert Hess is kicking and screaming and throwing the phone right now. Look at him. He's smiling. He's mad. Yep, absolutely. He's angry, but because he hates Smarter Chess. We do too as well. But I think this one's actually a little bit closer. This is actually what I was thinking around a 60-40.
Okay.
This must be taking into account what happened yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Because if this was the first semifinal,
I think Hikaru would have been
like
favored
80.
much more.
Yeah, I think like 80. I mean, you're telling
agree.
me if they play 10 matches, Hans is going to win 4 Speed Chess Championship matches. I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah,
that is.
He's got to prove it in the bullet. But Hikaru struggled in 5 and 3+1.
I think that's what it is. I think you said it. Hikaru has been slow out the gate in every SCC match so far this year, and he said so himself, right? So what will the bullet do, right? Obviously, Hikaru has known that he's better than people in bullet, maybe besides Firouzja and Magnus. So does Hikaru have that mindset today? But I think that if he gets out to a faster start, I would expect Hikaru to be more of a favorite than that as well.
And also, we have to remember that scoreline Magnus-Hans of 17.5, 12.5, that was after he won 5 games in a row to end the match because Magnus was done. That's when your favorite basketball team wins by 9, but they were up 32.
Yes.
Right? If Hikaru gets a 5-game lead, he's going to win the match by 20. He is not going to let Hans off the hook.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think obviously the match yesterday had its own unique vibe. Like I was saying, commentating live with Robert Hess, it felt like it was never going to end. It felt like the universe just did not want to right itself in any fashion in regards to what these two guys had in store. But all right, Magnus Carlsen did defeat Hans Niemann. The final score was 17.5, 12.5, but it wasn't that close. Will today's match be even closer? We're going to find out. Okay, actually, we're staying right here. I thought we were about to maybe go upstairs, so we have a little more time with everybody. How's everybody feeling? The crowd is filled in.
Let's go!
Let's hear it.
Let's go.
It's crazy how there's 5,000 live people here.
Yeah.
There's 5,000 live people here.
I don't know. I'm lying. Yeah.
It's amazing that there's 50,000 people in here.
It's actually
we're in the
100.
stadium. It's insane.
It's crazy.
People at home, there's 50,000 people here.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you for bringing the noise. You sounded like 50,000.
Yes.
And sometimes when Robert and Danya talk, it's, you know, I don't know, it's 50,000 puns coming out of the booth. I don't even know what to say there, but you can't spell chess without him. That's Hess, and you've got Danya with the call here. Guys, how you feeling up there?
Feeling pretty good. Danya, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Robert, I think it's the first time that us two have done a live commentary together. So the three of us, mis amigos, we did commentary in Madrid with Danny. That was a great pre-show. So excited to be here. It might be the consolation day, but I don't think anybody's thinking of it that way, Robert.
Yeah, Danny, do you miss us?
I do miss you. Always.
I'd answer.
Mis amigos. But on that note, Danya, you just said it. This is a consolation match that feels bigger than that, right? And you guys feeling nervous at all about what's about to go down?
Am I feeling nervous at all? Well, I wanted to say, Danny, nobody's thinking of this as, oh, it's a third place match. We're going to give a participation medal to the winner. No, this is Hans Niemann versus Hikaru Nakamura. I'm never nervous. I've never been nervous in my life.
I can attest that he's been calm, he's ready, and as he said, this is a matchup between two giants of the game, and whatever off-board controversy we have, that's not what's going to be relevant today. It's who plays the better chess. So Danny, Canty, Levy, you guys are awesome, but I think we could take this one from here maybe.
I think you sounded like you were going to throw it back down to us, but I'm going to get out of the way and throw it up to you officially. Thank you for doing what you're going to do. We're all going to be watching you as fans. Levy, Canty, and I will be back at the end of the 5-1 segment, everyone. So enjoy the show as Robert and Danya take it away.
Appreciate you guys. Well, here we are. I'm Robert Hess alongside me, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and Danya. We have a matchup between Hikaru Nakamura and Hans Niemann. It's for third place in the Speed Chess Championship, but really between these two, I mean, they're out for blood.
I mean, you really could not have scripted this any better. Obviously, Alireza Firouzja, he was on a tear yesterday, or shall I say a Voltaire yesterday. I promise you that is my candid opinion.
Oh.
But Molière could not have scripted yesterday any better. It was a victory by Alireza, followed by a convincing victory by Magnus Carlsen over Hans Niemann. So we have two players today who are mad. They have a chip on their shoulder. Hans Niemann wakes up with a chip on his shoulder and goes to bed with a chip on his shoulder. He wants to show that he's here for a reason. He wanted to show that yesterday, Robert, but he's got another chance today.
He does. A new day, a new match, but a same time control. So let's remind everybody who may have forgotten, it's only been really a few hours, it seems, but we start at the top with an hour and a half of the longest time control. 5 minutes base time with 1 second added with each and every move. That means the players, they can get settled in. Then we get that hour of 3+1. That's that Title Tuesday time control. 3 minutes base time, 1 second added to the clock with each and every move. And finally, last but not least, we get bullet chess, a half hour of that 1+1, a familiar time control. Those who've been following the Speed Chess Championships for the fast one. And if the games are tied, right, if there's still time on the clock, we get those games going. But if the match is tied, we get Armageddon. That's a topic for a later discussion if we get there. But Danya, I'm pretty excited here because Hans versus Hikaru, as Levy said, and he was saying that's kind of even bigger in some ways than Magnus versus Hans.
Yeah, the personal animus between Hans and Hikaru has, I would say, retreated into the shadows in light of everything that's happened between MC and HN. And I'm talking Hans Niemann, because both of them have initials HN. But listen, Hikaru and Hans, there's no love lost between them. And the great thing about this royal game that we love for some reason, there's always a way to decide things on the board, and everybody's ready to do that. I mean, I'm really expecting some awesome play today. I think Hans played a pretty decent match yesterday for Hikaru with some uncharacteristic blunders, maybe some lack of confidence, but maybe he feels a little bit more settled in. He feels like he has something to prove, and I'm expecting a really on-form, on-point Hikaru today from the very first games, Robert.
Well, let's go over what Smarter Chess had to say, because he always makes those predictions, and we tear them apart. But as we look, from time control to time control, he actually predicts a tie in the longest two, in the Blitz time controls of 5 minute and 3 minute, and then Hikaru running away in bullet. So 15.5, 12.5 final score, 62% win probability for Hikaru. Donna, what do you think of this when you see, in particular, the even matchup in the Blitz time control?
Well, I was going to get my Rotten Tomatoes ready to throw a Smarter Chess and, the baseball bat to beat at the piñata, but for once, I think that Smarter Chess is actually Smarter Chess. And this is, I think, within reason of what I would predict the match to beat. Now, obviously, yesterday we saw an outlandish prediction between Hikaru and Alireza. Smarter chess gave Hikaru a 77% chance to win. I think Hikaru, as the more experienced player, is the favorite. But if Hans can come back on some of the blunders, that's what Magnus pointed to as perhaps one of the biggest reasons that he went down early in the match, including game one. I think Hans has a shot. He was getting some really good positions yesterday, Robert.
Now, Hans played very well in spurts, but the problem was that Magnus Carlsen did Magnus Carlsen things, and I ripped up the piece of paper in the Hikaru versus Alireza match. There was no disrespect meant towards Hikaru, but Alireza, the form that he's been in, has been incredible. And so for Hikaru, who did trail by 3 points against Yanapamshi and the 5+1, then yesterday against Alireza, that was a pretty one-sided matchup after a certain point. He also needs to show better form today if he is going to beat Hans.
Oh, absolutely. And before we jump into the games, I just wanted to compliment you and obviously Danny for doing an amazing job on a very difficult assignment in Magnus versus Hans. I think that nobody can accuse you of being unbiased. You covered the games and did a great job keeping up the energy well into the night. So great job, partner. I've got big shoes to fill today. But absolutely, Hikaru cannot phone it in. And it does feel like this season of the SCC, a couple of the matches, he has really banked on the bullet as a crutch. He himself said that he can't do that against Alireza. You can't really do that against Hans either. Hans was very decent in the final stage of the match yesterday. Now you could say, well, Magnus wasn't trying as hard. The match was decided. But Hikaru really needs to be sharper tactically and have his opening choices made properly in the 5-minute segment.
Yeah, I agree with you, because if he's not sharp, if he faces a deficit, he can't rely on the bullet as he can against many other players in the world. So for Hikaru Nakamura, he needs to turn things around fast. And I do believe what the other hosts were saying, that if Hikaru were playing this at home against anybody else in a third-place matchup, he might not really care. He literally might not care.
I knew that.
But it had to come at some point, Danya. But now that he's playing Hans, how seriously do you think he takes? Do you really feel like this is a critical matchup at this stage of his chess career, especially in terms of his content creation?
Well, I think we saw that interview clip of Hikaru talking about the progression of his career and how he has mellowed out. And I think anybody who watches his stream and his content has kind of seen that. He's taken more of a philosophical view, and he maybe doesn't play 70 moves in Rook versus Rook. He plays only 40 to try to flag someone before offering a draw. But today against Hans, as we look at his record, he wants to make a point. It doesn't matter if Hikaru's 35 or 85. It doesn't matter if you pull him at age 205. He is going to want to win this match because he's a human being and he feels proud of his record. And obviously, when you're facing someone like Hans, those competitive urges, those competitive instincts, they're coming out today for sure.
And these two have been calling each other out for well into the past 2 years. But when we see what Hans has done in the Speed Chess Championship, defeating both Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley So, these are two players who have given Hikaru all that he can handle. So we are going to see what's happening in the arena, because in the arena is where the players are going to be duking out, and we can't wait.
Seatbelts fastened. 47, and it's the match.
Look at him. And he knows it, and he does it.
This guy's just a beast.
Oh, he blundered Rook A5.
No, this did not just happen.
Oh my god. How does he do this?
I don't have to beat him today, but he's 36. There's going to be a time when Hikaru's sitting in his pineapple shirt, and he's just going to have to watch me win tournament after tournament. He's going to be too old to even compete.
Queen slides into B2, and that's maybe that would be the match.
He's got 3 points up. Look at that.
I listen to some of the things Hans says. I think they're somewhat misguided. But I also let it roll right off my back. I don't really think about him that much.
It's certainly going to be fun to follow.
Twitch chat and YouTube chat, hey, I know you guys are jealous because you're not here. But at the same time, we do have a lot of people here right now. Guys, say something. Can we hear that? There's so many people here right now. I'm screaming at the top of my lungs, right? You probably can't hear me. I can't even hear myself right now. At the same time, we got some players. We got a match coming up. Our first player is Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura. And his opponent is Grandmaster Hans Niemann.
right, guys, we need you to get hype one more time here. One more time. Say something. Say hello. Say hi. Get some hype. All right, and let's get this match started. Okay. All right, so you guys can talk once he gets his headphones on.
Well, it looks like we have the two players getting set, putting their headsets on, in the case of Hans, wearing his general merch, his brand, and Hikaru Nakamura, his style. He's bopping his head already, so I don't know if it's the music or the music of the chess playing through his mind.
I don't even think we need the board, Robert. I think everybody would be more than happy just to watch that camera view the entire time. Just even if they do nothing and stare at each other, I think that's entertainment enough. But at a chessboard, and we got ourselves a show that nobody is going to forget. Hikaru will have the white pieces in game one. He struggled a little bit to find his groove against Alireza. He had those incredible saves to start the match, but some of his opening choices were kind of dubious. I'm really curious what he will bring to the table today, Robert, as we have an hour and a half of 5+1 action coming right up.
Oh, it's about to get underway, and yesterday Alireza Firouzja played the King's Indian against Hikaru. The match has started. Let's hear that round of applause.
The match is over. Hope everyone liked the match. All right. Bye, everybody. Well, Robert, it was fun to commentate with you. You did a great job today.
Always a pleasure. But look at this. We get a double fianchetto from Hikaru. So sometimes he starts with his b3 move on the first turn, but he's going to use his bishop, stare into black's position, and Hans' dark square bishop will be a little bit more passive than Hikaru's bishop going out to b2 next.
And this is very reminiscent of what Magnus played against Hans yesterday. I don't remember if it was a single fianchetto or a double fianchetto. You probably know this better, but there was a fianchetto. Hans responded with a London system setup, but then he remembered, wait, I'm in Paris. I need to fianchetto my own bishop. Hikaru coming back to his old ways, playing positionally and relatively non-theoretical opening choice.
I think it's a good decision from Hikaru. Yesterday, he wasn't as sharp as he needs to be. So why not take this out of tactical waters back into strategic territory? In this position, we've seen 0 trades, not a single capture to this point. And will there be a capture on d5 down there, or will black take on c4? That's one of those questions, positions not always easy to answer.
And none of these decisions are necessarily going to single-handedly decide the outcome of the game, but they're going to take a lot of time off your clock, as we see a pretty bold decision here by Hans, engaging white in the center. You see Hikaru refraining from capturing on e4 because then the d-pawn slides over, really clamps down on white's center. We have a pair of minor pieces off the board, and is Hikaru now going to say, wait, that was a pretty good idea, I like that square.
Copycat chess is usually fun, doesn't always work out, but these squares in the center are where the knights want to hop to. And I have to say that what Hans did yesterday that was so good was he got a lead on the clock in some of those games. And that was when he was able to push Magnus. But so he's going to have to stay with Hikaru, who's one of the fastest players, if not the fastest player in chess history. We know he's won the Bullet Chess Championship so many times, including the SDC. So he's a monster in all time controls, but especially when the seconds are ticking down to the very end.
And Hans will have to avoid blunders in all phases of the game, but Hikaru historically so good at punishing blunders in time scrambles. Yesterday, that was lacking a little bit. You had some crazy finales. Obviously, the nerves, the butterflies in the player's stomach definitely plays a role. But Hans will have to clean up his play toward the later middle game and those final stages of the game. As we see the center opening up, we had a trade that opens up Hikaru's dark squared bishop. It's staring at the g7 pawn. But I think Hans has positioned his pieces pretty decently. The position looks pretty balanced here thus far, as Hans avoids the isolated queen pawn. And indeed, copycat chess is the order of the day.
Yeah, we see so much tension in the center right now. These bishops sitting next to each other for black. Will there be a sacrifice in the air? That's one of those things that you always have to look out for. Doesn't appear that it's available just yet. But that knight on e4 done, I think that piece in particular is a little bit loose, as you're pointing out here. There could even be a bishop takes knight on e4, followed by queen to g4. So for Hans, he needs to be careful at this stage of the game, and that's why he's in for a bit of a think.
Yeah, I mean, queen g4, it isn't really a direct threat because the knight can drop back to f6, but you start getting a little bit uneasy when you face Hikaru. I mean, something like knight d7 could be in the air, deflecting the queen, then recapturing on e4 and really putting pressure on the bishop on d5. Wait a second, the eval bar hated that move, and bishop takes e4, Robert, followed by rook to d7 and queen to g4?
Yeah, these moves actually are free-flowing. So this for Hikaru should be quite a natural find. And you see him, look, there it is. There's the Hikaru staring at the ceiling.
And to the side right there at the what?
Oh, he knows something is up here. He doesn't believe in queen to b7. And you know, it looks nice, right? You're lining your queen and bishop up, but you have to look for these tactics. And Donnie, we have to admit, bishop takes knight, giving up your fianchetto bishop. It's not a typical plan. We usually don't advise it, but here it works tactically.
I've seen entire chapters of old Soviet chess books written on these unconventional moves, invisible chess moves that you don't look at because they're so unnatural. Why would you weaken your light squares like that? Well, tactics always supersede general principles, positional considerations, and Hikaru, you know he smells a rat because he doesn't just take a minute and a half for no reason. He's, I think, trying to find a follow-up. Once rook d7, queen c8 happens, I'm not necessarily convinced queen g4 is the most accurate move. Maybe there's like a sack on f7, but let's wait for him to decide on bishop takes e4. Robert, maybe knight d7 is also catching his eye?
No, bishop takes e4, rook d7. He goes b4 first.
Ooh.
So there's clearly tactics in the air. The position's still good for white. So there are these lines that are happening with queen g4, whether Hans likes it or not. This is just a temporary sacrifice to maybe distract that bishop, put on a loose square.
And I feel like a kid in a candy store or a soda store. I was like, do I get the root beer? Do I get the Sprite? I mean, there's so many pieces hanging. He's trying to force this bishop onto an undefended square. Then he might play bishop takes e4. And then there's an amateur chess player who wants to replace me in the commentator's booth. This is unacceptable. Magnus Carlsen, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. Okay, well, we just started the match, and we already have our first surprise. First, on the board and now off. We're going to be joined by Magnus here. We see the crowd. Come on, another louder round of applause for Magnus. This is your reigning speed chess champion, your 2024 speed chess championship finalist. He will be playing against Alireza Firouzja tomorrow, but now he has the displeasure of joining me here in the booth. So as we, very live TV, as Danny likes to say, we're going to replace Danya for a sec. Here we go, Magnus. Welcome, welcome. Sorry, we'll hook you up here. All live, all fresh. So, yeah, that way. Can you hear me well?
Yes,
I
can hear you.
Hey, Magnus, welcome, welcome. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling really good. Obviously, we got a tremendously exciting match in our hands, no pun intended. And usually, third play matches, like they can be a bit hit or miss, but I think we're going to get a great one today. And I was going to say, before we were delving into this, it's really interesting to see how Hikaru is going to deal with the Italian, because I think Niemann usually plays those positions really well. Yeah, I feel like I'm jumping right into the most fun part now.
Well, the most fun part seems to be a pun that you threw at me. You replaced Danya and immediately act like him. So what was that about? Was that planned?
No, I'm usually pretty punny, so there's nothing new there.
Okay, well, there's nothing new on the chessboard right now. It seems very familiar to what you had against Hans yesterday. Some slight nuances, some differences here. But do you think that Hikaru will be well prepared given that he just watched your match yesterday?
I think Hikaru is well prepared given that these are the openings he plays as black a lot. So I've played a bunch of Italians against Hikaru myself, and he always comes up with little tweaks. And like when you've played e4, e5, or almost exclusively as he has for 15 years now, you get to experience a lot of this. So he knows the ins and outs. And I think it was a fairly new discovery, maybe 7-8 years ago, that these structures with bishop takes e6 can actually be a bit better for white. But they're usually only really better for white when white has extra space on the queen side with b4 and a4. And when black has played a5, then it's usually considered quite acceptable. So you often get these positions where there is a lot of maneuvering, and white is like nominally slightly better, but it usually ends up with not much happening. And I could foresee a scenario a bit like yesterday where for the first couple of games, like I was happy getting positions where I thought I was completely fine as black, and Niemann was also relatively happy because he felt that the positions were playable and that he might have some microscopic edge.
Do you think that Hans's rinse and repeat planning where he just plays the opening over and over again. Do you think that's a good strategy against Hikaru today?
I think it's an interesting strategy in the match. If you have your pet openings that you really believe in such a match, you just go there again and again and hope that it's a game of chicken where your opponent eventually either gets tired of them or just goes away because he feels like he's being put under more and more pressure. Although I do not like b4. I think he was anticipating trades and queens being exchanged, probably, but I feel like this trade-off is not great for white since the queen is a bit trapped, and I think often Hikaru plays these positions quite well in that he defends. He's a very patient defender of slightly passive positions, and he's really good at switching to counterattack when that's possible. So I could definitely see scenarios here where white pushes a bit too much, and then it's just mated on the king side.
And do you think Hans was anticipating a trade on b4 first there, opening up that rook on c1, and now he's paused because instead of capturing, Hikaru just says, let me put my rook that's going to be on an opening file, and that a4 pawn could be a target?
Yeah, I'm sure he was anticipating ab4, cb4, and then knight d4. And typically in Blitz, you calculate the forcing moves first. Well, you usually always do that, but in Blitz, you may not have time to do more. So you calculate the forcing moves. You play b4 because you feel that ab, cb is a good trade for you. Open up the c file, which you'd prepare for with rook c1, and you get a potential pass pawn. So maybe he didn't properly consider rook a8, but Hikaru is really good at that. Being patient positionally. Having said that, I don't think there is much in the position at the moment, but I don't really see a plan for white here. That is the biggest issue. And as I said, some of these pieces are dangerously far away from the king side.
So you don't see a plan for white so easily, but what does black do? Because Hikaru just shuffled his rook one square over. He went rook to e7. So where do you think he actually is aiming for?
With white here? Or
with black.
Oh, with black, sorry. I don't think he's aiming for much at the moment. He probably wants to go d5 if given the chance. Now he's shuffling the rook. I'm not quite sure what his plan is here. Obviously, a dream scenario would be to trap the queen somehow, but I don't think you can. I don't think you can trap it. I think you will mostly just be satisfied with the queen being a little bit potentially out of play there.
And Hans, he's just trying to regroup, trying to find some sort of plan himself. So it's one of these positions where not a single pawn has been traded, no open files yet for the rooks. And you mentioned playing a game of chicken with the openings in general. There's this tension from a5 to b4, and it's clear that white doesn't really want to take on a5, isolating their own pawn. But when does black actually take on b4?
That's a very interesting question. It could be now. I think Niemann is definitely anticipating d5 here. And now that he's let go of the pressure on the pawn on e5, and then I think he intends knight to g4, trading off the knight and claiming that that's a good trade for him, which it probably is.
In general.
Oh, it also.
Yeah, it's all happening.
Okay.
You're calling the shots.
Yeah, and now queen d6 had to be the plan. D4. Now I think we're getting more into white's territory of what he likes to do. There's dynamism in the position. I think the sort of static fight that was earlier suited Hikaru more. So he's a bit down on time as well. I feel like now the trend is really good for white.
Yeah, and there's a lot of tension with the pawns on d5 and e5, and obviously vice versa. So Hans, he decides to break, and he's also up nearly a minute. So how important do you think this game is for Hans? Because against you, he trailed early and was never able to claw back in the match. Do you think that for him against Hikaru, he kind of needs to stay on even terms?
Yeah, I think it would obviously be huge to get this to get this game, at least not lose it. I think that's the biggest thing, and feel that you're getting a foothold in the match. I think in the second game that I played, I mean, it was a draw, but I was still pressing. I felt like it didn't put pressure on me from the opening, so I was feeling really good. So I think there are things that Hikaru is feeling quite good about. But I think right now, none of them are too unhappy. We're 1.5 games in, well, Hikaru won the first game yesterday, and then never led again. So you cannot say too much so far. And I was just gonna say Queen C5 is also a typical Hikaru decision. He loves those potentially passed pawns, but now it's super double-edged. We're gonna get an end game, I think. Yeah, trades. This is what he wants. Yeah, okay. I was thinking of scenarios where black takes b4, but now that he goes for this,
But you know, you have won so many positions where people say it's just a draw, and then the result is Magnus 1, opponent 0. Is this a type of position where Hikaru can try to squeeze because white has pawns that are a bit loose all over the place?
Well, it's a good point, but I'm not playing this game, am I?
Well, you kind of are. You're playing for the crowd, so you can help us find a way to an advantage somehow. And I mean, Hikaru's time obviously is not very enviable.
Oh, that's a horrible move. I think he needed to trade and then probably go f3, then d4. I mean, nominally Hikaru was very slightly better, but it was just a draw. Now, I think Niemann is. It's one of those scenarios where you play for a win without risk for your opponent, which is not what you want. I don't really see any scenario where black is ever going to be worse. Maybe he's hoping for knight f2 and then knight d2, but that doesn't even work because the knight can go to g4 or even to d1. So yeah, now knight d3. Rook c7, knight f4, knight h4. Oh, okay. Maybe with the time difference, maybe he's holding this.
Yeah. Rook c4 is seeing the only move, but that's not even that intuitive because black can push forward while protecting, and b5 will drop.
Well, it does make sense. Okay, g4 is horrible. No, but he needed. I mean, g4 rook g5 was just winning.
Yeah.
Now but Hikaru has no time, so. I said g4 was horrible, but that was based on like evaluating the move from an objective basis. If you're thinking about just making a move that your opponent hasn't considered with no time, then it's maybe not that bad.
Are you good at that? Can you like sort of forget the objective evaluation to play on your opponent's time, or do you always feel like you're looking for the best move?
I can definitely be practical, but it's not what's natural for me. I usually try and be quite objective. And see here, he's setting little traps. That was rook c8 followed by knight d6 fork if he had taken the pawn on g4. But yeah, now this is just going to be a draw.
Okay, well, right now it's Hans.
Rook g7 clinches it.
Oh, yeah, if he finds that with the fork, and Hans doesn't miss that. So we have a draw in game 2. It's still a 1-point lead for Hikaru, but. You know, Hans, he's fighting in there. And so you played Hans in a match yesterday. You're obviously not his coach. I don't think that's an arrangement that we'll see. But what sort of general advice do you feel like he needs to be able to take down Hikaru, who, in addition to you, has been one of the giants of the Speed Chess Championship?
I think he must have been encouraged by what happened yesterday. I think he saw that Hikaru was quite vulnerable. I think he saw that Hikaru was generally not giving off too much of a confident vibe. Like he's spending a lot of time. He's not crisp, you know, and it seems that he's doubting himself at times. So I think it's probably just to play his game. I would like advise him to take more risks than usual, but he already has a very combative playing style. He's just like his style is a bit like Alireza's, very it's uncompromising. It's just not nearly as good as Alireza, but I mean that's nobody practically is as good as Alireza is at this, and I think it's potentially a very unpleasant opponent for Hikaru under such circumstances. And I think what Hikaru is doing in this game is, it's just his play seems really apprehensive. Like I don't understand what he's doing. G5 is, I mean, I see that it's not immediately engine improved, but I love the approach. And now you have to think about, are you going to break with C4? Probably not, because you've just given up the B4 square, and I don't know. I don't like this for white at all. I don't see what targets he has, and black is relatively easy play on the king side.
I was going to ask you, because my first instinct was the same as yours. It looks like Hikaru's just moving backwards. He's giving his opponent all the space. But do you think that could be a strategy for him, just to let Hans come to him? Because as you said, Hans is uncompromising, but sometimes that skill set is actually can help lead to your demise.
No, of course Hikaru is an excellent defender. He's the best in the business. So I mean, it can be a bit of a strategy, but I'm not sure it's by design. I think it's more of he's not feeling confident, and that's why he's trying to trade off pieces early. It could be that he just doesn't really care that much either, but at least now, knight e4 and f3, I like that. That's crisp. That's not continuing with your plan with knight d3 and so on. It's seizing the moment to actually play concretely.
Yeah, and it seems like he's ready because the black pawn, they're staring at each other, opening all lines for his pieces. And, he is up on the clock. So Hikaru's time management, the previous game was a problem for him. Here it seems to be to his benefit. And, well, Magnus, while we have you, yesterday you spoke a little bit about your match tomorrow versus Alireza. Now that you've had a night to sleep on it, any thoughts going into tomorrow? How are you feeling, for him? And did you actually review his match against Hikaru yesterday?
I watched a bit of the match live, so those are the games that I've seen so far. I'm definitely going to have a look at the rest as well. But from what I saw, I was really, really impressed with what he did. I feel pretty good today, and yeah, I feel rested. Hopefully tomorrow will be good as well. But I haven't thought much in terms of strategy and so on yet. But I think it's mainly going to be about trying to be fresh, have a good mindset, and always prepare like a couple of things in the opening.
Yeah, well, you got your mind on the chess, and what do you make of this decision by Hans? He just castle queenside. So we have an increasingly sharp position where white is expanded on the king side, black on the queen side. So how do you see this game continuing from here? Because it feels like both sides have a bit of looseness in their position.
Yeah, it's tremendously exciting. I'm like impressed that they're playing so fast, because it feels like every decision here is quite difficult. Oh, rook f, that allows e4. No, that was, come on.
As you said, you were surprised by how quickly.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, you cannot do that. Like, that's 2 seconds to play an objectively poor move. Like, you think you got to evaluate, like, king h2, king h1, what are the differences? And then you're starting to think, like, e4, let's say king h1, e4, dc6, e3, then you have, I don't know if you have knight b3, but at least you have queen b3 and you win. Right. And with rook f2, there would be a check, right, on f2. So that's an easy comparison. So it could be that he has, I mean, I think he's probably seen e4 and so on, but I feel like not even stopping a little bit to think about king h1 is not a great decision. And honestly, now if black plays e4, it seems that he has quite easy play again. Like, at the very least, you can go e4, knight e4. Oh, he played bishop e4.
Yeah, I guess Hikaru was going for some kind of queen trade where a lot of black's pawns were weak, but instead,
I kind of preferred knight takes e4 actually. unless black had something concrete there. And then maybe black has something. I was just thinking in terms of if black trades on d5, then position is quite equal. So even though like the engine seems to suggest that black is much better.
Maybe just the open file, I guess, that at the end there's going to be some rook d2 issues, a little looseness.
Well, I concede.
Not to me. It's just our engine.
Yeah, I was just thinking like...
I'll take your resignation.
Yeah, I was just thinking like black has some obvious positional trumps, but white has as well, right? Yeah. It should be about equal, but that's really surprising.
Well, this one is apparently dynamically slightly better for black, despite being down a pawn. But look at the last move. Rook e8 played in no time.
Yeah.
A very logical decision. I see the question mark. I'm going to remove that because I always feel like it's a little bit too harsh to give moves like that a question mark. So, I mean, that's such a natural move, but what can white do to kind of unravel? Or I guess unravel is a negative word, but there's a pin. It looks uncomfortable.
Yeah, it was an interesting point because rook e8 was not the most logical move in my opinion. I think f5 is what the position is sort of screaming out for, and then you got to calculate both gf5, g4, and also gf5, just simply bishop f5. But exactly knight b3 would be sort of the issue there as well. And knight b3, like that's the obvious human move. Apparently, it's a mistake. And now I assume the point is just that, yeah, knight comes to e3, and yeah, this is probably really bad. Let's see if he plays queen b3.
Yeah, not my arrows.
But otherwise, like knight e3 comes, d5 drops. And there's not a single good thing about the white position left. So probably he has to, but that seems like a very, very sad decision to make. And I mean, Niemann has done well. Like his pieces are much better placed, and he's generally played a better positional game than Hikaru has in this game.
It was interesting because at first you said Hikaru seemed apprehensive, then he was able to trade in the center and play f3, and then it feels like he became apprehensive again. So I don't really see a consistency in his play at the moment.
That's typical. That's really typical when you're not at your best. And then b4 is not dangerous. You just go ba5, queen a5, and I mean Hikaru he's a really good defender, so I'm not ruling out that he could defend this, but his position is atrocious.
You mean you don't like pawns that are isolated all across the board and a weak king and a knight maybe coming to f4?
Yeah, I mean, you honestly probably had to trade on d5 there, but let's see. Things could still happen here.
You've been facing Hikaru in plenty of positions and obviously going back and forth where he saves positions that are even worse than this, but he does have some good things going on. The black king isn't the safest, so the moves are happening, and it seems like white's position is getting a little bit better move by move.
Yeah, I was just going to say queen a7 is not going to happen.
Ooh.
Was there a knight c6 there followed by c4? I guess not. I guess a5 was... Okay, now this is anyone's game. Like the last few moves have been way too passive.
And I guess for Hans, I mean, he does have a lead on the clock. Do you feel like he's not using the time that he has in those moments, or is it just Hikaru being Hikaru?
I think it's a little bit of both. I love the way Hikaru has coordinated his pieces on the last few moves, and okay, now this I think is heading towards a draw because you got ba6. Unless bishop c6 is somehow decisive, which I don't see.
Wow.
Now this is... okay, I'll take back the draw part, obviously. Like, this is now completely unclear.
There are pins everywhere, right? The rook is pinned.
I was just going to say, is a7 the move? But I don't see anything after queen a7.
I mean, it looks threatening, and I guess this is a question of it's a bullet scramble now. So
yeah, and also like the queen is coming to h8.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, exactly. Now the queen lands on h8. Well, he didn't see it.
But Hans,
maybe it didn't work. Who knows?
Oh, barely getting moves off these two. The king goes to g2, and
yeah, no. Oh, Queen A1.
Oh, that's a free queen.
Okay, yeah.
I don't think we need your expertise at this point, but Hikaru Nakamura does win the third game. And, I mean, Magnus, I feel like this is, in some ways, what happened in games with you yesterday against Hans. You know, he was playing really well at times. You know, he was getting some initiative and some nice positions, but it seems like there are points where it becomes tense and there's no clarity there, and that's his struggle in some of these games.
Yeah, I think so, but I felt like the positions he was getting against me at the start, at the very least, they were not nearly as good as this one, but honestly, it's been a consistent theme in both mine and Hikaru's matches in the Speed Chess Championship now for a number of years that it's goes without saying, but it's not enough to get a good position. Like you actually have to win it as well.
Some candidates prep, right?
Yeah, this is the candidates prep, like line that Hikaru used with very, very little success against Alireza yesterday. But against other people, he's usually done fine. And yeah, there are some long lines here, and it's like as it happens. As in most of these lines where Black plays a line that is supposed to be like a little bit inferior, that if you prepare it well, it usually ends up in some drawn-out game. And if White wants to deviate, then you get a full-fledged fight. And that is exactly, I think, yeah, I don't think Bishop C2 was the move there. But no, yeah, now Black has gotten what he wanted from the opening, which is complicated positional struggle where he's not worse.
As pawn on d4 is just a long-term issue for White to deal with.
Yeah, it is. Black King is a little bit weaker, so you got to take that into account. So I don't necessarily think White's long-term prospects are that bad, but he's also got to deal with the pressure in the center now, and it doesn't seem super easy for him to coordinate either.
Yeah, this move like rook c1, staring into your own bishop. You already said bishop c2 didn't look like the most challenging variation, and it just feels like White's pieces are stepping on each other's toes a bit. I mean, there's pins in multiple directions as well, and it seems like Black is a little bit better coordinated at the moment.
Yeah, it seems that Hikaru has coordinated his pieces perfectly so far. Yeah, rook c1, I think, mainly has the purpose of defending the bishop on c2. Now c6. c6, I'm guessing, is probably not a great move since it takes away that square from the knight. And since it's given a question mark, I'm starting to think of forcing moves. And so, like, yeah, bishop f4 came to mind. Bishop d2, trying to go bishop b4 also came to mind. But now, yeah, maybe things are a little bit loose for Black. So maybe this was not ideal. And I think Niemann is doing the correct thing, giving up on the d4 pawn. After all, with the pawn weakness, with the pawn on f6 that has weakened the Black king, an opening of the center should be good for White, even if it's a cost of a pawn and potentially some central squares.
Yeah, this d4 pawn is actually loose, but you can't take with the queen, everyone, because you lose your bishop. If you take with the bishop, you're walking into all sorts of pins and danger. But perhaps Hikaru is thinking about it, because I don't see an immediately winning move for White after that. So at least you have to consider snacking on a pawn in the center.
Oh, I think he's going to do it. Bishop b3 is a big positional threat for White as well. With ideas, let's say you go rook to d8, then bishop b3. Black probably has to, well, apparently I'm an idiot and this is a bad move. But I was just going to say that, for instance, queen d7, then knight c5 at the very least is a good move. You trade off. You put the pawn on c5 where it's much better. You get the bishop on d6 and White has a definite advantage.
Seems he did move the rook, but to e8, which I know you were just...
e8, yeah. h4 is logical. Grandmasters, when they see a knight on h6, on g6 or b6, like your hand just like desperately wants to fling that flying pawn forwards to harass it. So this seems I think both players are actually quite happy. Hikaru loves playing against these weaknesses, and Niemann also loves these sort of Italian, Spanish positions where you have little initiative for that pawn weakness.
Yeah, this pawn is a long-term problem. It seems like white is going active, as you said, and you mentioned it, and I think it's just true. Hans, he just always wants to get active, play for an initiative. He doesn't want to sit and play for little nuances and small positional threats, but he's going right forward. He wants to get that pawn going against the black king. So do you see this game with white up a minute on the clock that Hikaru, do you feel like he might be in some trouble at this stage, or do you think he's just trying to figure out, all right, what direction does this game need to turn? Is there a capture on d4 or e4 at some point? Like, what do you think he's thinking at the moment?
Yeah, I don't think he can wait. So I think he's got to capture something now. And the position is very, very, very concrete. He's definitely spending his time calculating. Like he would, I think, knowing Hikaru, I'm sure he'd love to play moves like 97 at some point in order to consolidate, but that runs into 96. So so he had to take concrete action. You hate giving up that bishop because you know that now just the bishop pair in itself, in combination with the slightly ruined black king save is enough compensation in itself for a pawn, as well as the white piece is looking quite active. But he's probably found a concrete way in which it works for black, but it looks quite dangerous. For instance, queen f5 is a very appealing move right now, threatening h5. Oh, no. Let me just show that.
Yes.
Quickly. Rook e5 is an excellent response.
Wow.
And there's queen h5. And let's hope this happens. This would be absolute mayhem.
I honestly wasn't even looking at rook e5, so that's a pretty sick exchange sacrifice. You had many of those yesterday against Hans. It seems like 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, I mean, they were usually born out of necessity. Sometimes they were blunders.
Do they count as blunders if you do well after them?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. Just making sure. Asking for the crowd. Well, rook d1 is played. Okay, now white is down 2 pawns. So when you do studies, when you're training, and you get positions like this, do you tend to like this side that has more material or the activity? What, if you didn't know the evaluation, which is at the middle, which side would you take?
I'd probably slightly prefer white here, since it feels like black is risking a bit more with that than white is. It feels like if things go slightly wrong here for white, you can usually bail out to something that's drawish. But if things go wrong as black here, you just lose. So I practically speaking, I definitely prefer to be black, but it's hard to answer any of these questions without talking about concrete lines, because these positions usually hinge on like some details. But I hate the fact that for Niemann's sake that he played rook d1 and now he's tanking. So I think he must have missed something. But I'm not quite sure what it was. Maybe he's considering. Maybe he was considering queen h5 there now. I don't know.
But he throws in bishop d6, hitting the rook. I mean, Hans is down to 43 seconds, so Hikaru doing well on the clock. But as you said, this position could collapse at any moment for black because your pieces are not going to be coordinated. For example, rook f7 is clearly going to blunder something on the back rank against the... Wow.
Yeah. Okay, that looks all sorts of wrong. Okay, the refutation is probably quite simple. It's bishop f8, fe4, bishop a3.
Well, also this pawn's just pinned, right? So, it's not even threatening the...
I mean, even like bishop d6 probably wins.
Oh, but you... I shouldn't have said anything. Your first instinct is usually correct.
But but what did I say earlier about black's weakened king? It's very often the decisive factor in open positions. So, I mean, just rook e4 wins.
Just going right for the back rank. Is there some kind of take on f? No, the bishop takes f2.
Yeah, bishop takes f2, just king f1. And in these positions, having a couple or even 3 pawns for the exchange is usually not enough because the rooks are incredibly powerful.
That Black King is just hunted, as you called exactly the direction this game was going. And this is huge for Hans because if things didn't go this way and he was trailing by 3 points, I think we would say that he's really in trouble. But he needs to convert this still. He doesn't have much time.
No, but I like this. He's forcing knight h4. He's probably going to go queen e2. And again, like we have material equality and it's +4 for white. So that's okay. He's just going to trap the knight, but anything was winning there. Yeah, g3, king h3, game over. Last, funny is the last trick to hope for some rook d3, but even that doesn't work because white doubles on the 8th rank and checkmates. But yeah, this is agony now for Hikaru, and he resigns. So
not much agony. It's over.
Yeah, we got ourselves a match.
We do indeed. It's 2.5, 1.5 in Hikaru Nakamura's favor. It's a halftime break for the players. Magnus, I mean, we're going to let you go in a sec, but first of all, thank you for joining us. And so what are your overall thoughts about the match thus far?
It's been very, very interesting. And I think the players are showing a bit of the same as they did yesterday. Some good moments, but quite inconsistent, and if it continues like this, I mean, don't get me wrong, Hikaru is a massive favorite, but it could be quite interesting.
For sure. Well, Magnus, thank you so much again. We'll see you soon. We'll definitely see you tomorrow for the championship match against Alireza Firouzja. And after tomorrow's match, Magnus will be playing the Olympiad. So he is joining his team from Norway. And you see the faces there. Magnus Carlsen representing Norway. Gukesh will be playing for India. Alexandra Kostenjuk, who is somewhere in the venue. At least oh, there she is. I'm waving to her. She's back there playing for Switzerland. So the 45th Chess Olympiad begins on September 11th with nearly 200 national teams looking to prove their might as the strongest chess nation in the world. We saw Gukesh, we talked about Alexandra, Magnus is beside me, but Ding Liren, the world champion, will also be back on the board for China. So with hundreds of the world's elite going head-to-head, we're in for a fight like none other. We've got you covered with live camera feeds and commentary on Chess24 streams. Use the command Olympiad in chat for more. We're going to head to break, but when we come back, it's more from Hikaru Nakamura against Hans Niemann. At the moment, the 5-time U.S. champion leads 2.5, 1.5, but there he is, Hans Niemann. He's always going to be a heel. He's always going to be putting his all into every game. We'll see if he's got what it takes in this consolation match. We'll be right back.
Chess with friends is fun, and Discord is your place to talk with friends. This month only, Discord is joining forces with Chess.com. Win a game against Wumpus, Nelly, or Clyde, and you'll win a free month of Discord Nitro. And watch out for a super secret opponent later in the month. Play them all only on Chess.com.
The last segment that we have is called Mobile Deep Dive. So first I will ask if you have your phone on you. If not, then...
I do.
Okay.
I have iPhone 15 Pro Max.
It's an iPhone.
It's a Galaxy S20. It's pretty normal.
20? You have a case?
Yeah.
There is a case. The next question is case or no case. Wow, you have like a super case.
Yeah, I always drop my phone. But this is, yeah, this is like an old man's case.
Do you know your top 3 most used apps?
I think it's
Chess.com? No?
No, I play on website. I don't do.
How you play on the desktop?
These days I'm more on my iPad.
One of them is obviously YouTube Studio, for very obvious reasons.
We gotta see how rich we are.
X probably is one of them.
The second one, I'm guessing, just from refreshing, is probably Yahoo Finance. I'm still pretty old, so I don't have some special app for it. And the third one, I'm guessing, is still probably Twitch. I'm guessing Twitch is probably still
X, YouTube, and WhatsApp.
What's your average daily time spent on your phone?
It's actually pretty low.
I think the last time I checked it was like 3 hours.
Yeah, I checked it recently. I think it's like 4 hours or something.
Mine is still more than that.
I would Bet that it's around 1 hour or less.
Shockingly impressive. You use Spotify mostly?
Yes, yeah.
When you got your Spotify Wrapped for last year, do you know who your biggest artists were? Kanye?
Probably just over the years, I've played more ABBA than anything else, I'm guessing.
I think I listen to a lot of like this old stuff music like this.
Like a hip hop from 15, 20 years ago? I'm assuming your favorite social media app is X?
No, I wouldn't say favorite. I used to use Snapchat quite a bit, but now I don't.
I guess the only one that I look at these days would be X.
It's Twitter.
I don't really like social media these days.
If we saw your keyboard, what is your most used emoji?
Mischievous smirk.
I think I know what you're talking about.
The cry.
Like which one? Like it's like crying or?
No, it's going like this.
Oh, okay. Like to the side.
Yes.
I see. You still put periods at the end of your thoughts.
Yes, I do. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Bro, that's like ancient.
Chess with friends is fun, and Discord.
We are back here live from eSpot in Paris. We have a matchup for the Consolation Prize between Hikaru Nakamura and Hans Niemann. Crowd, let's hear you. Are you excited for this match? We have people all about down in the arena, also here towards the commentary desk. And I'm joined by Daniel Naroditsky once again. Danya, it's currently 2.5, 1.5 in Hikaru's favor as we have liftoff in this next game. Do you feel like the trend is going in Hans' direction all of a sudden?
Well, definitely he won the last game before the break. And as we jump into another one night F3 fianchetto by Hikaru, who leads by a point, it was a great honor to have Magnus in the studio and an honor to yield my seat to him. You did a great job, Robert. Magnus seems in great spirits, high energy, and obviously just insight that nobody on this planet can provide. And I heard that if I use the mouse that Magnus used, I'm automatically going to gain 200 points. So maybe it's time to join Bullet Brawl and win it in an hour. No, just kidding. We got some games to watch, and looks like they're reprising the opening from game one, Robert.
Well, what did you make of what Magnus said? He said Hikaru is playing, a little bit, I don't even know, too tepidly. Like, they isn't bringing the action to Hans. Do you feel like Hans is just going to play actively no matter what, so Hikaru feels he's at home in positions with little risk at the start?
Well, I liked the way Hans played in that game where he went H5 and G5, that uncompromising style of opening. Now, he lost that game, but in the SCC, it's really important not to succumb to the idea that you can play a good opening, lose that game, and then say it was the opening's fault or it was the fault of the way that I played the game. I like an aggressive approach from Hans because when he gets it to a 50-50 position where anything can happen, tepid is a great word. Hikaru hasn't been as confident in dynamic positions as he normally is. This is why we see him playing these very kind of closed, cagey, double fianchetto openings with White trying to forcibly steer the game into the direction that he wants. Is he succeeding? Well, he is leading by a point so far.
Well, right now we've seen 0 trades. All pieces remain on this board.
Don't jinx it.
Oh, no, there's definitely going to be one soon. But there's only tension between C4 and D5, and Black doesn't really want to take on C4 because if Black does that, then White can take towards the center. And White's not budging either because if White takes on D5, well, that gives Black maybe a hanging pawn structure, but 2 pawns on that 5th rank. But as you're pointing out, the knight is trying to land on F5. That's going to be very dangerous. So C takes D5 suddenly is in actual, I'm going to put in air quotes, a threat.
Well, I wanted to make sure it wasn't a blue arrow because I don't want anybody confusing my words and my arrows with that of Stockfish. But knight h4, very typical idea in these lines. And Hikaru is so good at just seeing the entire board, whole board awareness. You're looking at this move, you're like, well, where's the knight going? Is it going to f5? That square is defended, but he understands that c takes d5 is a button that only he can press. Black can press the same button. It's not going to be a very successful button because you're going to be left without that light squared bishop, as we see Hans, a cagey move in response, dropping his dark squared bishop back to b8, Robert. What do we make of this move?
Well, sometimes it feels like Hikaru's Benjamin button. He's getting better with age. Seems like he's younger and more spry at times, but this looks like a great position for White. Bishop b8, he wanted to get out of the forking distance of the knight coming to f5, but White has all the fun here, Danya. And that bishop on b2, watch out for that, because that's a long-range piece staring all the way through to g7, so there could be a knight f5, knight takes g7 at the right moment, and then really all chaos breaks loose on the black king side.
But moves like d4, this is what makes Hikaru Hikaru. I mean, 99% of us, the ones who play chess, would have played knight f5, and then started thinking after a move like queen e6. Not Hikaru. He plays d4, opening a second front, threatening d takes c5, and then knight takes d5, forcing black's queen forward. Now, who does this favor, and is Hikaru now going to open up that center front? Whoa, queen f1 and bishop h3. Look at those gymnastics that he's performing on the king side. I'm all for it, Robert.
Well, Simone Biles was just here in Paris, and these gymnastics look very pleasant for Hikaru. I'm not so flexible myself. I would not have been looking at a queen retreat like that, but here we see after a capture on d4, Hikaru hasn't recaptured, so he could even take with the pawn. Typically, we want to leave our opponent with the lone IQP, isolated queen pawn, but here if you take with the e-pawn, you see that the black queen is in a bad spot, because after e takes e4, the rook can slide back to e1, and where is that queen going? There's not much real estate for it, so I actually would take with the pawn here, Danya.
Well, there's definitely not much real estate available here in Paris or New York City, and that was a good Simone Biles reference, but didn't you hear all the Simones and all the groans from the live audience here? Hikaru taking a lot of time on this decision. Even bishop h3 is a candidate move until you realize that black can actually take on c3 and get a kingdom and a horse, just one horse, for that queen. So I think he is deciding between ed and rook d4. Great call, such a mature decision to realize that the e-file, maybe the presence of moves like bishop a3, are making the queen mighty uncomfortable. Not yet, of course. The knight would be lost. Bishop h3, rook e1. Hikaru is in the driver's seat, but does he have anything tangible?
Yeah, great chess from both of them, because g6 was not a move that was on your radar a few turns ago when the bishop b2 had scoped down the diagonal. And here, queen d6, bishop b8, that's a battery that gets you nowhere. It's out of juice, because there's a pawn on g3 blunting that diagonal. There will be no checkmates along the line. So your move a4, that's gained space, also threatens something. In this position, there isn't much threat at all, is there, Danya?
Not really, and Hikaru is trying to kind of maintain the pressure, make improving moves, but black is not sitting around and waiting. Hans has two ways to approach the defensive task here, and he's exploiting both of them. The first is to prepare knight e4 in some cases, which could be a nasty move. The second is to just trade a bunch of pieces. This is the typical prescription. When you're down space and your opponent is putting pressure, he's opened up a line of negotiations, and he can take on e1, slide the other rook to e8, essentially whenever he wants. Hans playing some really high-level maneuvering chess here. We might get the classic here. I don't think Hikaru is coming back to h4, but there it is, knight to e4.
And I think we have that copycat chess. Knight comes into e5. You know, I see what you do. Look pretty good. Why don't I do the same?
You see what I do.
Yeah, the knight takes e4 now. It becomes a threat. If black takes on c3, we're just getting an exchange of pieces. And then white has this knight on e5, which is looking pretty. So I would say from Hans's perspective, the bishop on b7 is the problematic piece. You could foresee endgames where white is better because white will have an active light square bishop compared to black's defensive, passive piece. So small pluses are things you look for here. While f6, I know Benjamin Feingold says never play f6. I wasn't looking at this position, but it does boot that knight backwards.
Yeah, you were talking about Benjamin Button, Benjamin Bach. Benjamin Feingold definitely would have disapproved. But I kind of approve of f6. It does create these long-term weaknesses on the king side, but you're talking about a high possibility of trades. There's a lot of open files. You can get a knight trade right now. You can get a rook trade. So Hans is not too worried about his lack of king safety. I don't know if I would recommend h7, h5, not because it weakens the king, but because it helps the knight get back to e3 and put more pressure on black's main target, which is not the king. It's really the d5 pawn right now.
And I'm looking at the time because James calls it the 17th piece. And
6:56. What's the big deal, man?
Well, the big deal is that Hans is down 25 seconds. And
that kind of
getting even more problematic for him. So we look at this position. It's not easy to find individual moves for black. Yeah, knight d7, things like that come to mind, knight e6 even. But you have to watch out for the f6 pawn. So because you played f6 with your pawn already on g6, there's some loose squares, loose pieces in Black's camp. And okay, speaking of loose squares, that knight just right back to e5. Daniel, I feel like this game is heading in favor of Hikaru, not like by the evaluation bar, but in terms of style.
Yeah, that evaluation bar, I don't know if an earthquake can shift it upward or downward. It's just taking this game off. But Hikaru's knight certainly is not. It's been around the world and then some, and now it parks itself on e5. It might have to keep traveling because knight d7 challenges the knight. I don't really like f4 because it creates kind of an equivalent knight on e4. But look at this move by Hikaru. Not only is he reinforcing the knight, but he is creating now the possibility of f3 when Black's knight will no longer have this escape hatch of trading itself for White's knight. And then this knight can head to f4. This is Capablanca-esque chess by Hikaru.
And Hans is acquitting himself quite nice. This b5 move that opens up a new diagonal for his dark square bishop. Bishop a7 comes to mind, and then knight takes e5 is a possibility. So all of a sudden, b5, it seems like an innocuous move, but it has a covert threat on the queen side just to aim towards the white king. So Danya, the clock still in Hikaru's favor, but both sides are nearing that 1 minute mark. I feel like Hikaru should be feeling confident at the moment. He does play your f3 move, but Hans, he's very tricky and very tactically alert.
And now things do get really tactical because knight takes e5 and bishop a7 is very much potentially in the cards. But then the king could have slid over to f1. Hans maybe should have explored that further. He doesn't have the time for it. He drops the knight back to f6. Nope, that is not a move, which we are going to see. Knight to f4 by Hikaru. Rook takes c1 is the blue arrow. What is the significance of this move, Robert? Why does the rook trade help Black so much? Is it because of bishop a7 here? No, queen b6, and he found it.
Wow, queen b6 was not a move that immediately came to mind, but it makes perfect sense because not only are you threatening to win a piece, the d4 pawn's pinned, but you're threatening to win a pawn if the king moved out the way. So right now, the engine says that's an even position. I don't actually fully believe that. I do think it's slightly easier for white to play for the moment, but that bishop can take on f4 now, the bishop on b8. So Hikaru backs up, and suddenly it's Hans with the upper hand.
Ooh, and the coherence of Hans's defensive play here has been really impressive. b4, a5, he's really doing everything he can to improve this light squared bishop. He's actually improving both of his bishops, and he's actually seizing the initiative. I'm still worried that he's down 20 seconds. The clock keeps sliding down, but now Hikaru is going to invest some time. He's not sure how he can improve his position. Maybe the knight can come back to f4. Then he has to worry about a trade and a rook infiltration. He goes rook d1, kind of clamming up, adopting a defensive posture. Now it's Hans who's pressing the buttons.
And sometimes the best offense is a good defense. And knight c1, knight d3, just regrouping, getting that knight to more active territory. It doesn't look pleasant for white. But what is Black's plan? That's the annoying thing about the sudden. Black's down to 23 seconds, and you want to find like a real punch. But for now, Hikaru's holding everything together. Rook e1, an only move to keep this status quo. But this is chaos ensuing on this board.
It absolutely is. Hans down under 20 seconds. He's played this move f4, trying to induce weaknesses on the king side. G takes f4 is possible. Instead, Hikaru goes g4, drying up the king side, trying to leave this pawn as a long-term target. Maybe the bishop can slide back to f1 to clear the way for White's knight to jump into d3. f4 is going to become a target. Once again, I'm liking White's position despite the eval bar. Let's see what happens here. Seatbelts fastened, folks.
And that bishop on b2 is weak, but so is the bishop on b8. Just not really any open territory for those, but the control of the e-file is the utmost importance, and so is the clock. Hans down to 6 seconds. He's trying to pry open the king side to go after the king on g2, but Black's best move might be queen jumping over knight to h4. That's what you need to do. That's not happening.
Queen d8 to h4 would change this game because that g3 square is juicy. Pieces getting traded. Hikaru trades off the last pair of rooks. He could play queen e1, but I think he wants the queens on the board. It might be Black's king that's weaker than White's. Hikaru drops the pawn, but the game's not over. If the queens get traded, the knight might be stronger than the bishop. I'm also worried about these pawns being locked on dark squares, Robert. Who's playing for a win here?
I think both players in a way are, but I'm looking at Hans. F takes g4, outside pass pawn potential.
And now h4 undermining the pawn. Hikaru's going to have 2 pass pawns. All of Black's pawns are on dark squares. Hikaru should now win this. g6 is coming. A check on b2, forcing the king away. And after g6, I think Hans is busto.
Wow, bishop b2 check was a lovely move there. Hikaru Nakamura wins game 5. Hans resigns, but wow, that was a really close game.
That was a dogfight with so many stages. Felt like Hikaru was playing a Hikaru-esque game. Suddenly Hans took over the initiative, but really the X factor there might have been the clock, right? We saw this in some of Hans's games against Magnus. He's playing well. He's making good, high-quality moves, but when push comes to shove, in these time scrambles, he just cannot quite keep up with the elite.
And Hikaru is the elite in terms of bullet chess. He's a 4-time bullet chess champion. He did lose this past year to Alireza Firouzja. There's really no shame in that. Alireza in the finals tomorrow against Magnus Carlsen, the speed chess championship. And Hikaru has done this in many lines, bringing his king to h8. And for those of you who are wondering why you would move your king before your rooks and connecting those, you want to play for f5 in many of these positions and get off that diagonal. So your king is tucked away in the corner. It's got a blanket in front of it. And now it's time to play f5 to jump into the position and go after the white king.
And we're so used to seeing Black's knight from g8 come out to f6 in the Rui Lopez, but this is why these lines have gotten so popular. f5 is a really exciting idea. It blasts open the king side, and as you're saying, if you play it with the king still on g8, queen b3 check would target the b7 pawn. You have bishop b3 check, and knight g5 is a really nasty idea. Now, this is not to say f5 is now without risk. It still comes with a heavy price tag attached, but Hans knows what's coming, and he's taking some time, I think, trying to figure out, do I want to just start bailing out and trading pieces before f5 catches me unawares?
I think the problem here is that while this position is calm, no pieces traded. So actually, I feel like if we sort of averaged out the first time a piece has been traded, it's in the teens. Like, they have had very late trades in this game, but the problem is his time on the clock. He's down a minute at this stage, and as you just said, Hikaru's been outplaying Hans when they're both down to their remaining seconds, and the reason why is Hans sometimes is down to 5 seconds while Hikaru still has 25.
That's absolutely true. You think you have time for a 1 minute time investment in the 5+1 second, and you do, but you don't want to flirt with your clock against someone like Hikaru, and Hans continues to ponder what he should do. D takes e5 is a move. He could even take Black's knight and then take the pawn on e5. But this is the kind of decision you make if you're seriously concerned about being worse. I'm seriously concerned about him being worse because, Robert, in addition to f5, queen coming out to f6 is what I think Hikaru has his eyes on. He's covering the g5 square because the immediate queen f6 actually would have lost on the spot to bishop g5 followed by d4 to d5.
Nice little queen trap in the center of the board. Instead, we see Hikaru sit in for his first pause of the game, and queen f6 is very natural. The white's knight will jump to g3 and maybe to a square like h5 to pester that queen. It's why we typically don't lead with our queen in attacks, because when our queens are out in front, that means they often get kicked back. So knight h4 Dana, this is a move that loosens white's stronghold of the d4 square. If black got a free turn, knight takes f3, and if the queen took back, then white just loses that central pawn.
What Hikaru might be underestimating is the power of d takes e5 at the right moment. So Hans could take on h4, invite the queen seemingly where it wants to go anyway, and then play the move d takes e5 because black can no longer recapture with the pawn. This bishop on d7, no one's even looking at it. It's irrelevant. No, it's very relevant, but look at Hans instead, keeping the tension, saying, this knight on h4, what knight on h4? Now Hans has got a knight on f3. f5 no longer looks intimidating at all. Black has no firepower on the king side. I think white is slightly better, more space, better central control. The bishop could slide back to b3. Again, Hans is doing a good job in the opening, but again, he's down a minute on the clock. What matters more?
I was going to ask you the same question, so I'm a little upset.
I was going to ask you the same question, so I'm a little upset.
Well, I guess we can be friends once more. But the question about how much value is there to time on the clock when you may sacrifice something in position, I think it's a legitimate one. I think here I would prefer to have the black side because of the time. I don't see any clear targets. I don't see really big weaknesses. So I think Hikaru, he's playing these moves quickly because after all these trades, sure, white is slightly better, but is there that much risk in black's position?
I mean, I would have found queen to d4 there irresistible, hitting the rook on a7, always hoping for a blunder. And in the event of the queen trade, white once again would have gotten an imposing center. But Hans taking the slower approach, he doesn't play with a lot of risk here either. There's only one set of minor pieces, not a lot of potential for crazy explosive tactics. This is the kind of position where you can make a lot of moves fast because the price of a move is not very high. Maybe we'll see Hikaru sliding his queen to g5, creating some bishop takes h3 threats, but that move can be met with f4, and this is what I'm curious about. Is Hans going to play f4? I didn't have to wait long for that answer.
No, you didn't, because Hans, he's uncompromising, sometimes a bit impatient, as many chess players are, but f4, that was a strong decision. Kicking the queen out, e4 to e5 becomes an idea. Look at that bishop on c2, the king on h8. If the queen lines up with the bishop, there will be a checkmating threat. So b4 plays, so he's expanding first on the king side with f4, then on the queen side with b4. The advantage, it is in white's camp, but would you look at this position and say white's that much better?
Well, the more pawns Hans puts on the fourth rank, the better white's position becomes. Something tells me he might refrain from g4 and h4 and c4, but actually c4, that last move, not totally unlikely. Look at black's pieces. The queen and the bishop, they're completely restricted. They're frozen in place. The black queen is not the worst piece in the world. It's controlling some squares, but it doesn't have a lot of lateral mobility. It can't shift over to the king side, which is why I'm looking at a move like queen d3 if I'm Hans, trying to get e5 in as quickly as possible. But there you have to calculate moves like queen f2. He pushes the queen back, but it stays on the diagonal, and queen f2 is still an idea, which is kind of a headache for white.
You could tell that Hikaru's playing a queen b5 here. It looks like the queen gets trapped at bishop d3, but then the queen slides all the way across the board to h5, helps protect the king, also gets near the white king, and the downside of pushing your pawns forward. The plus is you restrict your enemy's pieces. The downside is they're looser. They're overextended. A pawn can't necessarily defend the other pawn. So if you could hold that f4 pawn and bring it back to f3, we're feeling a lot better about our pawn structure. It's healthier. But with that pawn on f4, the e4 pawn becomes a target. So black is going to slide that queen to h5 if it's attacked. Rook e7, rook e8. And actually it's white with the clear problem in the position, whereas black doesn't have a true weakness.
And the queen is such a difficult piece to trap. We see bishop d3 there. Hans could have started with g2, g4. I was going to say maybe I'm speaking too soon, but black had ways to free up the queen. The bishop could have moved back, and then every pawn you're pushing to the fourth rank, its neighboring pawns become weaker, as you're saying, because pawns, they don't move backwards. I feel like I say that at least once per broadcast. I gotta pay homage to all the cliches. How is Hikaru going to go about pressuring these center pawns? There's our answer. He wants to provoke f5. That's going to create pretty disastrous dark square weaknesses and completely end any pawn mobility in the center that Hans still has, and any hopes of e5 that he may still be entertaining. But that move, it's lost a lot of its luster. Black's queen has rejoined society, and I like black's position once again.
I was just looking, and black's made 5 moves with the queen in the last 6 turns, but the queen had to run from the queen side back to the center, and rook e7 followed by rook e8 will be tempting. You do have to look out for e4 to e5. And that move, it's not on the dog for now, but g5, that was completely off my radar.
Wow, Hikaru, he's played positional, he's played solid thus far, but he is someone who keeps you guessing. He wears many hats. And g3 is sort of the automatic reaction for a lot of us, but maybe Hans is thinking about a move like rook f1. Maybe what he needs as he goes under a minute is an endgame that's easier to play. If you think about rook f1 and you imagine that the queens get traded, we might see f7, f5 in that resulting position because the rook on e3 becomes undefended. Some really tough decisions here for Hans, and again, I'm a broken record here, but he's got 40 seconds and he just hasn't shown the ability to stay composed in these situations.
It's looking unpleasant for white at the moment. As you said, g3, rook f1, these are the 2 moves that protect one. f5 seems, I mean, just, you can't even consider that because then black controls all the dark squares.
If I suggested that move with my Russian coach, he would have hung up the phone. That's happened before.
Yeah, of course it is, because it's just antithetical to the position. And so rook f1 is played. I think Hikaru's going to trade everything. Put a rook on e5. No, he plays this f5 move. I thought white could play rook f3.
And whose rook is more undefended? Well, rook takes f5, bishop takes e4 is a double rook endgame. Those get very tactical. Looks like Hans is not really risking all that much. Even with 10 seconds left, he can infiltrate the 7th rank. But rook g7 there keeps everything under control. 5 seconds now for Hans. He's trying to find a way to go after this isolated pawn on h6. Rook g7, Robert? Do we think this is going to be a draw? Hikaru up 2.5 minutes on the clock here.
Well, you don't want to draw for your card because of the clock, but if rook g7, rook f8 check, and that rook trying to slide to b8, you may need to take it in some of these positions. So Hikaru, he's obviously going to be tempted to play on, and that's why he's thinking right now. This is actually very smart speed chess. Instead of just playing the automatic rook g7, he's thinking, well, would that lead to the automatic draw? And if that's the case, maybe he can play, and there it is, rook e2.
Running checkmate there with rook takes g2 and leading to an exchange of rooks. Now the pawn endgame has to be evaluated. Right now the pawn endgame is definitely winning for white because he's got the outside pass pawn that is easily created, and then the classic way of winning is deflect the black king and essentially gobble up all these undefended pawns. So Hans wants a rook trade. Hikaru wants to mobilize those queenside pawns. With 1 second he plays king f4. I'm really worried about Hans here. We know how good Hikaru is at generating chances here.
And look at that. He invites g5 check, and the king g4 intermezzo. If king g6 is h5 his plan?
I think that's his plan. And king h6, rook f6, that king getting tossed about like a piñata. And what's happening here? Where is Hikaru going to go? Is he going to go back to g7 immediately? That c3 pawn is also looking really vulnerable.
Well, he's playing against Hans's clock. That's the big thing right now. We see that Hikaru, a minute and a half on his king f7. He's going to go after the c3 pawn, but rook h7 check is the threat. So rook e4 to c4, but then white has the best pawn on the board. We talk about this so often. That's not just about the quantity, although the quantity may remain level. It's the quality, and white has the most advanced passer.
And given the match situation, Hikaru down, up by 2. Is it worth taking that extra bit of risk? Does it matter as much, or do you repeat moves? You just go king f7 and say, listen, Hans is a very strong GM. He's a good bullet player. He is not going to beat himself, and Black risks losing the game in the line that you mentioned. You can sense the wheels turning. Hikaru, he goes to h7. He can still repeat with king g7. Do you see him playing a move like rook to e7 here? Hans is not going to lose that game, though.
No, it's too passive. That's playing for a loss if you're Hikaru. Rook e7 playing for the time. It's not going to work out with that 1 second increment. So rook g1 check, as you point out, king f5, rook f1, you have to calculate these things. But as you mentioned, the king and pawn game will be winning for white because white has that outermost pawn as a decoy.
And now his time advantage is dwindling with 40 seconds. I'm leaning toward predicting king to g7 here. If there was any way to play without risk, maybe we'll see d4. But again, Hans just has easy moves. He's got a check on f7, waiting in the wings. All of Black's pawns are exposed. Up by 2, no point in taking unnecessary risks here. I think we're going to see a repetition. And maybe he's just bleeding the clock. Maybe he's already decided to play king g7. We know Hikaru is the ultimate master of extracting every additional second off the match clock. And there it is, a draw. And he maintains the 2-point lead, Robert.
Yeah, he did exactly as you foretold. He decided to use some of the match clock, get closer and closer to the shorter time controls. And are we getting this double fianchetto again? The answer clearly is yes.
And once again, Hans has responded in the same way every time with a single fianchetto. We, again, might get some knight h4 action. They are repeating move for move, I think, what we just saw in Hikaru's last white game.
So I don't know what more to say about this. In the previous game, the knight went to h4. It was awkward, but it was very strong because it eventually was able to land, or try to land on the f5 square, I should say. So in this one, d3, a calm setup, nothing traded just yet, 10 moves into the game, and Hans is going in for a think. So he's just trying to change his strategy, but this should play to Hikaru's benefit because he is choosing this for a reason. He feels comfortable in the style of position that we have. So Danya, where is the changeup going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, maybe Hans should try a different opening setup because it does seem like Hikaru is so experienced in these types of positions. He knows where the pieces belong, when to make the knight jump, when to take the pawn on d5. It's something that you develop not by reading a book, not by learning a course, but just by playing hundreds, maybe thousands, or in Hikaru's case, probably tens of thousands of games in the same structure. We see Hans kind of making these non-committal moves, now going for a concrete decision. Bishop to a3. Oftentimes, white tries not to allow this because of how good the dark-squared bishop is. In this case, though, we might see Hikaru trading on a3, deflecting Black's queen to an awkward square, and then opening up the center. But Hikaru starts with c takes d5, and maybe that gives Hans a chance to take on b2. No, Hans simply recaptures on d5. We might get that trade on a3. Maybe White's bishop is going to shift out to h3, pinning the knight on d7. We saw Hikaru do this in the previous white game. He's doing it again. Bishop h3. Now he's inviting Hans's rook to move away from c8, but that's going to expose the c7 pawn. So you can see just despite the unimposing facade of White's position, despite the fact that Black has better center control, Black has a lot of squares that he needs to babysit. And again, Hikaru pushes the pawn up to d4. Now we got more of a traditional Carlsbad structure, Robert. And once again, I'm just liking White's position a little bit more here.
The nuances, right? The bishop on h3 is better than the bishop on b7. The knight on d7, it's stuck because that pawn on d4 outclasses it. A pawn 3 squares away for a knight often dominates it, and here that's very much the case. And there's the superfluous knights, as the late, great Jeremy Silman would talk about. The knight on d7, knight on f6. They're kind of fighting for the same square, and as you're pointing out, the white knight can reroute itself into the action.
The White's knights are maneuvering beautifully, and they never seem to get in each other's way. Knight e2 would be the tempting move for me. Obviously, Black is likely to respond with c7, c5, creating some central tension. Anything else catching your eye, Robert? Knight h4 is likely going to be met with g6. We sometimes see knight h4 and then the knight coming back to f3 if you think g6 is a serious weakness. But I don't think it's worth spending a tempo on that. Hans, he doesn't play c5. He tries to stay solid with c6, but he's cramped and his position is just uncomfortable. And there's no clear plan here for Black.
More fun to play Hikaru's position, that's for sure. The knight f4 can drop back to d3 and maybe up to e5 at some point. Also, White can expand on the queen side. a4 is an idea in some positions. Try to go a5, a4, b4 play with a pawn minority attack. We see this in Carlsbad structures, which isn't quite this, but it resembles it. And Hikaru's playing very quickly, Danya. It seems like he feels at home in this position.
Yeah, it's a Carlsbad structure for White. It's more like Carl's good structure for White. And that knight on e5, that's definitely going to be pretty Carl's good. Pawn on c6 is going to be under fire, but now we get a version of a question nobody likes to ask themselves. Which rook do I put on d1? Well, similar to that, which knight do you put on e5? Hikaru says, I'm kicking the can down the road. b4, fixing the pawn on c6 and preventing c5.
And a4, a5 becomes a more legitimate idea. That pawn on b6 is what's preventing the white knight on d3 from entering the black position. And that bishop on b7, it's really a pawn at the moment. It has to go back to c8 at some turn, but it's not easy to do with the c6 pawn being so loose.
Well, I think you wish it were a pawn. If you could play b6 to b7, that might even be worth sacrificing the bishop. I'm just kidding, of course. Good call, Robert. a4. Just notice the way Hikaru is using every inch of the board. He put the bishop on h3. Now he makes a move on the opposite side of the board. He wants to go a5, as you said, weakening the c5 square. And it's the collection of small victories for white. That's how you win a game positionally. Nothing big, nothing cataclysmic has happened. Black has just lost a lot of these small battles. When you lose too many of them, you end up losing the war. And right now, he is losing this game because knight comes to e5. The other knight has a beautiful spot on c5. Ugh.
Yeah, the c6 pawn is tender. If you could pick up a black knight and put it on c4, we'd be talking about a very different type of game. And that's because black has an outpost there, but a knight can't reach there very easily. And what do you
start saying, like, I really want to make this illegal move, and then I really want to make this other illegal move, that's a pretty bad sign for your position.
Yeah, it is, but that's what black's position looks like to me. And I often say the side that controls the pawn breaks is the side with the advantage. And look at pawn breaks on the king side now. You can play h4, you can play f4, you can play g4. You can just throw all your pawns up the board because black's pieces are stuck on the queen side. They're passive. There are pawns in front of them. And if we talk about open lines, the c-file is semi-open. White has an open line all the way up to c6. And look at black's rook on c7. It's just passively defending that pawn. And look at Hikaru go. He said, the end game will still be much better for me. I think Hans did the right thing. He wants a knight on d6 up to c4, but it's clear, Danya, white is the side for choice.
Yeah, and semi-open files, it's like getting a cookie when your sibling doesn't get one. They taste a lot better than when your opponent can partake. And now the decision for Hikaru, do you trade queens? This is often the hardest part of the conversion process. You've done everything right. You've gotten all the squares, but you need to make that final push. You need to convert your advantage into something tangible, either an attack. In this case, probably material advantage, because Hans is very likely to start dropping some pawns pretty soon. Don't do this at home. Don't do this unless you're a professional. Hikaru sliding his queen into b6. Black would love bishop b7, a7, just to add to our theme here. But I am getting more and more concerned here as the knight's dropping into c5. In black's position, you can just feel it creaking and crumbling.
Rook c2, rook c1, some very natural moves for white, just to pile up maximum pressure on that black c6 pawn. And I've learned something new about you, Donna. You're a mean brother. I always liked it when my siblings also got to eat the sweets. So
I think my brother's watching this broadcast right now, so man, you're sabotaging me here.
You sabotaged yourself, buddy.
I agree.
Well, that queen on b6, it's not sabotaging white's position. It's safe there, right? It's very difficult to move that bishop from b7. If you move to a8, you drop a6. If you move to c8, you drop c6. So it doesn't actually seem like black has any easy moves right now. What would you do here? Would you play knight d7, trying to trade off at least that pesky knight on e5?
I'm at a loss, and I think Hans is as well. I mean, if you could go knight e8 and f6 maybe to push this knight off of e5, I think that's one move too many, because knight e8, it can run into bishop takes e4. And by the way, Hikaru also could play f3 and just kick this knight off of e4. He doesn't even have to trade it. And Hans, you could just see him piling all the defensive firepower he has to make sure that a6 and c6 are protected. Because if either of those pawns fall, he's just screwed immediately.
It's one of these positions where a student gets it and like white must be winning and tries to sacrifice something or end the game on the spot. But there is no knockout. F3 kicks the knight to g5, knight goes to f4, and you see that it's still in favor of white. So I'm ignoring that question mark. I feel like it's harsh. White's position is still clearly good. And practically speaking, Danya, up a minute plus on the clock with control of every vital square, you have to like white's position. And okay, now there's some knight takes d7, queen takes, there's knight takes d5 in that position. The rook on c7 was loose.
Ooh, some tactics action possible there. Hikaru has also maintained a 1-minute time advantage this entire time, which is really impressive because converting is a time-consuming process. But the queen drops back to c5. Hans has sort of beaten back the first wave of attack, but Hikaru has kept all of the fundamental positional advantages here. Knight to e6, very tempting, but maybe that single bishop endgame not to his liking. f5. Desperate situations call for desperate measures, but knight g5 to c4 might become a legal move pretty soon.
At last. If that knight can get to c4, black suddenly breathes a slight sigh of relief, but the side that controls the pawn breaks is the side we tend to prefer. h4 followed by e4 will be available, and that way you're just trying to chisel and open up more lines for the white pieces. But rook c1 takes c6, like sacrificing the exchange, is also something we should consider.
That's one of the hardest parts of converting an advantage. It's transforming it. It's being comfortable with essentially saying, yeah, I love my position, I like everything about it, but I'm going to try to take this advantage and convert it into something else. He starts with e4, Robert. You did a bit of a double take. What's Hikaru seeing here? Is he going to sack a pawn to get rid of Black's knight? That does not seem too convincing, because that bishop on b7, I mean, it's solid as a rock. It can eventually get involved through c8. Maybe he's playing for Hans's clock again as he gets down under 30 seconds.
Black has 3 pieces staring at the square. White only has 2, but it forces Black to take with a knight on e4. So it'll be great knight for White against very poor bishop for Black. So he's saying it's worth a pawn. And Hans, I mean, he's using all of his remaining time. He takes on e4. This position we could have predicted 20 seconds ago. And as you're highlighting there, 96 to c5. And if king g8's your only move, yikes.
Well, he found it. And he found king h8 against Magnus yesterday. He lost that game in the end due to Magnus's wizardry. But what a cold-blooded response, making sure that knight e6 doesn't come with check. That gives him a tempo to do what, Robert, if knight e6 happens?
There's some rook e8 ideas, and the knight gets pinned because there's pins on the d file. And
Speaking of knights getting pinned.
There it is. But what if the white king goes up to e3? I feel like White controls every square in this position.
And knight e6, Hikaru finding the right time to do it. Not yet, because that rook from f8 could have gotten involved. Hans still keeping everything under control other than his clock. He's down to 6 seconds. He's up a pawn. Will we see Hikaru take it, or will he use this as an umbrella to basically keep his king away from any possible checks?
There's no rush to take it. I guess Black could play bishop f5 at some point to protect it, but the bishop
stopped raining five hours ago. No umbrella necessary.
Gosh. Oh, but look at this. It's another umbrella. That king is safe on d4, and even though Black is up a pawn, Black is losing because White is far more active.
And finally, Hikaru finds a way to break through. The a6 pawn might be the deciding factor here after all. The c6 pawn is long gone. Finally, you can gang up on that pawn. You can take it right now. You could bring the other rook to the 6th rank. The patience has been really impressive here, but one last bit of accuracy required. Hans desperately trying to get active.
Well, rook f6 check forces the king to g file. King e7 gets mated.
Oh.
Rook c to e6. That would be a pretty nasty checkmate to see on the board. And otherwise, I feel like Hikaru has a choice. Does he move the rook first? Does he move his knight? He goes back to h3. There's no h6, so g5 is dropping.
That knight it needs to be paid overtime. It could have gone back to f2 if necessary. Now you can go up to g5, back to f4. Now it's a perfect outpost. Take that pawn already, Hikaru.
He could take and then go back to the c file. It's why he didn't take it earlier.
Rook e4 wins.
Knight e6 is the threat.
And if rook c4, king takes d5.
You've been doing your puzzle rush. I saw you doing that before the show.
What a win.
What a win indeed. Hikaru Nakamura moves to 5 points to 2 for Hans Niemann. And Hikaru, he needed to be crisper, said Magnus when he was on the show. And it feels like that game was as crisp as it gets.
I mean, a lot of people are here on site watching from home for entertainment purposes. This has been plenty entertaining. That game was also plenty instructive. Maybe Hikaru's best positional game, maybe his best game of these live SEC finals thus far. That was really well done.
And now we're back to where we left off. I mean, Hikaru keeps playing this from the Black side. Hans had a slight advantage in their game a couple ago, and now f6. So this is that Hikaru Nakamura candidate's preparation. It looks very weird, that pyramid pawn structure, c7 to e5 and g7 to e5. But Danya, the light squares, those feel like they're whites for the taking, and yet this is a justified opening. The engine backs it up.
Well, I thought I saw Hikaru in front of the Louvre. There's that there's that big pyramid there, so he's taking some inspiration. But against Jan Nepomniachtchi in the candidates, right, he was orienting toward the d6, d5 pawn break. I think that f5 is the more natural pawn break. This is what he's going for. But again, very cagey chess. Hikaru is not forcing anything. He likes the position to be closed. But he also needs to do something, because rook d1 is coming. The pawn on d6 is tender. And Hans is definitely not waiting for Hikaru to choose a pawn break. h5 essentially traps the knight and leads to a disastrous loss of a pawn.
It's those superfluous knights, once again. The knight on e7, it takes the path, the retreat from the knight on g6. And so h5 is a big threat. Oh, gosh. Yeah, that is how sometimes I play and regret it as soon as I do it. But now h5 can be played.
And then h6?
Exactly. You just use that pawn as a battering ram. You just go right after the black king. You're prying open the dark squares. And if h6 is played and black plays, say, g5, you're definitely thinking about sacrificing a piece on the square.
Oh, absolutely. And I might not even be thinking about that sack. I might be doing it and then regretting it later. But we saw Alireza winning a game against Hikaru with that pawn on h6 that creates these long-term attacking potential. As Hans makes a more cagey, more patient move with knight h4, maybe he thinks that h6 by Hikaru is impossible due to bishop takes h6. Maybe he's also right about that. But Hikaru says, you took your eyes away from the center for a second. I'm going to make you regret it.
And this is how you typically defend against a flank attack. You strike back in the center, and g6 is the only move. It's also a very natural move. g5, bishop takes g5. That looks too scary, even if it didn't work, but it does, that you wouldn't play it. So g6 makes perfect sense. What else could Hikaru be considering here? Because I don't know if I would even think about a single other move.
Knowing Hikaru, he's looking at moves like knight g8. I've seen him play these types of moves against me. It's not that we've ever played. Maybe he wants to ignore the situation on the king side, pretend his king is perfectly safe. I don't find either of these options appealing. Maybe in a bullet game, is maybe he worried about something after g6? Bishop g5 there is no longer effective. I'm pretty surprised.
He's just seemingly wasting a lot of time at this point. It's not to waste the overall match clock, excuse me. And we know with his experience, he finds those moments where I can just sit and waste that match clock, tick, tick, tick. We'll get closer and closer to the eventual bullet and the end of the match. But here it seems like he's really thinking. He stared up. Like he just looked at the ceiling.
Whoa!
And he goes G5.
And I was going to pull up an analysis board and show why this loses. Maybe Hans Niemann will show us why this loses, or Hikaru will show us why it doesn't. But if we bring up an analysis board anyway, just to quickly show why the other knight could not have gone to G6, it's because the queen, that's all the attacking force you need as it zigzags its way toward the lolly mate. Obviously, Hikaru puts the other knight on G6. Now the G7 square is defended. But Robert, I saw a move like e takes D5, and I stopped calculating because just look at black's center. It's getting pulverized, and white has plenty of attacking firepower. Hans, he starts with a check on F6, and he goes for a different approach. He takes on G6. Knight takes is impossible, so Hikaru takes back with the H-pawn. But was it necessary to clarify the situation, and doesn't that make black's defensive task just a little bit easier now? E takes D5, C takes D5, and then queen F7 is possible? Yeah, that's a weirdly impulsive decision by Hans there to give that check on F6.
It's much easier to defend this from the black side because the H7 square is a square the king could actually jump forward to in some of these positions to protect the G6 pawn. So yes, E takes D5, we see that's the only move that keeps the advantage for white, but the advantage, even if it's played, is quite slight. And the players, they don't think in terms of, am I 0.9 better? They think, is this attack going to work? Do I have a bailout option? And after bishop takes D5, there is bishop takes G6, that actually is getting closer and closer to the black king. But one idea that black may have in some positions down is rook d6. Like, that is going to be a nice saving move along the 6th rank.
That was excellently spotted by you. I'm just going to show one very cool idea. If instead Hikaru had tried queen f7, let's get the queen trade in. There was this move, probably other winning moves, but queen g7 check is just a cool trick after the trade. Both minor pieces are hanging, so that was out of the question. But let's get back to the game. Bishop d5, rook e5, and queen f7. Now, very effective. We can see the dark squared bishop. All hands on deck here for Hikaru. I'm still terrified for his king safety. I'm looking at moves like knight h5. If I'm Hans, he needs to stay hands-on in this attack. And he's also got a lot of pawns, a lot of pawns for the sacrifice piece, Robert. Important not to forget that. He doesn't need to burn all of his bridges. I'm procrastinating because I'm trying to count how many pawns he has. I think it's 3.
You are correct. There's 3 pawns, but there's one pawn that's great in the attack, but bad later in the game. It's that h6 pawn. You went to highlight it. You know exactly where I was going. Because with the queen's off the board, and say the rook's getting traded as well, black will king h7, king takes h6. This is why we tell newer players especially not to overextend pawns. It's great for the attack. It threatens queen g7 checkmate if you can distract the black queen. But if the heavy pieces come off, immediately black will go and capture that pawn.
And the h6 pawn could be bad in the middle game for another reason. It's something you pointed out. The black king now has a hiding spot on h7. Again, it's like the umbrella. If this pawn didn't exist, it wouldn't be great here, but it would also have prevented the black king from escaping through the h file, because that file would have been wide open. So what is Hans deciding between? Obviously, he can drop the queen back. He's definitely not going to take on f7 unless he feels the attack is really fizzling out. Knight h5. I keep looking at that move. It's kind of cute, but I think queen g5 is kind of better than that, because rook e7 is a threat, and Hikaru cannot hold on for a single second. Knight e6, Robert, and rook takes e6.
Well, rook takes e6 does make sense. At first, I was like, what is that? But the point is that you want to take on g6 next and go right after the black king. I think the tricky part about this variation is rook e6.
Let me put this on the board.
Let's analyze this. Queen takes 6 and bishop takes g6. It looks like the black king just slides away. So where is
bishop f5 maybe first? And you spotted that well before me. But let's say I go queen to d6. And Hans has found rook e6.
Oh, my goodness. Will he find the follow-up? Because this looks, I mean, like black is about to hold, but there could be some bishop f7 with bg7 mate coming and knight f5 bringing more firepower into the action. This is just not easy to go forward. Let's go to the live game.
Yes.
If we can.
And he's found both of these moves.
I mean, Hans, when he is in the flow, he is such an incredible player.
And bishop f5, this is the double exclam move. The computer's wrong, because if he had taken on g6 immediately, in this very position, the black queen would have been on e6 instead of on d6, and you wouldn't have had the ability to jump the knight into the attack with tempo. This is what Grandmaster level attacking chess boils down to, Robert. And he found knight f5. Can he find the finishing touch? That cherry on top of the Shirley Temple. What is it? How do you finish this? Rookie 1?
This is exactly where, when you see the engine, it can be misleading. Because it says +5. It looks like white's winning. It's sky high. But then you have to find the knockout. Rookie 1 looks like a great move. Bring that last piece into the attack. As you're pointing out, knight e7, move the bishop away from g6. Get a knight to g6. But you start seeing ghosts sometimes in these positions, like rook d7. You're covering the 7th rank. And he plays knight e7, and the engine doesn't like it.
And queen e5. This is what Hans is so attracted by. But that bishop on a7, I pointed out a long time ago, it has lain dormant for so long. Is it time for it to join the defense? It does slice off the rook on a8. Maybe Hikaru can take on e7. That looks way too terrifying. It helps white's rook in it. He does play bishop e8. Oh, queen f6.
Oh, that deserves a triple exclam.
A queen sacrifice, a deflection, and a back rank mate. And it was important that he sliced off the rook.
Wow, that was a sick game from Hans Niemann. He gave up a piece, he gave up an exchange, he gave up his queen at the end, delivering the knockout blow. That was sick.
And I don't want to hear any computer Andy saying, well, 97 brought the evaluation bar down. Yeah, there was some crazy computer defense. So he sacked a rook, he sacks the queen to finish the attack. That was just chef's kiss right there by Hans. And that may be what he needed. He doesn't tie the match, he's still down by 2. But it's a confidence boost.
It's one of those games that you feel like it should be worth 2 or 3 points. Like, this match should be tied because he just won with that kind of win. It's the best win we've seen of the match overall. And yet Hikaru, he's been more consistent. He's still up 5-3. So to credit Hans, that was sick. But to credit Hikaru, he still leads by 2 points.
I was going to say, I think the fans would agree that was probably worth 2 points. But you know who wouldn't feel that way? Hikaru Nakamura.
Well, Hikaru resigned, and sometimes he plays those games out, he lets his time elapse, but he just didn't want to see that position anymore. And as we look at the overall counter, there's just under 7 minutes left. This is likely our final game of the 5+1. You know how badly Hikaru wants to win this game to balloon the lead back to 3.
It's all about momentum. We saw in Hikaru's first match, Alireza was so good at the end of the segments, right? Realizing the gravity of taking it into the next time segment with a nice cushion. Hans has changed his setup completely. I said he might want to try to change his setup. He's fianchettoed now the other bishop. Queen f1. What language are they speaking here on this board?
Yeah, this is the second game that we've seen Hikaru brings queen back to f1. He wants to probably play h3, go after this bishop on f5. He can also play knight h4 at some moment. So he's trying to chase the bishop without allowing the black bishop into h3. g5, as you point out, it's weakening on one hand, but it also makes a lot of sense just to push your pawns forward.
I wasn't looking at this. I'm going to do what you sometimes do and cut the board in half, and not even in half. C file through the A file. Nothing's happening there, but both players seem to be, I don't know what they're doing. How do I characterize these two
waiting
moves?
game.
Okay, it's a waiting game.
And, if that knight moves from c6, white plays b4. So there is some expansion on the queen side possible for both sides. Black can play for b5 as well, but I was not looking at that side of the board either. I'm being honest with you.
Okay, I hope the players are now looking at the other side of the board. The reason I was pointing out g5, not just because it opens up an escape score for the bishop, but also because if white ever plays h3, the g-pawn could have inched forward to g4. Now the bishop comes on to g4, trying to get Hikaru to play f3. He says, nope. He is trying to get his knight into e4 to eventually get access for the other horsey to the d5 square. Hans says, nope. And there's b4. You called it.
I actually preferred rook d1 to b1. I know he put on the e file. You typically want a piece in the center, but I was anticipating the queen side opening up. In d5, it's a move that, it's very committal here. You're giving away key squares. For example, knight b3 to c5 at any moment. Give me that c5 square. And black can't keep a pony out of there because b6, that's not really available. The a6 pawn is tender. So I really like Hikaru's position all of a sudden, and Hans needs to be very careful.
And Hans was hoping that Hikaru would take everything on d5, and then you would get kind of an English structure with weak white targets on d3 and b4. Hikaru has no need to force the matters, because now d takes c4 invites white's knight onto c4, e5 becomes dreadfully weak. It feels like something's going to give here, Robert. Knight b6 forks the queen and the pawn. Maybe b5 can be considered as well. This is not going to hold, I think, for Hans. Bishop A3 even, but he goes for the simplest option, knight B6. It wasn't the best, but it looks pretty darn good.
Yeah, it's one of these moments where it changes the evaluation slightly, but still in white's favor. So queen goes back to D8. You could take this pawn on D5 with your knight. But after the exchange of pieces, the B4 pawn does drop. So Danya, in these positions, I think knight put bishop A.
Knight C2, though. He's going to recapture the exchange.
Because after bishop F8, you can take back on F8. The fork still exists, and it's a great example of not capturing too soon, releasing that tension.
Magnus alluded to this. Sometimes Hikaru's timing has been a bit off. He's taken a long time when normally he plays on instinct. And when you have to pause and consider the options, he sometimes has played instantly and then regretted it once the smoke clears. Hans is going to recapture one of these rooks, whichever one is available. He's going to have the connected passers. The less pieces on the board, the more significant connected passers on the queen side become.
That's true, because pawns in the center, they restrict pieces. If pieces are gone, there's nothing to restrict. But that pawn on D5 is quite valuable. The bishop on G2 defends it. Sometimes you flick in D6 to open up the bishop to the full scope of the diagonal and hit that B7 pawn. And, I mean, Donnie, when I look at this, I see the evaluation bar. It's even. He plays D6. He rushed it. This is what my coaches call the 20% rule, that at least 20% of the time, approximately that, you're going to push your pawn to the 6th rank. And here it was just too soon, and clearly it's not an approved of move.
I mean, that was a pretty good insight from your coach. If only you could share more pieces of wisdom. But D6, trying to iron out the bishop situation. Bishop C8 by Hans, so he feels these pawns are so valuable that it's worth kind of mangling his coordination just to save them. But my tactical senses are starting to tingle here. Maybe the knight can come out to E4. That knight can be pushed away with F5. What do you see here, Robert?
Well, knight E4 definitely is tempting, but the D6 pawn, it's under attack twice. So even there, you can take one of the rooks, play bishop takes D6. Maybe rook B1 is a move to consider because, well, I'm just going right after this B7 pawn. And as you're pointing out, there are some maybe possibilities where you take right away, but I wouldn't want that knight hopping around, so I'm just going to take back on E1 with the queen.
Yeah, I was looking at knight takes E1, bishop takes B7, but no, the knight can simply evacuate where it came from. Back to C2, Hans plays B5, bishop C6 looks very tempting, but none of these one-move tricks, one-move threats are doing anything. Hans, his pieces are all on the 8th rank except his king. It's the most active piece on the board, but look at how nicely they're protecting all of the critical squares. Hikaru's losing D6, and he doesn't have anything to show for it.
No, I was just looking, and there's just under 2 minutes left in the 5-minute plus 1 second increment time control. And rook E6, he's just gathered this pawn, and as you're showing, the knight can protect it for 1 turn. F5 kicks it back. So black is going to be up in material, and if we're just being frank here, it seems like Hans is outplaying Hikaru in these last 2 games.
The moment it becomes chaotic, the moment it gets to head-to-head combat, the center opens up, it feels like Hans, previous game for sure, this game he's been tactically a little bit sharper, which does explain Hikaru's opening choice. How does Hikaru generate compensation? He's got like a move, maybe 2, to coordinate his pieces. Once D6 falls, you're also going to have to deal with a weakness on D3. And we called it, knight jumps to C5. Maybe to B7 is where it wants to go, at least eliminating black's bishop pair.
That was very clever from Hikaru. Just to see, queen A5 is sick. I mean, you're pinning the rook, but he's okay, D3 not captured, and this is an example of Hans prioritizing his passed pawns over stealing more material. Because when you take pawns, you open files. Queen takes D3, invites rook D1. That rook is going to try to get to D7, and the black king would be in the line of fire. So both sides just played those last few moves quite well. I would say that Hikaru has quite decent chances to survive, and he'll throw an H4 at the right moment, try to play H5, and he's going to try to weaken black's control of the light squares because only white has a light square bishop.
And that's the thing. I'm not sure who benefits in the event of a queen trade. Hans kind of wants a queen trade because the passed pawns are going to become more significant. You could argue if Hikaru can trade the queens and the rooks and blockade these pawns, which happens, maybe he earns drawing chances, but maybe Hikaru wants to keep the queens on the board because he feels that he can generate counterplay down the C file using H4, H5, as you mentioned, carving out some light squares. This is a 3-result game, and if this gets down to a time scramble, black's king could start feeling really uncomfortable. H4, is it the order of the day, Robert?
Looks like a good move. This is officially the last game of the 5-minute plus 1 second increment time control. So for Hans, if he can get the win, he'll be only down 1 point heading into the shorter time control. So H5 played, stopping white's main idea, and queen B5. A queen trade is offered. So sometimes, even if you're down 2 to 3 pawns, you can make a draw with opposite colored bishops on the board, but Hikaru wants none of that. He wants to go for the black king, and I think it's the right idea. It looks losing to trade, especially when you have 30 seconds on your clock.
Look at the time situation. I was about to say Hans is down 2 minutes. No, he's up 2 minutes this time, so the shoe's on the other foot. You're supposed to go e4, turning the tables. You don't grab this juicy little morsel on d3 because it probably loses to rook d1. e4 is so... What do you even call that move? It's so...
Well, it's just such a ridiculous
Such a good move.
You're handing white a pawn in the center and opening the bishop, but here comes the rook. So that's why he wanted e4, because that way the white king would have been in danger. But Danya, rook c7, that threatens to win the game for white. So queen b4 offering the queen j. Can you trade and play rook b1 here?
You absolutely can. That was sort of a desperate move by Hans, because rook c7, Alireza tweeted nui nui yesterday, night night. Rook c7 was night night to the black king. Now it's night-night to one of these pawns, maybe both of them. No, just to one of them.
Well, bishop d5, you can just protect this rook, and then bishop d1 as well if rook a3 is played. So Hikaru doesn't really risk that much on the board, but his clock is doing him no favors. If there's tension that remains here, he could find himself in trouble. But Hikaru, he's a 4-time bullet chess champion for a reason.
Man, that would be such a big save for Hikaru. We said a win would propel him forward, but if you're losing, you save a game, you keep the lead, you like your chances. This is suddenly getting sharp again as the rook keeps harassing the black king, now gets behind the black pawn. Is Hans now going to play for Hikaru's clock? Can he take on d3 and try to get to d2?
Uh-oh, that's not going to be good for white. f2 falls, you're in big trouble here, but he allows it, so it's still equal apparently, but this is starting to look really bad for white.
He's going to lose f2, likely with check. Hans doesn't even rush to take it. The king has to hide on h3. Could get mated there with a bishop on g1. Bishop takes f2, hits the bishop on d5, and might be night-night for white.
Wow, this is Hikaru Nakamura struggling under the duress of time trouble. Bishop g1, rook h2, checkmate.
What do you do?
Is the threat, and here it comes. Bishop g1. You have to play g4, I guess, just to survive.
HG and bishop h2 is mate.
He resigns. So Hikaru Nakamura resigns. Hans Niemann now has 4 points. So Hikaru still has the lead, but the last 2 games have gone Hans's way.
The queen sacrifice is what started it. It gave him the confidence to put pressure with the black pieces. Hikaru had an advantage in this last game. Then we thought he came back and was going to draw, overpressed, and Hans managing his time, using his confidence to squeeze this lead down to a single point. All things considered, not a bad first 90 minutes for Mr. Niemann.
What a difference a day makes and a different opponent might make. Hikaru Nakamura has the lead, so we shouldn't pretend otherwise. But Hans Niemann, right in the thick of this match, he is now down 5-4. He trailed by 3 points, but suddenly it's a 1-point match. And Hikaru Nakamura, you see him reacting there. He can't believe it. But Hans, he was sweating earlier, but now it is a close match. Just 1 point separates these two, and Hikaru Nakamura will have to find his form once more. It hasn't been crisp like it was at the start. He currently is leading by a point, Danya, but he needs to play better, unlike some of the games that we just saw in recent times.
It started really well for Hikaru. He was able to propel the game in a positional direction. He played that absolute positional masterclass, the c5 square, the a6 pawn. We remember that. But what I think is on top of most people's memory, other than the need for a coffee and bathroom break, is that queen f6 move, which capped off a beautiful attacking game by Hans Niemann. It was the first of 2 victories that allowed him to slice the lead down to 1. And it is the subject of our first game review. Hans had the white pieces. This is the penultimate game of the 5-minute segment. And it starts, like many others, with a Rui Lopez. Hans deviating from the Italian, his trusty pet opening, and going for Hikaru's candidate prep. This bishop c5 cagey line that Hikaru has shown a great predilection for ever since his game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Now the game starts off in pretty standard fashion. Hikaru builds this inverted pawn triangle. We get a maneuvering phase of the game. c6, the center remains closed. Hans, h4, really signaling his intentions and threatening h5, kind of forcing Hikaru into a tailspin. We were expecting h6, but instead Hans activates his knight through the side of the board, and the critical moment came in this very chaotic, very tense position. We were fully expecting g6. Black is worse, but the situation is manageable. Instead, Hikaru full send, invites the bishop sacrifice on g5. Hans says, I am picking up the gauntlet, threatening several very nasty checks, but Hikaru, he gets his knight involved. Queen f6 check, a move that we were critical of, and suddenly looks like black might mount a successful defense. But Hans, some very mature decision-making. He takes on e5, he keeps the queens on the board, and now the fun part begins. Knight to e6 is a mistake from Hikaru. He should have preferred rook e8, fighting for control of the all-important e-file. We'll see just how important that file becomes momentarily. Rook takes e6 is the first brilliant move, but in this position, it looks like bishop takes g6 is automatic, and after king h8, white doesn't have all that much to show for the sacrificed rook. Instead, bishop f5 is the brilliant follow-up, first using the pin against the g-pawn to force the queen onto an awkward square. Now bishop takes g6, forces the king away, and the difference is that you can involve the knight with tempo. Knight f5 hits the queen. The queen has to maintain contact with the f6 square. The final piece joins the attack, and now the cherry on top. After knight e7, rook d6 was an impossible defensive chance for Hikaru. He misses it. And after knight takes d5, rook takes d5, the final brilliant move, a deflection sacrifice. Either you decline it and get mated with a pawn, or you accept it and get mated up a queen and a rook. Rook e8 is a beautiful back rank mate. Hans slices lead down to 2. He wins the final game. Down to 1 goes Hikaru's lead, but Hans still trails with 4 points to 5. What a first 90 minutes of the consolation match, Robert. This was awesome.
What a game that was. What a review that was by you, Danya. And it was so needed from Hans. So when you see that knockout there, then he follows up with a second consecutive win. Do you feel like Hans is really back in this and believes in himself?
He definitely believes in himself. He can be down 38 points and still believe in himself. But he feels pumped up. He feels like he can win several different ways. At the same time, Hikaru is a professional. He's got the most experience of anyone here. He's won the SCC, and he's done it many different ways. He's faced setbacks before. He still has an extra point. I think he feels pretty happy, all things considered, and he really needs this break. I think he's going to use it to press that reset button and reevaluate some opening decisions and come back fresh. We'll see what happens in this next big hour.
Well, Hikaru is wounded. He lost 2 games in a row at the end there, but he still leads by a score of 5-4, so he should be happy about that. We are heading to a break. The players, they get to rest for a little bit, but there's very little rest in a match of this tense. When we return, we are back to Danny, Levy, and Canty in the arena.
Looking to deck out your closet this fall, or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store. Literally. Never forget that it's always chess o'clock somewhere, with clocks in a brand new colorway. And keep your mouse speed on point with a classic green or bubblegum pink mouse pad. Oh, Mittens wants to say something too. She says, check it all out at chess.com/shop. And yeah, you might want to do what Mittens says.
You are the oldest participant in the event, so let's just address the elephant in the room. You know, as far as chess goes, it's becoming a younger and younger game. All these prodigies, 12, 13, a couple of the participants here are, I don't know what they are, but maybe let's say 20 and 21 years old, but you have all the experience. You're still number 2 in the world, and you've got the experience both online and offline. How does that play a role in your approach to the semifinals?
Yeah, you know, I think everywhere is a little bit different, but coming here to Paris, we already spoke about how I played the Grand Chess Tour, but actually the first major international competition I ever played was in France. It was in Cannes all the way back in 1997, before either Alireza or Hans were even born. So yeah, I'm reminded pretty much every day when I travel of sort of like these ancient, you know, bygone memories from a different time. I think certainly having the experience, having played in many events over the years, and certainly the Speed Chess Championship, that does play a role. I think the most important thing is to avoid tilt, and I've done that very well for the most part in the Speed Chess Championship. Certain other events, you know, it happens a little bit more, but the experience can't be underestimated. I think that's why I've always done so well in the Speed Chess Championship.
Let's talk about what everybody wants to talk about, which is Hans Niemann. You've had a long career, you've had rivals, but generally in chess everything is relatively peaceful, and I wouldn't say anybody goes at one another like they do in any traditional, more combative sport, physically or otherwise. With Hans, it's not like that. He doesn't back down from saying whatever he wants about you, especially over the last year. Does that fuel you? Does that change the way you approach a match, a potential match, let's say, here in Paris or just in general? Do you like that, or do you prefer, you know, the other approach to having rivals?
Yeah, I mean, I think times change and people change. And I would say for myself, certainly when I was younger, I'd look at myself along the same vein of Hans, somebody who really used like sort of being disliked, being a bad boy of chess to my advantage as sort of the fuel and the fire to get better. But as I've gotten older, I've mellowed out a lot, and I look at life quite a bit differently. So I don't really look at it that way. I don't think that it's something that, like, I look at it as like it gives me motivation. It's more just I try to chill and, you know, go with the flow. I think when you make content creation, especially as opposed to being just solely a professional player, you learn to stop taking yourself so seriously. And I think for myself, now that I'm in that phase, you know, I listen to some of the things things Hans says, I mean, I think they're somewhat misguided. But I also let it roll right off my back. I don't really think about him that much. I'm sure he thinks about me a lot more than I do. Yeah, it's a style he has. I think, though, that being said, you can only use sort of hatred or dislike or have, the me against the world attitude. It will only take you so far. At some point, you have to be a little bit more practical. And again, I would even say for myself, I think I got to 2,700 pretty much with that attitude, but you have to make certain changes. And I think that, sooner or later, I assume Hans will mellow out. He's had a huge jump. He's quite high in the rankings now. But I will say, I think that attitude is only going to get you so far.
Halftime here, day 2 of the 2024 Speed Chess Championship from Paris. The beautiful Seine River and the Louvre right there. Walked across that bridge more than a few times. You've seen some of the Danny on the Street videos. A beautiful day we had, beautiful weather we continue to have here, and beautiful chess inside this arena here at the E spot. Hans Niemann and Hikaru Nakamura are throwing down. We got to unpack this match and talk about where we're at. Hikaru Nakamura has a 5-4 lead, but Hans Niemann won the last 2 games before the break. Your thought about who has more momentum right now?
Well, it's definitely Hans who has more momentum. It was a really fascinating 5+1 segment. Hikaru got out to a 3-game lead. You kind of sat back in your chair and went, oh, this is going to go exactly how it went yesterday. Hikaru shows up really motivated, and Hans is simply not at that level yet. And Hans goes, bah! And it's 5-4, and now you're like, oh, we have a match. This is amazing. I mean, the Smarter Chess predicted it by half a point different. But the bad news for Hans is, if Hikaru has any form of a lead, or if the match is tied going into bullet, he's a huge underdog.
Well, speaking of Hikaru is right behind us throwing down with some Puzzle Rush right now.
Now. Working.
I think that might be more than just wanting to keep his tactics spicy. Can we get some noise for Hikaru Nakamura, the Puzzle Rush solver right here? Let's go. What's funny is, it might even be, I wonder if it's speed related, right?
Yeah.
Hikaru with the 5-minute segment behind him.
Yeah.
With the 5-minute segment behind him and the 3-minute ahead and then 1 minute, is Hikaru really working on the mouse skills more than anything?
Mouse skills, but definitely the puzzles. Of course, I miss some tactics. Of course, that's work. I miss some puzzles. What do I have to do? I have to now sit down and get some work in. Also, put it behind me. Of course, the 3-1 is coming up, right? With that being said, I'm up 1 game. I got to forget about what happened. I'm still up. It's a new match.
Yeah. Okay, well, despite the momentum you're saying that Hans has, and by the way, that was incredible, the jab there. You've been working out, you've been doing the boxing, so very nice showing off. But despite that, if you had to script this as a Hikaru Nakamura fan and thinking about, he has started slowly in every 5-1 portion in every match to date. He didn't start slowly here. Regardless of the momentum, Hikaru has a 5-4 lead, and he's a guy who typically gets better as the time controls get faster. Right. You got to be thinking that's good for Hikaru, right?
Yeah, overall it's good. Of course, you never want to go from 5-2. We got to realize, yesterday it was 7-2. Today it's 5-4, so that's those 2 games. Right. Theoretically, it could have been 7-2, but it's 5-4. It is what it is. When Hikaru himself has always stated, like, he's going to bet on himself if going into the later segments of the match, and as it gets faster, he's got the lead. So what can you do?
Okay, so you're thinking it's mostly about the puzzles, not Hikaru trying to warm up the mouse before the time controls get faster.
Yeah, of course, definitely.
He's half-man everything, half-man else.
In the other half, we don't actually know yet, right? But of course, you do need to understand, hey, I'm up. Try to get these puzzles back, try to play my best chess as much as I can right now, especially going into the 3-1. As the time gets faster, right, sometimes Hikaru gets a little bit better. But Hans is coming in hot, so it's going to be in for a great match, of course.
Hans is coming in hot. Hans is taking his seat right behind us. He's also getting dialed in and ready. We're going to be moving into the 3-1 portion. Both players apparently are more than ready to do this. They are getting buckled up and ready to rock. So, all right, one of the things we talked about upstairs when I was in the booth with Robert yesterday at the halftime between Magnus and Hans was whether we would see a changing of the guard in terms of the X's and O's on the board. Opening changes, something not going well for the players. Your thoughts on anything you saw there? Hans changing an approach or ride that momentum because he just got the 2 victories? Or Hikaru changing anything as far as the opening goes?
I don't know. I mean, you start with the white pieces, right? So we're about to find out. Hikaru likes the ready systems with one fianchetto, two fianchettos, you know, and Hans has been going back to the true and tried Italian. So we might be seeing more of the same. I think the bullet is where we're going to see some opening changes, but the good news is they're about to play some chess, and we're going to find out.
That's right.
Well, will we see opening changes? We don't know, and I don't even know where to look right now because it's live television. We're having a blast, and again, whatever we're going to see in regards to changes on the board or not, I'm gonna throw a change up right here because actually we want to make sure we throw this segment a shout out to our sponsor, Display. Go to chess.com, not chess.com/display. Go to display.com/chess. By the way, feel that, Levy.
Ooh, that's nice.
It is nice.
Yeah, but this
right,
one's
it's legitimately nice.
This one's nicer. Right here. This one's nicer.
I think we're gonna go with mine. You want your? No.
No,
do
this
mine.
is.
We'll do mine.
Shout out to Display, man. This is we got this one right here. We got so many cameras. Nobody tells me. I'm like showing it to this one. It's not even up yet.
That's awesome.
They're trying to cut to this one. Look at that. I mean, that is.
Do you have like 7 of those on your wall?
No, yes, I have many, and I purchased all of them at display.com/chess. That's what I did, and that's what you should do.
You know?
And if you use the command display, you get 32%. Get a link to get up to 32% off this weekend, and this weekend only. It actually is a big deal, by the way, to use display.com/chess. It helps us, helps chess.com, helps the chess community, helps our sponsors be happy. So go there so that we get all the tracked credit that we need. Get the rook out of the way here. I'm going to hang it up so Levy doesn't do it anymore. We're going to put it. No, I'm kidding. One more time. It is actually pretty easy. We have a bunch of them. My teenage boys have them. They love them. They don't have a rook, though. Maybe I should get them the rook.
Definitely got to get
Take them off the wall so the landlord can't take away your security deposit like he did mine. So.
All right. Well, seriously, go to display.com/chess. If you're thinking about buying one, the rook one is pretty sexy. There's some pretty awesome ones as well. We've already shown the Je suis le pion. We did that earlier.
We did that one, yeah. We did that
Please go to display.com/chess. Do it this weekend. Get your discount. Right now, we're going to please send it out of here. The players are like, please get out of our way. Let us do our thing.
I can't believe they have to listen to this.
So we are going to do that and throw it upstairs to the booth. Danya and Robert, Naroditsky and Hess. I don't think I've ever said your names in that order. First time for everything here in Paris. Guys, are you ready?
Definitely ready, Danny. How about you, Danya?
I'm pretty ready. I wasn't really ready to commentate with you. It's the first time, but I think it's been pretty good so far. It's been such a great match, and shout out to Magnus Carlsen, who made an appearance. And Robert, really the chess has, let me think of a synonym, it has talked for itself.
It certainly has. The chess is speaking, and the players, they're in the playing hall. They are getting set. The next games are about to get underway, and we are going to a shorter time control, 3 minutes plus 1 second increment. It's the Title Tuesday time control, and Hans Niemann, he should be feeling some new life in his chances. He won 2 games in a row. Hikaru Nakamura still leads 5-4, but he's probably not so thrilled about what's transpired recently.
He's definitely disappointed in those last 2 games. He was up by 3. He's only up by 1. But that's balanced by the fact that Hikaru, he said many times through the years, 3+1 is his strongest time control. That may or may not be borne out by the statistics, but I think he feels really comfortable. He feels that it's a good cross between, you know, being able to stop at a critical moment, but being fast enough where he's able to harness his incredible skill in time scrambles that has been on display, but maybe hasn't been as consistent as we've been used to. Folks, an hour of 3+1 awaits us in just a couple of moments, and the players are locked in. We're underway, seatbelts fastened, or not, because we have a Berlin.
Well, I also just noticed that Hans is higher rated than Hikaru, so those last couple games have actually flipped the higher rated player in this match. So Hans, he's getting ready. He's got the white pieces in this game, and we see these familiar pawn structures time after time, Danya. So I'm wondering when Hans will go to c4 like he did yesterday in a couple games against Magnus, or if he's just going to play best by test e4 every single game.
Yeah, of course, Hans is an e4 player by nature, but sometimes things aren't working out for you, and you need to start with a clean slate. Hans, of course, likes the Berlin with black as well. Both players are really experienced in these structures, so I don't think the game is going to be decided by the opening phase as long as they keep repeating, you know, these Ruy Lopez structures. Hikaru is a little bit passive, though. Hans, he went d3, now he's played d4, and I think he's actually acquitted himself really well on the white side of whichever Ruy Lopez Hikaru has thrown at him.
You say passive and the Spanish is exactly what I played, when I was competitive. I always played these sort of wily positions where it looks like black is cramped, not doing much of anything. But that knight, as you're pointing out, can come to g5, and the d4 square is already under attack. And if white plays pawn to d5, you're shutting down the center, you're releasing the tension. I'll move my knight out the way, and then later I'll try to open things up.
I'm glad you mentioned that you played this because I was going to accuse you of being a hypocrite. Maybe like 1% of the people will get this reference, but that's the 1% I care about. No, just kidding. I care about everyone equally. We have some trades in the center. Hikaru likes recapturing on e5 with the knight, and then with the bishop, he likes maintaining sort of the instability of the pawn structure. And we saw that game earlier, and of course he sabotages everything I just had to say as he takes back with the pawn. Here I actually like bishop d7 and knight c4, and the fact that this knight is just camping out on h7, that might become significant. I feel like white's slightly better. I mean, queen to d5 here, Robert. The pawn on e5 would become really weak in the event of a queen trade. Great positional chess by Hans.
Yeah, you and Hans speaking the same language right here. And look at Hans' face. I mean, I feel like he really has rebounded nicely, not just on the scoreboard, but just his demeanor. I think he is much more confident than he was when he trailed by 3 points. So queen d5 played. The change in pawn structure would help white. The e5 pawn would be a target. And knight f8 played, giving up b7 or not, because the knight c4 is loose.
Yeah, but that pawn is hanging. Rook a to d1 is essentially begging to be played, and black's pieces are sort of tripping up over each other, which happens sometimes when you've got a space disadvantage. Can black get away with rook a to d8, or are you going to end up losing the pawn on e5 at the end of the line? He goes rook a to c8, Robert. It's a slightly weird move. Almost looks like a mouse slip, but Hikaru doesn't ever mouse slip. It's like once per century. Is that the 1 per century mouse slip? I don't think so.
Feels like a Hikaru specialty. These sort of passive-looking moves that are perfect. Look at that. Rook c8, rook b8. I never would have thought just to shuffle my rooks like this without seemingly doing anything, but he's defended his b7 pawn. Knight takes b7, the queens are traded, you drop that knight there. So, Donnie, I would say this is actually pretty amazing defense. It seems like nothing has happened, but now Hikaru's up, 15, maybe about to be 20 seconds on the clock, and he's protecting all of his weaknesses.
My coach, he liked to call this bunker chess, right? You just kind of clump together. You're not playing for the space advantage. Everything's back on the 8th rank, but it gets increasingly frustrating, increasingly more tilting for the opponent. Now e5 is defended, and it almost feels like a victory when you have equalized. It's like the Scottish GM, Jonathan Rosen, he calls it the goalkeeper's glory, right? How does the goalkeeper keep himself motivated? Is he maybe will score 1 goal for his entire career? Well, it's just constantly deflecting your opposing side's goals that keep you in the game. And when you're on the defensive, that's how you're motivating yourself to keep defending. Hikaru's also up 30 seconds on the clock somehow. Kicks the knight away from c4. Black is close to equalizing, but hats off to Hans. He's kept his pieces on really active squares, and he still has that nice little grip down the d-file.
And white's position is better, but the reason it's harder to play is because you know you have that slight advantage and you want to prove it. So the knight on e3, will the rook move back so the knight can land on d5? That looks tempting. Knight g4 is an idea in many of these positions. An h5 play to stop the knight from getting there. And then f3, so white's pawn structure is very healthy. The rook on c6 for black is kind of awkward. It pushed the knight back from c4, but it has nowhere to go from there.
One of the biggest differences between human play and engine play is humans use the idea that it's hard to make a move. Right, Hans is improving slowly, but it's very hard for Hikaru to find a move that doesn't harm his position, that doesn't blunder a pawn, that doesn't leave a square exposed, a fork, knight to e7 later down the line. He gets his knight into f4, though, encouraging this rook to drop into d7. Now the h4 pawn is actually hanging. Will we see Hans take it, or will this knight seek even a bigger role on d5? Bishop h4 is a move.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand this because bishop takes h4 is viable, as you mentioned. Knight takes h4. What is black's idea? Because you have just stolen the pawn, and now that the knight retreated to e6 for black, h4 is a permanent weakness. And now e5 is directly targeted. So I do feel like Hikaru, he's doing well on the clock, but the position is improving for Hans.
This has been a really exciting game. I mean, it was an anti-Berlin. It looks like nothing has happened, and yet so much has remained behind the scenes. And the tension, right? Every move carries a threat. But now Hans's clock is dwindling. Is he running out of threats to create? He gives Hikaru a tempo. f5 is not out of the question as Hikaru gets some space on the queen side, but he gives up this c5 square, and can he afford that with his position already this fragile?
Bishop c5 played, bishop takes f8, rook d7 coming soon, and after c6, the d6 square is white's for the taking, but Hikaru continues, as you said, to bunker up. He's just trying to keep everything defended. Bishop e7, another good move.
Look at this. Look at his pieces. What shape is that? Is that a trapezoidal rhombus, a rhombozoidal trapezoid?
It looks so terrible for black, and yet Hikaru is hanging right in there. He dropped a6 pawn. What does he want after rook takes a6?
And he had to play that. I think the other rook coming to d8 is what scared him, because rook g8, there was a mate threat. So at least he wards off the rook. Finally plays f5 a little bit later than I thought he would. And the position is heating up just as Hans's clock is dwindling down. Black's knight could also try to access those juicy dark squares on the king side. This ain't over.
No, it's not. King h6.
Oh, knight g3.
Yeah, this king can go up the board for black as well. He's pinning the...
Oh,
and look
knight
at
f2, f4 mate.
Oh, that is crazy. Look at Hans's time. He's got no time. Rook d7's coming.
And then f4 check is actually going to win the knight. What does Hans do? He's down to 1 second. He's going to lose this game. He drops the e4 pawn.
Okay, will Hikaru take it is the big question. He goes to just double his rooks first, but no, he grabs that pawn, knight back, and now the e-pawn is dangerous.
And Hikaru playing really fast. He feels confident that he can win this game on the board and on the clock. He's got 2 enemies, Hans, that he's fighting as the knight drops back to f5, clearing the red carpet for the e-pawn. Suddenly looks like that pawn, I mean, these obstacles are just going to be blown off the board, and Hans loses on time.
Wow.
What a turnaround.
I mean, look at what Hikaru just did. At first, it looked like Hans was pressing, and then it turned into a demolition from Hikaru. He used the clock as a weapon, and he just, honestly, just brute forced his way through.
And that bunker chess, it beautifully turned into aggressive chess. He played f5 at the right moment. He gave up the a6 pawn. So many decisions that are easy to skip over when you try to break down the mastery that Hikaru shows time and time again in worse positions. That was awesome. That was a textbook display, and he pushes this lead up back to 2. He goes back to his weird double fianchetto, you know, nondescript opening.
And I wonder what Hikaru's listening to. Is this some lo-fi girl? He's bopping to the music right now, and he typically does that when he just scored a nice victory. And it was a turnaround, but still, he's just going to remember that positive feeling at the end of the game where his e-pawn was unstoppable.
Yeah, you can tell just looking at the 2 cameras there exactly who won that game and who lost it.
Yeah, Hans grimacing a little bit, and Hikaru is not stopping. He continues to dance. And look at this position, though. It's very close, but that move, knight takes e5, is available. The bishop on b7 is undefended, and this could be a potential tilt from Hans.
And that's a little dance macabre there by the bishops. Knight takes e5 is such a nice tactic. I will wait for this move to be played. Hikaru was doing some puzzle rush there, wasting not a single second. He looks off to the side. As Danny would say, that's Hikaru expression number 23. And that knight's about to be dancing the Macarena after knight takes e5, and maybe so will Hikaru.
Yes, this wins a pawn. You see this? The knight takes the knight on d7 instead of the bishop on g2. If black takes the knight, the bishop is lost. He brings the bishop back, the knights are traded, and white is simply up a pawn. But is it so simple, Danya? You see the light squares are weak for white on the king side. You're pointing to e4. That really clogs the lane, and that makes Hans feel like he has absolutely no compensation.
I think it is that simple, and normally it wouldn't be, because you would have these really nice light squares. Sometimes you actually sack a pawn to get that uncontested bishop, but it's the presence of this move e4. And Hikaru isn't even rushing it because queen f3, obviously not a thing. You could just trade bishops, and now I would play e4. I wouldn't hold out forever. First, he stops the move d5. Honestly, the patience exhibited by Hikaru has been impressive. Make sure to defend this knight. Maybe Hans will stick a bishop on f3, though. Has he waited too long to play e4?
And queen b2, look at this. The queen can't leave. You'd like to play queen f5 to h3 and deliver, what is that called, lobster pincer or whatever? But that's not happening. He first plays rook e5, but now e4, it makes perfect sense. Rook e3 for white, just to challenge that bishop. Knight to d5 is coming, and it seems like Hans is down a pawn, but also his king is going to be in danger.
And the most tilting thing is Hikaru also has knight to a4. If the rook leaves e5, a queen trade will immediately extinguish any attacking possibilities that black has. There's too many threats. Rook e3 is coming, as you said. If you don't move this rook, then knight d5. If you do knight a4, Hikaru, another masterclass, and likely a 3-point lead is in the cards.
I don't even see a move for Hans. You know, you like play h5, h4, rook h8, and go for some phantom attack that won't even get off the ground. But for Hikaru, he saw the moment, knight takes e5. It was kind of a one-move blunder from Hans, and I wonder if that's just purely because of the previous game where he had a nice position, he lost it, and he remained frustrated. You can't take past games with you into the next one.
And who knew that Magnus has some insights to offer? In the interview, he pointed to Hans's occasionally sloppy play, especially when he doesn't have the momentum on his side, and this could be the deciding factor here. Hikaru, I think, just 1 or 2 moves away from winning more material. Rook e3, queen g4, h3. You got to be careful because black could sack the bishop and get the rook to h5. Mr. Nakamura.
Knight b1 to d2.
Oh.
It doesn't have to be the best move according to the engine, but this move does exactly what Hikaru wants. There's not going to be a checkmating attack. He's going to kick that bishop, and if that bishop moves, F2 to F4 is about to make use of the pin and a little fork as well.
You're exactly right, but maybe F7 to F5. I think what Hans needs is to find a way to involve this other rook. F5, knight D2, you could play F takes E4, temporarily defending the bishop, and then get the rook mobilized on F8. So Hans, as his clock dwindles, his chances look equally grim. He has to find some way to avoid having to move this bishop from F3. It ain't looking good. The queen goes back to F6. You could get your knight back to C3, but no. Hikaru completes the maneuver, and he might even choose just to play F4, trade the queens. He's going to win this endgame.
And even if this weren't fully objectively winning, knight B1 is a beautiful retreat to get the knight to a better square. I think with Hans having 20 seconds left, there's no chance. Practically speaking, Black does not have an opportunity to survive.
And Hikaru doesn't want to give him a single victory, even the smallest one in this game. He stops B5. He could actually still prepare B4. And if Hans plays A5, then you can bid goodbye to any breakthrough ever in your life in this game, maybe other than F5. Maybe that's what Hans needs to do. No, knight D5.
Knight D5.
And knight C7, woo!
Oh, he missed knight D5, which also picked up the B6 pawn at a minimum. And now he's just playing this slowly because knights are better in closed positions. Even if the pawns were equal, white would probably still be better. Oh, that's nice to try and trap the bishop. But the bishop has no active diagonal to work with.
Every time the bishop is passive, we say it's passive. Every time it tries to get active, it gets trapped. What do we want from this thing? And Hikaru can win many different ways. He can go rook D1 and D4. He can go E5. I wouldn't play E5. He can enjoy his position for another hour and then play D4.
And it seems like Hans, he's playing really on the increment at this stage. He's down to under 5 seconds. He's got to make a move. He gets F5 in. So at long last, it does feel like his bishop will get to a more promising diagonal. But look how many weaknesses there are down at B6 thing. But the E4 pawn and the square is also vulnerable.
But if he had taken B6, you would have allowed rook B8. Hikaru allows the trade, but it doesn't change the character of the position because E5 is coming. Maybe even he takes F5, forces a winning pawn endgame. I think it does because you will have G4 at the end of the line. Kind of a little sloppy there by Hikaru, and he keeps missing the forced wins. Hans sacks another pawn to get the E5 square and make it difficult for Hikaru to win via a breakthrough. And Hikaru slows down.
I think Hikaru wins by a tempo here, and that's why he has slowed down. Because F5 looks bad strategically. King F6, King E5, and you're like, wait a second, did I just ruin everything? And he took, and he still is going for the H file, but I thought F5 made perfect sense. But here, the rook can also land on F5, King F4, Pawn E5, things of that nature.
Well, it's a matter of time until the time decides the game. So Hikaru, he hasn't done anything totally wrong. He hasn't blundered. Maybe he missed some forced wins, but it's just too winning. E5 is coming. Hans is going to lose a bunch of pawns. You could take on D6 and rook F1. Rook F3 is winning. You could play E6. It's a menu of options for Hikaru. And he's up 2 pawns. He's up a minute. Hans is still fighting. Kudos to him. He has put on a great defensive display, but he is just getting pummeled here.
Oh.
Or is he?
Because rook F5 drops D6. Rook F6 drops D5. And this actually isn't that easy. If Black is able to scoop up the D pawn, one of them, it seems like the chances to hold are much greater.
Every time we think this game is 2-3 moves away from being over, it might be 2 or 3 moves away from being over. Hans involves his other rook. Suddenly, White's king not feeling as comfortable, but it can hide away on H4. Remember that rook endgame that Hikaru saved against Firouzja? Hans is still in the game.
Yeah, it's amazing the way he's able to fight on here. But now after this rook trade, this seems easy at this stage. There are 2 separate pass pawns. The white king is active. You could take B3, but that's not going to stop the D pawn. And Hikaru Nakamura wins. We have a 3-point lead once more. The 3-minute plus 1 second increment. Danya, you said that Hikaru claimed that's his best time control. He's proven it right now.
He is, and he might not be in perfect form. He might have converted that, a little bit faster 5 years ago, but it doesn't matter. He's doing enough things right to put the kind of pressure that he needs on Hans's position and Hans's clock, and this lead back to its largest of the match. This is a pivotal game for Hans, who switches up his opening and pushes the queen's pawn instead. Maybe a little Beth Harmon is what he needs.
Well, we do have not a queen's gambit accepted, but a queen's gambit declined, and we have a solid pawn structure for Black. You look on the queen side, it's a pawn chain. A pawn's best friend is another pawn, but White is going right after the B7 pawn. Danya, these types of moves, rook A7, they're ugly, I think, especially for players who aren't so experienced. Like, what in the world is that? But it's solid. It's hard to actually break through here for White.
I'm going to rewind for just a second and show an important line because the position, pretty solid. Not much is going to happen in the next couple moves. But after rook A7, what this hinges on as we bring up an analysis board here, is that after the bishop trade on d6, white tries queen b6, hitting the rook. Looks like black is losing the pawn, but there's a beautiful retreating move, knight to c8, forcing this queen back. Just look at this arrangement of pieces. This is the tactical justification. Let's run through the current moves really quickly. Black completing the development. Hans playing the typical move b4 and a4, preparing b5, and he's just carrying out the textbook plan. Hikaru, what's he doing?
Well, maybe he wants b5, knight d6, knight c4 type of ideas, but is he in time? That's always an essential question, because if white takes on b5, you're first to the a file. That looks very pleasant, but that might be the way to go, because otherwise white simply pushes the b pawn, and we see it here. It's a pawn minority attack against a Carlsbad structure. But down at a5 played by Hikaru, so he's keeping more pawns on the queen side, and that queen on b2, not the best placed piece, and after knight takes g6, white can get access to the b1 square, which is really important.
But I'm surprised that Hans didn't play this, the straightforward way. B takes c6, get a long-term weakness on c6, and that knight on h4, it just exchanged itself for the bishop. Very tempting, but it also could have involved itself in the direct attack on the c6 pawn. Feels like Hans might have missed a moment to make the most of his advantage, but it still seems like he's in the driver's seat. Hikaru recaptures with the rook, going for piece activity over the health of his pawn structure. Feels like he needs to change the course of this game, and that's what he might be doing. Is he going to jump to c4?
That's the move I would.
Rook c8, knight a7 is a fork to watch.
Knight e4, there's rook f6 ideas, queen f5 as well. The f2 pawn could be tender in some positions, and well, now he's fighting for the c file, rook c8 next. So I feel like Hikaru's doing everything he needs to do to stay in this game. He is worse on the queen side despite being a pawn ahead there, right? The b7 pawn is extra, but it's also backwards. And on the other hand, white, where are you going to push forward from? That's not an easy question to answer.
I wouldn't rule out g5 and rook h6, taking a page of Alireza's book. We saw him doing that with the white pieces yesterday, but Hikaru's definitely looking at the king side. I'm not saying g5 leads to checkmate, but Hans should not ignore the fact that there are no pieces surrounding his king, and he doesn't, right? He wants to make sure there are no pieces surrounding anything and that there are no pieces at all.
But look at that juicy outpost on b4. That's a dark square. White has a light square bishop. So if the knights get traded, right, the white knight is gone and a knight lands on b4, done. You cannot kick it out of that square.
Yeah, Hans needs to do something before that happens. Maybe he needs to take on e4 before the knight gets to b4, and then play the move rook to c1. Who benefits if the rooks get traded? That's a hard strategic question as the time situation equalizes. And I think Hikaru, he's just done an excellent job of pounding white's initiative, getting his pieces active. I guess we'll get an answer to that question pretty momentarily.
This exact sequence has happened, and white has the best pawn on the board, right? The d4 pawn is a protected pass pawn, but it can't move forward. The knight on b4 is really powerful there. And that knight may land on d3, so white does need to be careful that that king can get in some danger. It may seem safe. There's only one black queen in the mix, but for example, if that knight could go to f6 and then g4, the queen can infiltrate on the h file or on the first rank. So Hans does need to be careful right now.
And he can take on a5, but there's an important perpetual that you should keep track of here. Queen d1 and queen h5, right? The h file, you called it, looks insignificant with no rooks on the board, but the queen and the knight are a fearsome attacking tandem, and sometimes all you need is a queen to force the draw. Now, b6 might run into queen to c2.
I'm thinking queen d7 here, Don. Yeah, he gives
it. So is Hikaru.
What do you make of this? And I think Hans answered the question that he didn't want to have a pawn race where he's got central pawns for outside pawns. But, Danya, that's, I think, a clear little win for Hikaru because Hans just went back and forth.
And now, again, with that 3-point lead, Hikaru is back to playing kind of manager risk chess. And Hans is the one who has to refrain from repeating, which is pretty risky. He is up 30 seconds on the clock as he gets his queen to a nice multi-purpose square. It guards d1. It controls the c file. What's on the c file? Nothing. We might see a kind of Soviet schoolboy move from Hikaru. The queen's kind of jockeying for position here. It's the calm before the storm, or at least it feels that way.
The a4 pawn, though, you need to look out for that. Knight b6 at some moment could be annoying with queen c6 to follow. These kind of ideas where if you can keep attacking the a4 pawn, you're protecting the there it is. You could take on e4, but you drop a4, and that looks scary for white because the a5 pawn, that could be a huge asset.
So maybe queen c3 is what's required. Trade the a pawn for the a pawn. But then black gets a pass b pawn. That knight can jump to b2 and back around at an outpost that you mentioned. And so nice that black's king has this lovely, very safe, protected square on h7 waiting for it in the event of a back rank check.
And Hans has been up on time, but suddenly we're getting closer to clock equality, although now Hikaru's in for a big think, and he trades the queen. So Don, in end games, we typically like outermost pawns, but as you're pointing out, the knight coming to d6, the black knight can come to c3, but a5 will drop if that's the case.
That's exactly right. Maybe Hikaru, it's a very audacious move. He might want to sack the e-pawn at the right moment, break through with b5, and run his a-pawn down the board. That's a lot of pawns to give up, and even if white gives up the knight for black's a-pawn, that pawn avalanche as a result might be overwhelming.
Wow.
f5 by Hikaru. He wants knight c3 next.
And the knight can't get back around to protect the a4 pawn. So they don't know the evaluation. You all do, and so do we. But look at this. It's equal, but it's actually not that clear. The black king is sprinting to the center. Does white push the d pawn? No, it keeps it in place, and suddenly white's winning.
His white's pawns are going to mobilize. King to d5. White's going to go f3 and e4, and it's black's pawns that are further advanced. But look at this knight paralyzing them. You can't go b5. Here come white's pawns, pushing the king around like a plaything. And a g4 by Hans. Very patient. He's going to go e5 or d5 very shortly, right now.
But he might need to pick correctly, because sometimes you play e5 and the black king gets right back into the d5 square. But he can't play d5, but then the black knight gets back to c5.
So he plays neither.
Yeah, he brings his king back around. That knight is trapped. So Hikaru gives up a5, and he's hoping that he can just go after the white pawns. But I think with those double G pawns for both sides, I mean, that's one of the ugliest pawn structures you can see.
Oh my gosh.
In complete control here.
And finally, Hikaru gets one of his pawns moving. That knight is just jumping around. And it has had way too much coffee. And is it finally time to push d5? No.
He goes back because, king d3. So you're giving up the g3 pawn, but the knight's trapped there. King e3 to f3.
Oh my gosh. And Hikaru might have to give up his second pawn to extricate that poor knight.
It's not getting out.
It's still not going to get out. Knight f1, king e2. Knight h2, I think he should try b3. But you can just, oh my gosh.
He wants to trade off all the pawns.
Great try. I've drawn so many of these positions. You don't know which pawn to stop with which piece, and you end up losing your only pawn.
And I'm looking at Hans here.
Oh, my lands.
Oh, here's the g pawn.
And this is typical Hikaru. He's going to go g3. White's pieces are going to be tied down to stopping these passers. b3.
Oh, my
Black's
goodness.
king sliding in. It's a draw.
It's like a split in bowling, right? You just can't get them all. The knight goes to g3. The king goes back to d5. And
Oh, he blundered. Oh, no. Is it a win?
Oh, look
How
at
do
it.
you win?
Look at his face. He's really upset.
Oh, g1 queen.
G1 equals queen.
Oh, my gosh.
Hans blunders it right back, and he slaps his forehead. That game is a draw. Hikaru, he is fortunate, and the crowd is going wild. But, Danya, that was a win for Hans Niemann. He should have taken that game.
I'm trying to figure out how he could have won that. It was knight to g1 in the end instead of king d2. But he had 3 seconds to find it.
But look at them, Danya. I mean, you see Hikaru. He's dancing once again, and it looks like Hans, he is just beside himself.
It was a tale of one night, but it's a tale of two expressions. Hikaru, he did that against Alireza. We got a little taste of that. Hans just got a big taste of that right here, and that was a game he needed to capitalize on.
And this could be one of those match-changing games. Hikaru was already in the lead. He was the heavy favorite. But if you look at Hans's face, he is furious at himself to let that game slip. But it's really a testament to the strength of Hikaru Nakamura. He has won the Speed Chess Championship 5 times for a reason. He's a 4-time Bullet Chess champion. He's won the U.S. Championship in Classical Chess 5 times. Official Random World Championship to boot. You can't say enough about his accolades. And it's because he can defend positions just like that, where most of us, I would have resigned. What, knight f5 check? Are you kidding me? That kept him in the game.
No, that move, I mean, you could have given me an hour, and to preemptively give up, and you're like, here, you have it, and then to draw that position, I'm shocked that they're still using the mice that we started with, because that's why they didn't invite me to the SEC. That mouse would have been across the border in, like, I don't know, some other European country. But Hans needs to keep his composure. He can't let this lead balloon to 5, because we know that that is a path of no return against Hikaru. D3. Speaking of a pass deep on, Hans loading it up here.
Yeah, that's actually really annoying, because you can't play rook d1 as the bishop on h5 covers that square. So queen d2, getting out of that tempo, gaining move with d3. But then at some point, f4, you're pointing out f4 and g4, knight to f5. This is the type of position that Hikaru's long loved, and d3 was a natural move.
Bad. Takes an f4.
As you said, take an f4, and where is that knight going? Is it really going back to g6? That looks ugly. Your bishop on h5 is trapped, so you can't do that. And if you go back to d7, you just drop the d3 pawn.
And the problem is black has what's called pseudo-activity. It looks like your pieces are good, but they're just getting pushed away. They're getting swatted like flies. Queen d4 check, no problem. King's going to move, and the knight's going to jump to f5, pushing the queen away. Hans is, I wouldn't say this was a tilt game. I think he overestimated his activity. Knight g6, you could play knight takes g6, and black will have to recapture with the bishop, and there will be no bishop after f5.
Yeah, there's not much to say in that variation. And the players, you could see Hikaru, he is really happy right now because that match could have changed. We saw when Hans won the penultimate game of the longest time control, he then won the final one. And then in that position, Hans had an objectively won game, and he probably thought it was so simple. And yet Hikaru continues to bring the tricks. There are no tricks here. White is just playing f4. If the knight retreats to d7, you drop d3. As you mentioned, if you drop to g6, you lose a piece. So this just looks really bad for black, an easy plus for Hikaru right now.
It almost looks losing. And bishop e2 there was a way to give up the 2 pieces for a rook. Hans, I think, probably makes the right decision, all things considered. That's a depressing move to have to make. And the worst thing is you still have these problems with your bishop. They can be solved with f6. That opens a whole new can of worms, that white knight. It's just waiting to jump into f5.
Knight f5, knight d6 ideas are in the air. You could even play g4. I know it exposes your king a little bit, but you want to get a rook to d1 at some point. So this is something to consider as, you know, avalanche of pawns. But maybe there is just rook e1 and pawn to e5, things like that.
What about e5, f takes e5, f5? Hikaru might be feeling it here. He is feeling it, but he jumps to f5. Rook to d1 contesting the d file. I mean, he's got a whole menu of options here. Trade and queen f2 hitting the knight.
Okay, there's some g5 stuff that you have to look out for. I know it looks very risky, but you might need to try it if you feel like queen.
Well, of course. I mean, obviously. We didn't need the blue air. We knew that. Who does it think we are? I mean, amateurs?
The queen going to the other side of the board, not expected. The rook comes to d2, so Hans is actually giving himself chances, and e5 is played. G5, it's a move that we talked about, right? It's something that you can consider if you're Hans. But as you look at the current position, that white knight wants to go into d6. The f-file is now open, but that rook on d2 for black is really active, and that's causing Hikaru to pause a little bit.
And g5 there, if you could put a knight on f4, it would justify it, but the knight from f5 could have dropped into h6 with a fork. Hans, again, he's shown a lot of resilience, a lot of skill defending what seem like hopeless positions, but it's taking him a lot of time to find these good moves. And at some point, it doesn't matter how well you've defended or how long you've defended. What does Hikaru do? Does he drop into d6? Does he move his king out of the pin?
Just plays h5, but he gives black that g5 square for the pony. So in some positions, you're happy to establish that knight there. And Hikaru has said that the best move played slowly is often worse than a good move played quickly, right? Like, you just got to move sometimes. And right now, Hans, you know, he's moving, but he's down a full minute. He's also down a pawn, and he has activity. He's got some pins going along, but Donnie, there's a protected passed pawn on e6.
There is indeed, and wow, he's down a pawn, but he might not be down a Hans.
Wait, what was that? He just gave up his pawn.
A protected passed pawn on e6? What you were talking about? Donuts?
It was quite pawn. That was really surprising, and now if you are Hikaru, you have to be really careful because there is a knight on a dark square. You can't compete for the dark squares. a2 is loose. Danya, Hans can turn this one around.
That was f6 was crazy because not only did he hang a pawn on e6, Hans could have even taken on f6 and played king e7. I mean, Hikaru is the master of sitting on his advantage. This is a huge chance for Hans. I mean, a2 is hanging. Rook f2 is a scary move to play. He plays it, but black's got the edge here because the h-pawn has advanced very far. Black's king is more active. We know how jumpy these knights can be.
And bishop e8, so he's trying to force those black pawns forward, but the black pawns on dark squares can't be targeted. I guess if you can keep this king on e3, you're feeling happy about your position. You keep the opposition, but this looks really risky. Danya, if the clocks were reversed, I would say Hans was definitely winning this game. I still feel like Hans should win this just based on the knight just hopping all over the board.
You're exactly right. It's probably a draw, but Hans can play this forever. He can jump to any part of the board, creating threats, and eventually Hikaru is going to let the knight access a square that he wasn't supposed to let it access. Apparently there's a win here, and apparently Hans is about to find it. Bishop g6.
King d4.
Oh. That knight deserves a medal for what it's doing right now.
Knight f6 looks great. King d4 can also be played. And
Division of labor.
Yeah, now knight d6, c4 drops, and the white king is way too slow going after the h-pawn.
I don't know, but Hikaru's kings can kind of look like Ferraris, and...
The king is going after the h-pawn. Look at 12 seconds for black.
Knights suck.
Oh, my goodness. And he takes it. Is he going to win? He's going to win.
He's going to promote with check.
Hikaru is going to win this game.
Don't go king g7 because that lets the knight access f5. Is the winning move king g6, Robert? Is it king g5?
Let's see. He's calculating. You see, look at him on screen. He is
Both
hovering.
moves win.
Both moves are winning. He plays king g6.
No.
And this is unbelievable.
No, but to go for the a-pawn when it was clear that the h-pawn was falling, that is just a mindless decision by Hans. He's going to lose this game, but you still have to convert this. Knight and pawn versus queen can be tricky, Robert.
But in
oh, A2, he's allowed. No, A2, queen G8.
Okay, so where's king B3? So the king is actually going to hide in enemy territory. And how do you win this now?
Well, Hikaru had a chance to put the queen on A2, and that would have completely paralyzed any further chances the black had. Now he can't get the queen A2 anymore.
So he's going to keep giving a bunch of checks. We're going to have to keep an eye on the 50-move rule if no pawns or captures are made. But the A2 threat forces him to keep giving these checks.
Hans does not deserve to lose this game, so I think he's earned a draw here. But people assume that as long as the pawn isn't on A2, it's winning. Not so fast.
Oh,
he's allowed queen A2 again! And he missed it again.
But he's still winning because his king is so close.
Oh my gosh, but how do you win this?
Queen A4,
king and Zag,
king B3.
Finally.
Oh my goodness, and Hans is just so upset with himself right here. Hikaru Nakamura steals a game from the jaws of defeat, and now the lead is at 4 points for the first time. Danya, can you believe what we just saw?
Listen, that previous draw, Hikaru drew that. That bunker-style game, remember that Hikaru turned around? He won that game. This one, Hans lost.
And he lost it multiple times, right? Even at the end, he still had a chance, but that was a miss. And if you're enjoying the stream, please subscribe. This isn't the 21st of September, but it is the 7th of September on Twitch. Get 30% off your sub for a limited time only. Your subscription makes events like this possible, plus unlocks exclusive new emotes for every event and access to exclusive break time content during the show. Use the command subscribe in chat now to level up. I see Danya. I don't even know what that face is. There's Danny in Paris. But either way, we see Hikaru Nakamura jumping to a 4-point lead. The music is there. Hans Niemann can't believe it. Hikaru Nakamura is a magician. We'll be right back in the Speed Chess Championship Consolation match in a bit.
Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. We're in Paris for the 2024 Speed Chess Championship at the E spot. I wonder if anyone here plays chess. Let's go find out. You play chess?
20 years ago.
Yeah?
I finished conservatory in Kiev.
You can't name one chess player?
No,
Like-
it was some improvisation, something like this. I was only classic player.
But like, what about a world champion? Can you name one world champion?
One,
Yeah.
BB King.
A board game, chess.
Ah, rhythmic gymnastic, but I don't champion. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
You understand?
No? Thank you for answering my question. Okay, we're going. Do you play chess? Yes? No? Why not?
And it was really, really boring.
I don't speak.
Yeah, I don't speak French either, and I came prepared to say I don't speak French in French. But
tu veux, tu peux me parler en anglais, moi je te parle en français.
when I say chess, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Concentration.
Concentration.
Yeah, logic.
Great word. Logic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he used to teach me, but
Okay.
I'm not really into it. There's a picture of us as kids playing, and
Yeah.
my face shows how I'm not into it.
Why you don't play chess? I'd love to hear it.
Because I'm really active. I like sports.
My kids play outside too, so they don't play chess either. You play chess?
Yes.
Yeah? Where do you play chess?
Just at home with my friends.
Do you know any chess players?
Yeah, Bobby Fischer.
Capablanca?
Okay.
Do you know who Magnus Carlsen is?
Absolutely, the goat. Jan Gustafsson.
Jan Gustafsson, there you go.
We are German.
Oh,
so
yeah, shout
that's
out
why
to
I know
Jan.
him.
Harry Stolbore.
Who?
Harry Stolbore.
If you just name someone I don't know, that is fascinating. Are we not allowed to film here? Not even here?
I can do streamers.
Okay, so give me 5 chess streamers for €5.
Andrea, Alexandro Botes.
That's 2. We got 2.
Eric Hansen.
All Canada so far. Team Canada. Eric Rosen. Okay.
One more, right?
Yeah, one
Anna
more.
Crumley.
Wow.
Higher, higher.
Oh, you might just not have long enough arms.
No, don't tell me that. Don't T-Rex little arm me. Magnus is here for the Speed Chess Championship.
Okay,
You know what
I
that
saw
is?
it at eSpot.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Are you excited for the rematch of Magnus Carlsen versus Hans Niemann?
Oh, Hans Niemann?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah, of course.
It's a big it's
okay,
it's
then
sold,
I'm gonna watch
sold
live.
out. It's sold out, yeah.
Crazy,
It's a big deal.
okay.
If they're actually playing.
They are playing on Friday.
They haven't played yet.
They haven't played yet since the
You
scandal.
don't know what Magnus does after move 1 or something.
Yeah, exactly, nice, yes.
Go and push Chess.com and chess world in general, because it's a pretty good game. You learn so much from chess over the world and how it works and everything, so I think it's a good thing for you, from you.
Perfect. You got it.
Thank you. Thank you. Merci. We're out of here. The guy's still following me. You don't have jurisdiction over here. Okay, he still wants us out of here. Everyone's so friendly. So I don't think our visit would have been complete without a stop at the Eiffel Tower, but that monument is a little too far for them to kick me out of. So with that, I will say goodnight, everyone, and we'll see you around on Chess.com.
We're getting word that 5-time Speed Chess champion Hikaru Nakamura is doing Puzzle Rush during the break. His jacket is off. The gloves have already been off, maybe for a couple years, some might say. But Danya, Hikaru has now ballooned this lead to 4 points. Hans Niemann, he's struggling. He, of course, has played some great chess. But to lose that game, is that the heartbreaker?
I mean, there have been several heartbreakers, and Hans has done a lot of things right. He's had a couple memorable moments. That queen sack, he brought the lead down to 1. But you called it during the break. Consistency is the order of the day when you try to beat someone like Hikaru, and that is just what has been lacking for Hans. Too many missed opportunities, too many blunders, and right now he's got a Herculean task ahead of him because this lead is ballooned to 4 at the worst possible moment.
And that was a very weird game because Hikaru had an extra pawn, and then he just gave it away, and then suddenly he was much worse than an endgame. And then when Hans was completely winning, he rushed a pawn down the board. There's a bishop sacrifice. He allowed his opponent to queen, and then he did have one chance there, but couldn't hold on. So I think the key, Danya, has been Hikaru's time management in this time control.
And you're right on every count. When you talk about how seldom Hikaru blunders like that, how seldom he gives you a gift, you have to accept that gift and at least get half a point from that game. But Hans has to clean up his play. He has to play faster and more confidently. Where does he find that mojo? Well, we're about to find out. We have another anti-Berlin. This is how the 3+1 segment started. And Hans with the bishop g5 variation. This is very typical, Robert. The bishop coming back to e7 and then d6.
That way you don't face any pins on that diagonal there. It's a bit passive. The bishop on e7 is restricted by its own pieces, but at the same time, white doesn't have any direct threat. So Hikaru is the first thing in knight g4. I don't think I've seen this idea, but he's clearly playing for f5.
He's shown every kind of way to prepare f5. That knight can drop back to h6. I remember Alexander Morozevich, legendary player. He showed some ideas like this with colors reversed. No, the knight comes back to f6. But nothing about Hikaru's play has been predictable.
He brought his knight back to b8. Yeah, he went knight back to b8, pawn to b6. And that's the thing about this structure. White is better because you're bringing your knight forward. All the moves have been natural. But how do you actually crack black's position?
Well, I mean, queen d2 is my kind of instinct in these types of positions. Get the queen to h6, maybe even now. I mean, at least that should be calculated because AB, knight g5, Hans wants none of it. He wants to keep this bishop and pin the f-pawn. I'm all for creativity, but this just might be bad rather than creative.
Yeah, the knight is back on b8, right? It was already developed, it went back, and now you're undeveloping and setting up for the next game. So b5 hits that bishop. Bishop b3 is very tempting to keep staring at the black king side, but perhaps it's better to bring that bishop with bishop d5. I wouldn't go there, but it does make a lot of sense opening up the e-file. And you're trying to get rid of that knight on f6. So Danya, bishop d5 had some serious merit.
I mean, that bishop was like standing on the Arizona, New Mexico, Utah borders. Like, where do I go? Do I go anywhere? Because queen h6, I'm a broken record, but this is oftentimes the beginning of the end. And the issue is if black moves the rook from f8 to try to make space for the queen, then knight g5 also hits the f7 pawn. Queen h6, king h8, and knight g8 also might not be in time. Hans plays it.
Is there c5 here as a way to save yourself? He's just trying to shut down the diagonal. c4 coming next. The bishop will have to retreat, and then these ideas of rook e8 and queen f8. So just to point out that, Don, it's the same idea that we both want, but Hikaru first is making sure the f7 pawn doesn't fall victim to a direct attack.
Such a cold-blooded reaction. Hikaru entrusts the entire defensive task to this knight on f6, but it's not just that one knight. It's the knight on d7 that supports it, eliminating the possibility of these deflection ideas, which just aren't as effective. Actually, the g-pawn doing such a great job too. So it's a full team effort in terms of black keeping white's kingside at bay. And again, Hans is invested. Over a minute now. The deficit that he faces, where's the mate? Maybe he needs to go rook e3, but queen f8 is coming and the time is ticking in both senses.
You've asked me this several times today. Would you trade a slightly better position for some time? Here, I would definitely, once again, take black. It's not a clear position. Black is up 1.5 minutes in a 3-minute game, Danya. So Hikaru just keeps doing this. He is playing this sort of style where it's not clear how to actually create a new target, how to get at him, and he just wants the lead on the clock.
He's played provocative chess, and he's done it deliberately. I think he's sniffed out the right strategy. He senses that Hans isn't really confident in his ability to finish these games. He's taking too much time in certain moments, and now black doesn't even feel worse. Maybe Hans should open a second front with a4, go for that a file, and he does. That's some good decision-making. Are we going to see complete chaos?
Wow, that would be a move. I just have to give a shout out to Hans real quick, because queen d2 back, when you have more space, you typically want to keep more pieces on the board, so he didn't trade those queens. An h6 play to get the black king out, but Donna, the a file is open. Hikaru seems to be in serious danger, and yet he's so far ahead on the clock that I don't feel like he's that nervous.
Hikaru is a glutton for punishment. He's taking all of the punishment in the world on both sides of the board, and that chaos button, it's blinking red. d5 seems pretty tempting. That's what Hikaru did the last time Hans put a knight on h4.
Well, then knight wants to go to f5, sacrifice a piece to go right after the black king, and Hans is down under 1 minute. So Hikaru's investing his time right now. You see him on screen there. He's really calculating, and d5 is tempting, but it does open up that bishop on c2, so that would at least cause me pause.
And maybe the rook on a7 has to be eliminated, but to do that, you need to move this bishop maybe up to c6. Obviously, you want white to go d5. If the center is closed, at least you don't have to worry about d takes e5 happening at the wrong moment, because if the knight moves from f6, the queen is X-raying the other knight. So there's a lot to keep track of, a lot of moving parts. And indeed, Hikaru beefs up his sort of central security.
Oh.
Hans voluntarily goes d5.
No.
You're shocked by this too, right?
Well, you were playing bishop c6 to invite d5, so now it doesn't even gain a tempo. And as you're pointing out, knight can come to c5. And with the center closed, that means that there's no more avenues for attack. And rook e8, I don't think I fully understand. Is he waiting for f4?
Well, it's a demonstrative move. I think he says, well, my job here on d8 is done. Thank you for closing the center. Typical Hikaru move, knight h7. And see, now you don't have d takes e5, which would have eliminated this move. Hans is losing the thread of the game here, but he's still doing fine.
And he's playing much more quickly than he was earlier. So he's down 20 seconds still. The knight can go to c5 for black, but you always watch out for knight f5. That at some point could be very dangerous. The black king doesn't have that many defenders. In f2 to f4, you knew where I was going. That will open up an avenue on the f line for that rook sitting on f1.
Yeah, no, kudos to Hans. I mean, every time it seems like he's been losing momentum in this game, he's kind of gained it back. And Hikaru, he understands that this is still very dangerous. f4, the side that controls the pawn breaks, controls the position. Said Socrates in 600 BC. And Hans using both of his major advantages, right? On the king side, he's got knight f5. And on the queen side, he's got the a file under control. He's squeezing all the juice from those two assets.
And the bishop on c8, it allows the rook on b8 to protect b5. It also takes away the f5 square from any of these knight jumps. So suddenly black is turning this around. Hikaru, he's about even on the clock. In fact, he's the one who's down a second. Now it's back to level. But Danya, it does feel like black's gained the momentum here because white has these double rooks in the 7th rank that aren't gaining any ground.
Back to level. His play has been on another level. This is more bunker chess from Hikaru and another time scramble impending. We know how those have gone. Not very well for Hans.
And he plays rook c8, getting rid of one of those rooks on the 7th. And now everything is defended for black. Down. The king can go to g7 at any moment to make sure there's no funny business on the king side. And here he's going to focus on the queen side.
Hikaru has just operated on the bottom 3 ranks for this entire game, and somehow he is making the most of it. Queen d8, queen b6 is going to eliminate the vestiges of white's initiative, or are they?
Knight takes e5, a shot out of nowhere.
Oh.
Okay, then rook on b8's under attack. So you take on a7, the b8 drops. And you take back on d7 with the knight. You could get a situation down there where the knights outclass the bishop, but wow, trading queens in the process.
F4 and E5, bishop A4. Suddenly Hans back to attacking here, but he's got 5 seconds.
And look at this game. The b file's open, rook b2, knight c5, but e5 is available.
Oh, 96, but he drops the bishop on c2, but then White will play rook f7 at the end. Oh.
King g8, what a cold-blooded move.
Zig and zag, and the bishop on c2 might be trapped. It's been captured. Chaos on the board.
The d-pawn runs. He gives up the f4 pawn to go d7, rook d2, f takes e5, and then the d-pawn goes anyway.
Hans doesn't want to play d7 because Hikaru will get a million pawns for the knight, a discovery with knight e6. He wants to time d7, right? Maybe knight f4, knight d5 can be considered.
But knight f4 would have been by rook d2, so you didn't want to allow that rook to get behind the pawn. And now suddenly there's some danger for white if you're not careful, because c2 is a threat.
It's a huge threat. And even if king e2, still c2, he plays it now.
And he goes rook. So black is up a pawn. So this is terrible news for not for Hikaru, for Hans, because Hikaru's up a pawn, can play this forever.
I'm still processing what just happened. I'm going to pretend the last 15 moves don't exist. Hikaru doesn't only play this forever, he's good at winning these positions, right? Putting the rook on the right square to prevent a pre-move. He knows all these tricks. Trust me, I know. And rook e3, rook g3, h4 is going to draw.
Yeah, this is going to be a nice find from Hans Niemann. He is going to be able to save this game. But look at Hikaru. He's just spending king g7.
Okay, rook g5 was a forced draw. Hans could have played g3 at the end.
He wants more time gone from this match clock.
And he's also playing for the win because Hans could lose the g-pawn. He shouldn't. He should draw this, but it'll take some more time, as you said.
King g4 wants rook a7. Creative ways. 1 second for Hans. Now Hikaru's up a pawn once more and can play this game out.
I think Hikaru's going to win this. I think Hans might lose his patience. He might say, I'm tired of defending this. And now it's actually a hard draw. He has to do the alternate Philidor. No, he can take in king g2. He missed it.
Oh my gosh.
Was a draw there, Robert.
And he slaps himself in the face. He cannot believe what's happened here. Hikaru Nakamura once again steals a victory.
King f1 at the end. Unacceptable by Hans. He did everything to draw it, and he is sabotaging himself. But only Hikaru seems to win games like that.
And we heard the oohing and the eyeing from the fans here. They cannot believe it either. The evaluation bar was steady for such a long time, and then suddenly it plummets in Hikaru's favor. Donna, it's a 5-point lead now for Hikaru. It might be getting out of hand for Hans.
Hans' self-belief, his confidence, his mojo, it has propelled him the last couple months. It seems like he's lost his belief in his ability to come back and win this match. You can just feel it in the air, and it's a lot of heat in the air. And it's coming from Hikaru, perhaps.
Yeah, it must be exhausting playing all these games. So we are going to take a second. We're going to throw this over to James Canty and some VIP guests. There might be a chess queen in the house. So James, how you doing out there?
We're doing great down here. We're in the Diamond Lounge of... Look, we have a chess queen. Grandmaster Alexandra Kostyniuk, 2-time women's world champion. How are you?
Fine, great. Watching chess.
Nice. How are you liking Paris? What's the vibe like?
Well, I love Paris. It was a nice excuse, actually, it's Blitz Chess Championship to come to pass by Paris, because I was planning to go to Budapest directly to play in the Chess Olympiad, and then, well, somebody offered me to come to Paris. I couldn't say no, so yeah, enjoying Paris. And actually, we filmed today about the famous French player, composer, Philidor, and we just saw this Philidor position. So, you know, Paris and chess is everywhere, and I'm very happy and excited to see chess in the center of Paris.
Speaking of chess, what do you think about the position on the board right now? What's actually going on? What can you tell us?
Well, I think actually it's going to be very difficult for Hans to recover from this rook blunder in the famous drawish Philidor position that was supposed to be a draw. And, well, we see a very big score difference, like +5. Hikaru is leading, so it's going to be tough. And he might lose this one as well because, well, when you blunder in Blitz, you don't have time, you know, to recover, to calm down, to relax, and to take it over again. I mean, you have to, like, the show must go on, and unfortunately chess can be very cruel.
What do you think about a women's SCC live? How do you feel about that?
Actually, I'm looking forward to seeing it happening maybe in Paris next year, going from online to live. You see, the public supports me, yeah!
No promises, Danny. Okay, you heard that, Daniel Wrench. You heard that, right? Okay, cool. Back to you guys up in the studio.
So cool to hear the thoughts of Alexander Kosteniuk, a legend of the game of chess, and James Canny. I mean, always fun to see him. They're having a good time with the crowd in the VIP area. But look, we see what's going on in this game. Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces, Danya. He once again has an advantage. I shouldn't even say once again, because the games he's winning, it seems like he's winning them from a disadvantage. Could this be bad that he's ahead in this game?
I mean, I don't think there's anything bad about this 3-minute segment other than, Hans's play. And everyone's eyes remain transfixed on the board. Big shout out there to Alexander Kosteniuk, and a good luck to her at the Olympiad, where she will be representing Switzerland. Okay, there's the answer. Queen F4. I think Hikaru deliberately trying to make his position worse so that he can put that psychological pressure on Hans. But there's no other way to put it. Hans is getting smoked, or shall I say he's getting moked.
Oh, no.
Holy mokes. Queen F6 is coming, and do we care about this rook on D1?
No, because there's also, not only is F7 hang, bishop H6 in many positions. So queen takes F6 is a knockout. Look at Hikaru. He used to have a show called Nakamura's Knockouts, and this is one of them.
And you want to hear the worst part is bishop H6. It would be winning normally, but it also comes with a discovered attack against the queen to make matters even worse. And matters could not possibly be worse for Hans's comeback chances, because this lead has spiraled into a complete tailspin. It'll be at 6, and Hikaru versus Alireza. This is giving off those kinds of vibes, but Hikaru has a proven track record of comebacks. He wasn't able to make one. It's not looking like Hans is anywhere near a comeback right now.
No, 10.5 to 4.5. We hear a round of applause from the audience, and look at that close-up on Hikaru. It's like he's streaming right now.
He's streaming, he's singing, he's playing, he's bopping, he's vibing. What isn't he doing right now?
Well, I wonder what he's listening to, because I think
Magnus
losing. Was listening to Flo Rida. So I don't know what on Hikaru's playlist, but if the production team can let us know, that'd be cool. But right now, Hikaru, you see him look up. He's trying to figure out this position. Danya, I will say that it looks pretty decent for Hans from the start, but it's not really about how the games have begun. It's how Hans has been able to hold himself together in some of the complications. And in the 3-minute portion, you look at the score at 5.5 in Hikaru's favor.
And the opening is oftentimes the most important phase of the game in classical chess. There's been such an accent on it. But not every SCC match, and in fact, very few Blitz matches are decided by the opening is the biggest factor. It hasn't been a factor at all here. It almost doesn't matter what variation of the Ruy Lopez they play, whether Hikaru goes knight F3 or E4. It's the middle games, it's the time scrambles, it's the other factors that have been decisive. And in that last game, the chess gods punishing Hans, because to lose a Philidor position in Paris, there's a route of Philidor Street, not more than 3 miles from here. This is looking grim. Maybe for black in this game, Hikaru is maybe taking too many liberties here.
I'm not sure I've actually ever seen a pawn structure like this, with those double B pawns and a pawn A5, double E pawns.
I don't want to see one ever again.
Yeah, no, this is one of these pawn structures that only a mother could love, and it's just really not looking pleasant for black. A knight hops into F4, and suddenly Hikaru has play. Like, this is, I don't know how he does it, but it's like, you look at it, like, strategically he's in trouble, and then, like, how does white make his next move? And Danya, the one thing that I would say is going best for Hans is the clock right now. He's actually ahead, but D5 is getting spicy.
And when you lose your confidence, you face a move like D5 and you're like, not again. You just lose your confidence in your ability to handle these chaotic moments. E takes D4, and there's a potential discovery against white's king, which may not be the end of the world for Hans. But Hikaru goes for the pawn cube, just for content, for the juicer cube and the bastion.
Yeah.
Potential ice skater on the white king.
But that kind of pawn tension in the center is really difficult to figure out. And Rook C1 played, apparently not the best move, but a very normal-looking one. Queen B8 still eyeing the white king on H2. Instead, Queen F7. So we're going to see a little bit of back and forth, but I think the main theme of this position is that the white king looks vulnerable, and black has all of his pieces primed for an attack.
I would not rule out knight takes G2, yielding the spot for the other knight. I think Hikaru has sort of abandoned one avenue of attack, and he's pursuing another. What does Hans even do here? D takes E5 opens up the rook. E takes D5 opens up the E pawn. White might be 0.1 in the eval bar, but that could not be a more meaningless evaluation. Maybe G3 is what you need, but then D takes E4 looks terrifying. This is hard to look at. Maybe bishop A3.
Queen C2 played. Yeah, that's the move. Keeping that tension in the center. If D takes E4, there's queen takes E4. And then knight on F3 keeps his defender, because Danya's central point was that if this rook were to take on E4, knight takes G2 happens, and then white is in trouble. So queen takes E4, I would assume, is the move.
Knight E5 is possible, but unlikely.
Yeah, because the knight D3 would happen in many of these positions. And knight D5 was black's best, apparently, but this still looks good.
Now the queen is really vulnerable. It's harassed by the black rook. Maybe not the best move, but queen f3, knight h4. You can sense a theme here. That queen is not welcome anywhere, maybe other than c2 or b1.
Is there queen f5? Can I play that move? Just trying to tactically trade off the queens and keep as many squares protected as possible.
I think there might be room in there for another SCC finalist. Robert, queen f5 has to be the move because black's queen cannot evade the queen trade. He missed it. He played queen c2 instead.
Maybe queen f5, the problem is a trade and knight coming to d3 in those positions, but either way, I mean, Hans is holding on very nicely right now, perhaps because of the last few games. We're in this mindset of, well, Hikaru is playing so well, he's playing quickly, he should be the side for choice, but if we look at the actual contours of the position, there's double B pawns, they're weak. So it's kind of like white has an extra pawn if the E pawn stays alive.
And this is what Hans needs. He needs to realize a lot of games, he's had good positions, he's done a lot of things right, he's doing a lot of things right in this game. Knight takes e3 and queen f4. Doesn't work. The rook can slide to g3, Dingley-Wren style, with colors reversed. How does Hikaru maximize his knights? Does he put one on b4? Will it be meaningless on that square?
Knight b4, always tempting. You attack a queen, hope your opponent doesn't see it. Knight h4 in some positions. You called that one out. Just some sacrifices getting in front of the white king. And where does this queen belong, Danya? What square would you go to?
Well, queen c4 is tempting because it gets the queens off, but you pointed this out earlier, the knight coming to d3. That's a deal breaker. And so the queen parks itself on nice defensive square. Now the knight to b5.
But that knight comes to d3, and apparently that was a huge
queen c7.
Oh my
Knight
goodness.
f3.
Oh, the king on h2 is misplaced, so there's discovered attack. Look at Hikaru. He sees it. Look at that face.
Ooh. I mean, he doesn't want to look at this. This is painful. The bishop on c3.
Oh my goodness, wind blowing in his hair. Nothing can stop his sails. Hikaru Nakamura wins again, Danya. He is crushing this time portion.
You said that his pawn structure only a mother could love. I mean, I think a father could love it too, because he might become one if he wins another couple games.
Yeah, that's what in chess is called adoption, 10 games in a row. And right now he's up 6.5 to half in the 3+1, that Title Tuesday time control. Hikaru Nakamura has won by far the most of those. And right now, I think that we're seeing a demoralized Hans Niemann getting defeated game after game. And if you look at Hikaru's rating, he's very close to 3,200. And as you know, if you've ever watched a stream of his, he wants that 3,200 and then some.
I think that's one way, Hikaru and Magnus, they both have their winning approaches, their proven approaches. Magnus, when he feels like a match is in the bag, he likes to conserve energy. He doesn't mind giving away a game or two at the end. For Hikaru, if he's this close to a milestone, he's making every game count. Both approaches have led to so many victories, but Hikaru is not letting up for a single second, and he's better again. I guess he needs to be worse, though, in order to win the game.
It seems like that was the case for a streak of games, but right now, rook c2, very nice move. Queen a1, rook c1 or d1, as you're pointing out, and you just are controlling many of the key squares. So Hans may go on full tilt. Like, he is trying to keep pace with Hikaru, who is one of, if not the fastest player on the planet. And, if you're going to play quickly, you might play inaccurately. But if you're Hikaru, it seems like even when you're in those final few seconds, the moves are still very strong.
And you can just tell Hans is playing faster. That's a good thing, but the quality of his play has suffered as a result. Hikaru has full control over this isolated queen pawn on d5 and the square in front of it. Knight takes f2. You always have to watch out for these side tactics, but I don't think that you've got anything tangible here. The bishop b5, huge threat. Everything just falling apart here for Hans on the board and on the scoreboard.
And it's the type of position where, half a pawn better for white. It's just a clear advantage for white, no risk whatsoever. And Hans sees bishop b5 coming. He's not happy about that. He drops his knight back to d6, a good move. But black is a bit passive, and any endgame without the queens and the rooks, just worse for black because of the isolated queen pawn.
I feel like Hikaru's going to go a3 and then h3. He likes to do that sometimes, just sit on the position, make slow improving moves. When you're tilted and you're emotionally down, sometimes the worst thing to face is this slow positional chess because you feel like you have to manufacture tactics at all costs. You go for unsound sacrifices, and then the wheels, they totally come off. The knight might be finding greener pastures on f4. Maybe the queen will move up to d4, and you blockade the IQP in order to eventually win it.
Queen on d4 is very powerful, hitting b6, hitting d5. Knight f5 stops the queen from getting there, and that sacrifice, knight takes f2. You mentioned it, there could be a sacrifice at some moment. White does have everything covered for now, but just keep an eye out on sacrifices.
And so we have 6-7 minutes, just a tick under 7 minutes remaining in the 3-minute segment.
Then there will be 30 minutes of bullet. Obviously, Robert, there is no talk of this match being mathematically out of Hans's hands, out of Hans's hands. He still can make a comeback, but you know, with every game that he loses, it's looking unlikely on the scoreboard. It's also looking unlikely just the way that his psychological makeup has gone downhill as this match has progressed.
Well, he does have one idea in this position, d4. Yeah, he's trying to get rid of that isolated queen pawn, but a rook on c7 is dangerous. There are going to be attacks, bishop b5. If you're push the d pawn, the f7 pawn feels like it's going to be a target. But Hans is doing pretty well to remain level, in fact, ahead on the clock, and his position actually remains bearable.
Absolutely, and White has some back rank issues. I was going to point out queen takes f4 in some future, but that's going to be a moot point because the rooks are coming off the board, and Hikaru obviously can play with an abundance of caution. He doesn't have to win every game. He might just take on e8 and sit on the position for 6 more minutes.
Yeah, take on e8, play bishop d3, try to get that knight off f5. White is better here, no questions asked, but black is ahead on the clock, so Hans is doing that right.
I like bishop a6, and bishop takes c8 could be a possibility. But Hikaru, he's been very professional here. He hasn't, you know, played for content, so to speak. He's played solid, sound positional chess. Queen to c3. He allows d4. Hans gets active, though.
Is knight e2 what he's going to play? You know, just protect d4 and keep the extra pawn. That would be maybe a little bit too greedy, but there it is.
Okay, bishop d5. Now knight g3 is possible. I think b4 apparently the best move.
Okay, it makes sense, but being the only move is to keep the advantage is a bit strange because
Hans has some of these knight e3, knight h4 type jumps, but I don't think that they work. White always has a nasty back rank check at the right moment.
And there's always queen b8, queen e5 to trade queens if you need it. But the b3 pawn, that's loose. And Hans is ahead on time by 15 seconds. He's thinking about taking b3 or d4, but knight, you're pointing out, knight c3 is available.
Knight c3 is available, and then knight f3 check doesn't work. Queen e1 was an interesting trick. That didn't work. He takes on b3. That apparently was the right pawn to capture. If White takes on b6, maybe the bishop slides back to c4. This whole construction does not seem stable in the least.
No, that's not a great knight in front of a bishop. The bishop is good at home, keeping the king safe. But yeah, it's not the ideal placement. So queen takes b6, bishop c4, queen b8 to e5. Exactly what I was looking at. Could White play that and try to eke out a win there?
Well, if we read each other's mind across the pond, I thought we might continue that trend. And Hans now has another defensive task ahead of him. But with his king more active, that pawn on a3 might be in the crosshairs of that king on g7.
Here it
Bishop
comes.
b5, though. Can Hikaru get rid of this pawn just in the nick of time?
Knight d6, bishop d7.
Ooh.
Everything holding on to one another. And okay, is Hikaru just going to be up a pawn? It should be equal, you know, quotation marks. It should be a theoretical draw, perhaps. But White can play this out forever.
And maybe knight takes a3 is not the way to go because it allows knight b6, knight c8. And if White can evacuate his knight, it's like that rook endgame, right? Hikaru can play this for a million years. Look at this acrobatic approach, bishop a4. Everything is working. The knight's evacuating to f8.
You could probably take it, I guess, but oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no, bishop e6.
Now these pawns, and now black's king. This is the irony, right? There's nothing left on the queen side. It's got to go all the way back, and it's looking a heck of a lot slower as it tries to get back home in time.
Not even Usain Bolt could get back over there by the time it needs to. And this is just a clinical endgame display from Hikaru Nakamura, where now, just so everyone's aware, knight and pawn endgames are most similar to king and pawn endgames. So being just one pawn ahead should be enough. And somehow that was...
Knight e5 is a draw, actually, because takes and king d5. But I just wanted to say, even the fastest runner in the world would agree with what you're saying.
Nice, nice. You gotta. That wasn't even a pity laugh. That was a sincere laugh from the audience. So
appreciate it.
You should appreciate them. And well, it looks like Hikaru has gone wrong here. He's up 2 pawns, but his pawns can't move. This is not the pawn formation from White that you want. You need to have an ability to push forward.
Yeah, but with 2 pawns down and the black king getting pushed around, Hans is trying to find some. There's no perpetual here, but maybe you can pry White's king away from the g3 pawn. This is fantastic defense by Hans. He's got sort of a fortress here. But can he hold this? Will Hikaru milk another 2 minutes off the match clock?
The fact that this is a theoretical draw is nuts because White is up 2 full pawns, but you can't push them. So, and apparently giving a check with the knight was wrong.
It's a theoretical draw, which means in theory, but not really in practice. Definitely not in the practice of this match.
Yeah, king f3 coming, and now he's going to be able to break free. Knight d1, knight e3 check.
The worst of all worlds, right? He might actually take another 2 minutes off the clock. and he's going to win the game.
And if he does take 2 minutes off, it ends the 3-minute plus 1 second increment time control.
Are you saying this match isn't going well for Hans?
Yeah, I think you could quote me on that.
Okay.
And this endgame now, winning for white, knight g4. You can push the f-pawn. If the knight moves, your king comes in. So it looks like Hans is going to lose another game, but he probably doesn't want to play any more 3+1.
The walls are closing in, and look at white's king just working its way around the obstacles. The great thing about having 2 extra pawns, you can sack one of them, and knight takes h6 this time is losing in the pawn endgame. Knight f5, knight e5. Black has to let the pawn through to f5, and Hans should maybe even resign and give himself an extra game. Does he even want an extra game, given how this 3-minute segment has gone? He's going to be down 7.5 half in this segment, and he will, in fact, ensure another game.
Yeah, Hikaru Nakamura is flexing both defensive and endgame muscles in this match. He ended up winning the a4 pawn, Danya. He played that nice move, bishop back to a4 when his knight was under attack. Then he brought his pieces into the king side. And look at this. Hans is playing a4. Apparently, that's not the best move. And Hikaru drops his knight back to h7. He is relentless.
He is, and he has gotten into this mindset where he thinks anything is going to win him the game. He can do anything. b6, we saw him play the most bizarre, outlandish approaches, and all of them seem to lead to victory. And when he's in that mindset, it's like old Hikaru. Relentless is the best word to describe what he's doing in these last 60 minutes of mastery.
This looks ridiculous, I have to say. That look at all of Black's pawns on dark squares, handing the light squares away. He's just going to try to trap that bishop on g3, and if white pushes a pawn on the king side, you're actually opening up that side of the board, and this is one of the downsides of castling early. We typically tell students, castle quickly, get your king to safety, but now you're no longer a moving target. We know exactly where your king has landed, and those pawns, they're marching forward.
This is one of the most instructive chapters in this classic book, The Art of Attack in Chess. It's attack against a castled king, which turns this idea on its head that you castle into safety. Black's king can castle, well, probably not to the king side, but definitely to the queen side, and maybe that's what you want to do. Wait a minute.
He wants to sacrifice. Bishop takes c6 and then take on e5, and the king on e8 will not be very safe.
Hans has done some things right, and that was a pretty cool idea. He can still do that, or he can play h4 himself, and I should probably not say anything because the blue arrow is talking.
He plays it. So Hans, to his credit, has found a number of only moves, but this position remains immensely complicated. The white king isn't that safe. The black king won't be that safe in the center. And at any moment, bishop takes c6 can shatter black's queenside pawn structure.
And nor will black's king be safe on the queen side because white can send that b pawn up the board, and the a6 pawn is a hook. I think b4 might be a plan even if the king remains in the center.
Oh, what is he aiming for here?
Well, don't you see the e4 pawn is hanging? It's not like it's defended or anything.
In knight e7, he cleared the square. And then he wants to play c6 and trap the bishop at some point.
Or eliminate the bishop. Knight e7, I think you called it. You need to reevaluate who the prophet is here.
Well, I appreciate that, but it looks like, c6. Is there some kind of, at some point, knight c4 coming to d6? That looks very juicy. It's a big check against the black king.
And apparently bishop to c4 was the move. I'm with you. Bishop a2 is the human move because knight to c4, there's going to be hell to pay because of these weak dark squares. You play bishop b8 and you allow knight to b6. Maybe Hikaru has overcooked it a little bit. Maybe what he needs is to push another pawn down to b5.
That looks very unappealing. Bishop takes e3 doesn't look appetizing either because the rook on f1 opens up. So Hans can try to take this game. He is down 8 points in this match. He probably feels like it's way beyond comeback territory. But I think one win in this time control will make him feel a teeny bit better.
There's obviously prize money at stake. There's pride at stake. I mean, you could say that again. But he's been in a complete tailspin. And like I said, the worst thing is it feels like he's losing every game, no matter what the type of position is. I don't think he's going to lose this one, though. That knight is determined to earn Hans Niemann at least one victory in the 3-minute segment.
This is really awful from Hikaru.
Oh, no.
If he survives this game, he just can survive anything.
Knight c8, queen d6, and if he can survive this game, I think my commentary career might end on the spot.
Well, this game ended on that spot, and it looks like Hans Niemann gets a win, his first win in that time control. So the lead is still at 7 points for Hikaru Nakamura, but for Hans, who of course is going to be disgusted with the results of that time segment. You know, he is down 7. Hikaru, though, I mean, he's been a beast.
That last game was fantastic by Hans. If you showed me just that game and the Queen Sacrifice game and asked me to predict the score after 2 segments, I'd say, well, even at best for Hikaru. But no, that was the lone bright spot, the only victory for Hans in a complete blowout. And when Hikaru feels like he can give games away like that, you know that you're in for trouble.
Well, Hans Niemann is in trouble. It might be beyond trouble because look at that middle graphic there. 7.5 to 1.5 in the 3+1 time control. Hikaru Nakamura brought his full force. Look at Hans, he laughed because otherwise he would cry, and it looks like Hikaru Nakamura maybe laughing this one to the bank.
Yeah, I mean, you said he's in trouble. I am troubled to do a game review. I don't know which one to choose because no matter what the game arc looked like, no matter whether it was smooth positional chess by Hikaru, a winning position for Hans, nothing has gone his way. And the game that really epitomizes that occurred in the middle of the 3-minute segment. I'm going to quickly run you through the crazy proceedings of this game. And the craziest part happened at the end, so I don't have the time to go thoroughly through every stage. So I'm going to skip over the opening and early middle game pretty fast. Hikaru playing his vintage double fianchetto, kind of sloppy in the opening. He wasn't putting too much emphasis on playing precisely in the first 20 moves or so, because everything was working out for him, including in this game. Starts off well for Hikaru. He transforms the position. Hans gets really active, but his pieces get pushed away one after the other. He drops and loses his passed pawn on d3. Looks like Hikaru is going to take this to a smooth victory, but no. He plays very well for a long time. Hikaru gets some pieces off the board. He plays e5, crashing through, using his extra pawn to its full effect. Then he goes h4, starting the pressure on the king side, forcing more pieces off the board. And it looks like he's going to take this all the way to a smooth conversion with a move like rook f2. But no, Hikaru blunders uncharacteristically with f6. He rushes it and gives up his extra pawn on e6. Suddenly Hans is in the driver's seat, and Hans takes an equal position and takes it into a winning position. He activates his king. It's a classic good knight versus bad bishop situation, and it seems like it's good knight to Hikaru pretty quickly. That knight jumps around, very skillfully maneuvering itself to the right square, which is g7, and then e8, and then king to d4. Hikaru collapsing. c4 and h5 are too weak to defend. c4 is lost, and it looks like the game is over. It should have been over, but this is where the trouble begins for Hans. Knight takes a3, completely unnecessary. He should have dropped the knight back to e5. This was an easy win. He takes on a3. He gives Hikaru counterplay. This was the last chance for black to win the game. It involved bringing the king back to f6 and locking down white's ability to vacate the path for the h-pawn. But in time pressure, Hans panics with c3. It's a draw, but now it's a loss after c2. This is why knights are so bad at stopping past pawns. The h-pawn, its path is clear. Hikaru's path is clear to a victory, but not as much as you would think. He allows a draw. He forgets to put his queen on the a2 square. This was the winning idea. Hans once again can salvage half a point, but inexplicably Niemann with one last opportunity. Hikaru tries this way and that way, and Hans plays king c3, granting him a second chance. King e4 is good enough, a2 not possible, and that tempo lost was a game lost as the king approaches the knight and disarms the drawing mechanism. Hikaru wins this game, he wins the other game, he wins every game except 2 in the 3-minute segment, and his lead, it's almost too much to count. It's at 7 points.
Well, Daniel, we often think of as an immortal as a sacrificial tactical display, but can that be on, would you immortalize that in the swindle book?
Well, just not if Hans Niemann votes on that. He wants that game forgotten about. He probably will want this match forgotten about, but we got 30 more minutes to play. And he's got to show up. He's got to play every game perfectly if he wants even the slightest chance of a comeback. Realistically, this match might be a wrap after just a couple minutes of that bullet portion, because Hikaru's not just any bullet player. He's one of the best in history.
Well, there's so much to remember from the Speed Chess Championship. Tomorrow, there's also a finals. But we want to remind everybody that you can get these special displays. They're pretty awesome. This has the names of all 4 players, and it's got a little pawn with a beret and a mustache. I don't think I've ever seen that before. So Chess.com is partnering with a lovely display, and you can get one of the collection of chess posters printed on chic and durable metal. Monumentalize the 2024 Speed Chess Championship with gorgeous display designs from our SCC collection, or explore our other designs like mittens or the Rook. Use the command display in chat or head over to display.com/chess to shop now and use the code CHESS at checkout to claim up to 32% off. Use that command display in the chat to get one of your own. You see Hikaru Nakamura, is he the king? Not this year in the Speed Chess Championship, but he may break the king of Hans Niemann, as we have seen Hikaru dominate the 3+1. What will happen in Bullet? That remains to be seen. We'll be right back, everyone, from the Speed Chess Championship Consolation match.
You're rocking the GM Hans.
Yes.
And I know you were talking about my journey a little bit. I just played a really bad tournament, and I saw during that tournament a bit of my ego and competitive spirit kind of like broke down. I was wondering if you have you ever felt like that? How do you pick yourself back up?
I have an offer that's going to change your life, Levy. We're going to have a little training camp with me, you, and Kramnik. It's going to be 1 week, and I want to give it to you for the price of 100,000 each. And I assure you that after this camp, you'll become a Grandmaster. That is my one-time offer.
What happens if I don't become a Grandmaster?
There's a warranty. It is a warranty. I promise you that a week with me and Kramnik, and it's gonna change your life. And for 100 grand, for both of us, I think it's the best investment you could make. And it expires in 24 hours.
What about just one of you?
No, it has to be both. No, you know that Kramnik is really a genius. And after my initial camp with him, before the Tournament of Peace, I went to his, was in Geneva, and it was very casual, just sort of speaking. And after this, I went to the Tournament of Peace, scoring the highest performance of the year, and one of the highest performances of all time. So I think that, Levy, I think you need Kramnik as your coach, and I don't say this sarcastically.
Is he on board with this?
You can afford it.
But is he on board with?
I'm sure with 100 grand each, he will agree.
Okay.
I was just in Paris with him 2 weeks ago. I'm sure he'll agree.
Okay. I don't know if he and I are on the best terms. All right. Well, we have a business offer.
Well, no,
in
everything, it's no cameras, no photos. This is the
no,
real.
yeah, of course.
I will, because I was once a press international master, and
I'm not.
Okay.
You were okay.
Okay.
I wasn't.
Levy,
I'm not.
maybe you're still recovering, but the important thing is that I think you need someone like Kramnik to really just.
It sounds like I just need Kramnik. You're pitching Kramnik.
No, but the thing is that Kramnik, I'm sort of the new school. I've embraced his teachings, and that's why I've done so well, because Kramnik is my life coach, my mentor, my good friend. So, you need a unique perspective. Arthurs is a nice guy. I played him. Unfortunately, I beat him. But I think you need more. You have all this money, Levy. You need to hire 26 free players to live with you full time. You need to go to like
2770.
No, but those are your training partners.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I have for a small price, I'll help you out. But it's 100 grand. There's no negotiation there, unfortunately.
We have to figure out this warranty, because if I fail, then.
Well, if you follow the training program, I think it's guaranteed.
Je suis le pion.
Jésus les pions.
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 Je suis le pion.
Rien.
Je suis le pion. Je suis le pion. Je suis le pion. Je suis le pion.
What's up, everybody? I was going to pretend that I didn't see you there. I was going to pretend that I didn't know where we were, that I didn't see you there. But that, I guess the cover is blown here by the amazing live audience here at the eSpot. And I sat down and I just wanted to catch up with a couple of people that I've gotten to know really quickly. I'm going to let you get to know them, coming from all over the world. Sir, what's your name?
Chris.
Chris, where are you from?
I'm from Connecticut, but I live in France now.
And how did you get into chess?
I played since I was a kid, but I've gotten more and more into it since it's blown up online, really.
Yeah.
Since streaming's gotten big, and watching Hikaru, watching your casts. So,
who's your favorite streamer?
My favorite streamer? That's a loaded question.
A lot of them are here, and they're watching, and they care.
I guess Hikaru and probably Gotham, probably Levy.
Okay, those are good answers. Good answers. I love you, Danya. I love you, Danya. And did you come alone here to Paris?
No, I'm with my wife, Ioana.
Ioana? Yeah. Okay, and you're excited about his chess passion.
I am very excited. Yeah.
Are you a chess player?
I am a beginner chess player. I play with the kids sometimes.
So you're here to support.
Yes.
Awesome. To my right here is a gentleman I met downstairs, and first thing he says to me is he goes, "When is this coming to Scotland?"
That's right. Yeah, I'm slightly biased, as you can tell from the accent, but I think it would be a good venue. That there wouldn't be the same language barrier that you seem to be having in France. So,
ouch. Yeah.
But yeah. No, I'm super stoked to be here. It's an amazing venue, and to see everyone in person is just an amazing experience.
Awesome, and I'm asked the same question. So, how did you get into chess, and maybe what made you want to come to the SCC here?
So I got into chess because of COVID, the pandemic. I saw Hikaru's streams, and I thought, "What the hell is this game?" I never realized it was that cool. I wanted to come here. I saw Hikaru got through the semi-finals, and I just booked my train ticket from. I live in London, so it's not too far. It's only a few hours away. So yeah, I'm super glad to be here.
This was not staged. Apparently, it's Hikaru's day today. We picked a couple of fans who got into chess and have Hikaru as their favorite streamer, and for a lot of people, Hikaru is putting on quite the show right now. We've got a bunch of. I want to interview every single person here. There's even a guy behind me who says he used to watch the Bullet Brawls. It's like, I don't know if he was just saying that, but that's awesome. All right, well, this has been amazing. Thank you to everyone who came. I know we got a championship tomorrow on Sunday, but I hope everyone's had a great time. Let's hear it one more time as we send it back to the crew. And thank you so much. Let's go.
We're having a great time here in E-Spot Paris. We are in the Consolation match, the final stage of that. I'm alongside Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, we have seen Hikaru Nakamura a day late, but many dollars richer because he is taking it to Hans Niemann.
He is indeed, and a big shout out to the fans on site and at home in so many countries watching this Consolation match unfold. It's been awesome chess. Tomorrow is the final. The atmosphere here is magical. And Hans needs some magic if he wants to come back from a 7-point deficit in 30 minutes of arguably Hikaru's strongest time control.
And Hikaru is staying sharp, right? During the breaks, he's not leaving. He's not just going to rest. And, well, thanks to the production team. We see you. Thank you for all your help. We see that Hikaru is doing puzzle rush. I mean, that's how he's staying sharp. That even in bad positions, he's finding these crazy tactics because he's working on it nonstop.
Yeah, he's getting all the mistakes out.
Was that a 60?
That was a 60.
And he's upset about it.
Yeah, he's like, I didn't get 61.
My career low.
Just something wrong with my mouse, just not sliding. Come on, mouse.
And that's Hans analyzing his game. So we have seen several openings reappear many times. So Hans probably trying to figure out improvements and what he can do differently.
Obviously, 1+1. Hikaru likens it to Blitz rather than Bullet because that 1 second increment, it really makes a huge difference. And it means that a single game can drag, Robert, 4 or 5 minutes. That means Hans needs to be even more perfect than usual. And he just doesn't have the mojo today. Yesterday, he played decently until the end. Today, it feels like he's just lost hope.
Yeah, and it's one of these days where sometimes you feel like you've learned a lesson. There's an opening that you need to revisit. But it hasn't been the opening stage. It's been in the throes of time trouble. And you see that Hikaru Nakamura, he has many fans, none greater than the fan that's blowing on his hair right now. He looks cool as a cucumber. He's ready to finish this match. And Danya, sometimes players, they just say, oh, okay, I'm up by 7 points. Doesn't matter if I win by 3 or by 20, whatever. Do you think Hikaru wants to win all of these bullet games?
He definitely does. You started with this question. How motivated is Hikaru? He talked about getting older, being in the sort of last stages of his career, maybe not being quite as driven. He has been driven today, driven to win every game that he can. That last game of the 3-minute segment, he phoned it in a little bit, But I think after this break, the fact that he's doing Puzzle Rush until the very last seconds tells us that he wants to make every game count. That's what Hans needs to do. He needs to make this experience count because it's a good learning experience for him. Let's see what happens. 30 minutes of bullet to conclude the third place match. Seatbelts fastened, and the games are live.
And we hear people cheering for the players. It looks like Hikaru is waiting for this game to start. And we see that Hikaru, he has a great overall score, 65.3%, 215 out of 329. So Hikaru, he's been in many Speed Chess Championships. The first time he's not playing for the championship itself. But to him, this is kind of a championship. I think for the content, at least, this is a match that he is really happy about.
Yeah, let me tell you, his recap is going to be recorded in a much better mood. And he realized that if he wins, as opposed to losing. And here we go. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Hikaru has fianchettoed both of his bishops. I guess he fixes it slightly. Fianchetto's only one of them. They transpose into some sort of a Queen's Gambit decline structure, D5 by Hikaru, and a lot of tension to start the first bullet game, Robert.
It's a great move. You're protected tactically on D5 because the H7 pawn is loose. And in bullet chess, you know pretty much better than anybody, king safety is so important. And it feels like the white king is safe and sound, and it looks like white's going to start pushing forward. So would you prefer Hikaru's position, or do you think Hans actually has a decent try here?
I think Hans has started really well. I like his sort of pawn failings more because F4 could be met with an exchange sack on F5. That's why Hikaru brings the rook to D1, making sure that his pawn majority is well protected. Now F4 is a problem. Maybe Hans wants to park his queen on B6, but Hikaru, he's relentless for so many reasons, and his time management has been superb tonight in all of his time formats. He's got a minute still on his clock.
He's wild. They played 21 moves, and his time until this move here was as high as it started with. And Queen E8 is a great move there, hitting the E4 pawn. There will be tactics with knight takes D5 in many positions because the rook on E1 isn't defended well. So great reply there from Hans.
You can make Hikaru think even once in a bullet game you did something right. And this is what Hikaru was thinking about. He gives up one of his most important pawns, and in service of the other, queen to C3, keeping the queens on the board, really inviting knight D5. But knight F4 is, I don't think that's something that he's inviting.
That doesn't look very pleasant. Queen A5 is tempting in some of these lines. So go D7, you protect the D8 square. So knight F4, you're allowing D7, you can't stop D8. So what's Black's move here?
Well, it's not Queen E2 because you actually can take the knight there. The queen's also protecting the E1 square. Rook E8 doesn't threaten anything for the same reason. C3 would be my instinct. D7, maybe even C2, just sack the rook and go for white's rook, go for the back rank mate. Okay. Oh my gosh.
So Queen...
Knight F4 is a move now.
Wow, knight F4 because you go knight E2 check to allow yourself to promote. It was Queen C4. That's what I was thinking. Rook C1, what's the reply there?
It's to be determined. Maybe Queen D4 and Queen D1. He goes knight F4, Queen D2?
That was my fear, but knight E2 check. Oh, Bishop G4. That way you can't even get the rook.
And if knight D3, there's Bishop E2.
That is absolutely nuts. The fact that Hikaru can bring that bishop back to pin the knight.
And then you could take the rook, move the knight back with check, and white would be a piece up at the end of the line. I don't have time to show this. Can he make some luft, for God's sake?
You know, this bishop D1 would be tempting if not for Queen E1 checkmate, so you don't want to allow that to happen. But moves are not easy to play from the white side.
Knight D3 is a huge threat. He plays G3, allowing knight D3. Hikaru sees nothing better than to give up the rook. But it seems like with Black's king being as compromised as it is, Hans needs to get the queens off the board. He's getting a lot of white pawns off the board.
Okay, there's only that check. F4, he wants Queen D7. And knight F7, he wants Bishop B3. So he is going after the black king, but the white king is awfully exposed itself.
King H3 would have allowed Queen D7 check. Queen to D6, get those queens off. I think Hans will win this endgame now. But we saw the last time they had a bishop versus knight endgame, crazy things happened.
Hans has played extremely well in this bullet game.
He's dominated from start to finish, but he needs those finishing touches.
But now he's a bit frozen. That knight on E7 is protecting G6, and if you ever go G5, it has to cover the F5 square, so he can't really move.
Well, Eric Frozen would have approved of Hikaru's defensive efforts here. Now his pawns are frozen on the queen side. They're also on light squares.
He could lose this game.
He absolutely could.
And bishop takes G6. He brings his knight back. So the knight is doing a good job. Knight D5 check.
Can I evaluate the pawn end game?
Yeah, the problem is white bishop pawns D5? Are stuck.
Bishop D5. Who's winning here? No one.
Apparently nobody, but 1 second for Hans. He barely gets that move off. He freezes white's pawns on the queen side, and just don't play King B5, because then King A3 will be played.
Goretzky calls these mined squares. Neither side could step onto A3 or B5, respectively, because that would lead to Zugzwang. And this draw is basically tantamount to a loss, because it's a loss of 4 minutes that Hans is not going to get back.
No, he's not, but a well-played draw from Hans Niemann. He was better in that one. He probably spoiled something there. And the concept of mind squares, you know, Dvoretsky, the legend with his manual. But here we see that the legend of Hikaru Nakamura, it continues on. 13-6, a 7-point spread still. So can Hans at least make a dent? Can he, like, you know, cut it down to 4 to make the final score seem a little bit closer?
Yeah, I mean, it might be a bygone conclusion the way this has started. Hikaru plays fast. He's so hard to bring down. And again, he's showing a proclivity for this weird queenside fianchetto in a Rui Lopez.
This is something that he, queen f8, because knight f5 check, his queen protects h6. So Hikaru's accepting passive, ugly-looking positions because he's just trying to play quickly, but Hans is even faster.
Hans has played fantastic so far in the bullet. Where was this earlier in the match? But look at Hikaru. He meets him at the top. d6 can't take it because of knight f5. Is this pawn a strength or a weakness, Robert?
Well, it looks like a strength for now, but I'm going to...
Bishop
Wow.
f7 at the end doesn't actually do anything.
So if bishop f7, queen h6, the king just goes back to g8.
And knight e7, rook takes e7. Hikaru's pieces in the right place at the right time. Hans, he seemed to be confident. Queen g5, king h8. You don't even have a perpetual.
That must be so frustrating. But the rook is coming up. A rook lift going to g3. Queen h7. If rook g3 check, king h8. And Hikaru finds it so quickly.
I mean, ignore anything I showed or said. Just watch Hikaru defend this position up 2 pieces.
King f7. I mean, he is walking into the line of fire, but there's a queen trade on offer. And done it, how do you avoid that queen g5?
Oh, no. But you're 2 minor pieces down.
Yeah, you can't afford to trade queens here. There's no hope.
There's all pawns. There's a lot of pawns, but there's definitely no hope here.
Oh, rook c7 is a good try, but everything is defended, and Hans resigns. Another win for Hikaru Nakamura.
Well, Benny Watts would have approved of that one, and Hans, out of desperation, he says, well, you fianchettoed your bishop n1. Maybe I need to do the same. I don't know if that logic will hold.
Well, as commentators, you know, we don't root for anybody. We love close matches, but at some point you just have to commend dominance. And Hikaru yesterday, you know, wasn't the Hikaru of previous SECs, but he is controlling this match, although he did just blunder as soon as I went to compliment him, so I guess that's a commentator's curse.
Well, you can afford blunders with an 8-point lead in the last segment. I think he was relying on knight takes d4 and queen g4, maybe forgetting that bishop takes c5 defends everything. But Hans is not out of the woods because he's not out of the center, and it looks like he won't be. Bishop c6 blocking c5.
Yeah, that was a strange decision from Hans, who's playing very quickly, and rook b3 at some moment, bring more pieces into the attack. And oh, I love that, rerouting the bishop to control all those loose dark squares.
And now you can castle, but you're going from the frying pan into the fire.
Oh, goodness. I mean, look at this. The black king, it's going to be in some trouble, but the good news is that all files are covered from the black side. But queen c3, what are you aiming for?
I have no idea. I just wanted to draw an arrow.
I appreciate the honesty. Queen h4 now?
Rook b3, queen h4.
Queen g5.
Oh, zig and zag and serpentining his way, knifing his way into these dark squares. This is why opposite colored bishops favor the attacker. But Hans says, I'm throwing anything I got at you. f4 allows queen d3. This is the problem. You push pawns too far. You talked about this earlier. You open up more entry points to the enemy king. Queen f1.
Yeah, but so far, fantastic defense from Hans. That g5 move was well-timed. And
defense turning into offense, someone's favorite part of sports.
Yeah, but this looks absolutely terrible for Hikaru. So Hans is just crushing him in this game. And while it won't help him in the overall match, I mean, if Hikaru's, can he save this? Is that possible?
Well, he's trying his best, but queen f3 and f4, I think, is game over.
Rook takes g3, check.
Or queen h1. Oh, here.
Oh.
Rook b3, and queens are getting trained. He's still going. He got 2 passers.
He's going just to waste time off the match clock, but obviously black is crushing in this game.
At this point, I'm hesitant to say anything, but Hans will take this one. He'll take the lead in the bullet segment.
Wow, so Hans Niemann getting a win here with 21.5 minutes remaining in the overall match clock. Hans gets this, but Hikaru, we know his experience. He just plays it out to waste more time so that the match can conclude a little bit more quickly.
And I can relate to the feeling of being down, whatever you're down, waiting for Hikaru to exhaust the 30 or 40 seconds he always has at the end of a bullet game, and knowing that, you need every second that you can get. But for Hans, you need to find the bright spots. You need to find the positives, and one of them is fighting until the end. He did that yesterday against Magnus. He tied in the bullet segment, so there's no reason for him to stop the fight.
And we saw from his tweet last night that, he makes no excuses for his defeats. He's trying to be motivated by them. Right now, it's hard probably to remain motivated when you're down by 8 points and the match is out of hand. But he is winning this game, and maybe that will lead him to win a couple more.
Indeed. And Hikaru's attempted a blockade here does not succeed.
And Hikaru's just going to play it out till checkmate, but he's going to waste 30 seconds. I'm looking at him. He's drinking his water. He is just going to waste the clock. Now he won't move. Like he didn't see a checkmate in one, so he could make the move.
And he's like putting the car in cruise control, taking your feet off the pedal just to show everybody, I am milking this down as far as I can.
The good news about doing Puzzle Rush is that he knows how to calculate force checkmate even when he's the one getting checkmated.
He's got so much time, he might be able to do a Puzzle Rush in the time he has remaining.
Well, no, he is just waiting it out. So we are down to 20 minutes in the overall match timer. It will be a 7-point spread between these two, and that is checkmate pre-move by Hans Niemann. He gets a win. Hikaru Nakamura loses. Hans Niemann, he may use that to get a mini streak going.
Hans has thrown some punches. He's had bright spots. He brought this lead down to 1 in what seems like a different universe, but there just hasn't been enough in the tank. There's been too many blunders, and Hans has talked about it. He hasn't had as many opportunities to play the top guys. Well, he got what he asked for, right? And he needs to turn this into a learning experience because this definitely was a learning experience for him. Hikaru, though, can't take his foot off the gas pedal entirely, Robert.
I'm just looking at the way these two are playing. It seems like instant chess from both of them and some dubious moves at times. It's the nature of Bullet, but this position looks wide open, and it's the white king that I fear is in some danger.
How many ways has this pawn structure transformed in the last 6 moves?
Another one right now. Oh, he took with the knight. I thought he was taking with the pawn to transform it once more. Is bishop takes h6 on your radar?
I don't think I have any radar.
It looks very nice for black. The bishop pair, now no longer a bishop pair, but perhaps an extra pawn coming his way.
I'm just keeping track of the moves that are being made, and I have no bright thoughts to share. Knight f4, the computer has some bright thoughts to share.
Hans finds it. I guess bishop d4 would not have defended that pawn successfully. So black is a pawn ahead, but opposite colored bishops notoriously gives attacking chances. And if a rook can swing to g3, Danya, then white could say, I'll have something over there, but black is just simply a pawn ahead.
Yeah, I mean, white should not lose that. White might not even be worse because of the just total blockade that he has. Black is just never pushing this d-pawn, but never say never. I think Hans is sabotaging himself here. Now rook d8 and d4 is not an impossibility.
Yeah, at some moment that d-pawn would like to push forward, but now white is pushing his pawns on the queen side. So Hans can get that pawn up the board. If he could successfully play a6, he'd be in business, and that's what he's going for.
And queen e5 might put him out of business. d4 is on the board. Not a move I thought we'd see this game. Queen to d5 could be the follow-up, picking up the b-pawn. And now white's winning chances are at a minimum. Maybe you can generate some play against black's king. Doesn't look likely. You're shaking your head. Hans is about to be shaking his. Hikaru's likely to win this one.
I'm mainly shaking my head because even if it's a draw, it's going to...
King h6 resigns?
Queen d2.
Oh, queen d2, and I resign. I meant
so
to say.
rook d3, a little intermezzo, a cheeky move so you don't blunder any
What a move. I mean, there have been some spots where Hans, if you're like he does more of this, he wins, except against Hikaru.
Yeah, the thing is, when you're an amazing tactician, sometimes that can work against you because you spot, wow, that's really cool. If they take with the king, I win the rook. If they take with the pawn, they're in trouble. But then there's a little move, rook d3, keeping all the pieces protected, and Hikaru's got everything covered.
Well, it would have worked against me, but that's why I'm one floor above Hikaru and many hundreds of rating points below Hikaru.
Well, you have held your own in many a match against Hikaru, but when Hikaru's playing like this, I mean, very few. Another win for Hikaru Nakamura. Round of applause from the audience here. I mean, even Magnus has said it. When Hikaru is in top shape, that he himself struggles. We saw it 2 years ago. Hikaru beat Magnus head-to-head in the final. Last year, it was a 1-point win for Magnus. Oh, so close. So when Hikaru finds his form, he's just at the top of the game. And unfortunately for him, he found it a day late.
Some of my most memorable moments, of course, commentating with you, but also commentating the SEC finals with you through the years, which always seem to feature Magnus versus Hikaru. We're having a changing of the guard here, but not entirely. Hikaru is here to stay, and he will stay on the podium, it seems, as he gets another commanding advantage in the endgame. This lead close to double digits. That rook is nowhere to stay on the second rank. Go back
No, he's up a pawn, healthier pawn structures with double isolate. Every black pawn is isolated, every single one. And the knights are protecting one another. The rook goes to a semi-open file. And, you know, you said a changing of the guard, and I think sometimes people just assume it's always Magnus and Hikaru. And if
95.
Is there 95 coming?
And F4.
Yeah, I was looking at that too, and that just wins a piece. So another win for Hikaru Nakamura. He had more time than he started with, everybody. He is just on another level, and not just in terms of his physical location. So, but Donnie, what I wanted to say,
that was awesome.
Appreciate that, partner. What I wanted to say is, you know, people think that anytime Magnus or Hikaru loses, some huge upset, it's like the end of the world, they should be ashamed of themselves. I think it's really just a testament to Alireza Firouzja's strength, that he has joined them, I think, quite officially as that three-headed monster at the top of speed chess, at least online. So Alireza versus Magnus tomorrow, that's going to be the dominant storyline. We had Magnus sitting here earlier. He seems pretty calm, refreshed from a match yesterday. What do you make of that as we look forward to tomorrow?
The fact that Hikaru is winning this match the way that he is, that's making Alireza's performance, as you said, even more impressive. And it's giving us even more to get excited about as we get into the finals tomorrow with Magnus facing Alireza. Now, Magnus never seems entirely satisfied with this play. He beat Min by like 20 points. He's like, this was a pretty mediocre day for me. You know, Magnus is a self-critical guy, and I guess that's without that quality, you can't reach the heights that he has. But, I mean, Alireza was unstoppable yesterday. This is 2,800 Alireza, and he's in a good mood. He's positive on and off the board. We're in for a doozy tomorrow. We're in for a doozy today. Hikaru keeps on winning. It's a double-digit lead.
10-point lead for Hikaru Nakamura. You know, we finished one thought and the game ends. Hikaru is just flexing on him right now. It's just pure dominance, and there's nothing that Hans can do in these bullet time control. I mean, the match is already out of hand. Typically, that serves the player who's trailing, but here it's just Hikaru game after game. And Danya, it seems like, look at his time. He just wants to play as quickly as possible and keep winning games.
Indeed. And every type of position he's managed to win. He started the match steering the game into positional territory. And Hans was winning a lot of the tactical head-to-head battles, the chaotic positions. He was staying in the match, but at some point, even those games started to go Hikaru's way. And after that, there was no hope. We're only punt. B4?
B4 is the only move that kept White the advantage. What a weird, seemingly aimless move. But he plays it the second time around.
Wow.
And why is White so much better? Is just that E-pawn will survive and there's no actual attack against the White king?
Wow, I mean, Black has put these spikes on the queen side, but that's how they used to bury vampires, just put the spikes on so they don't rise out of the grave. But, okay, Hikaru might have just put himself in the grave in this game with F4.
And G3, so he's trying to control all the dark squares.
F2, F4.
EF, and where's... So what's next?
I mean, King H1, you don't want to see that move. DC.
Yeah, is there a checkmate? We both leaned in. DC,
Rook G1,
King
Rook
H1.
G3, King H1. Hikaru's going to win.
Oh, my goodness. Because even if you play some kind of Rook G1 check, you just take with the Rook and get a queen again. So this pawn is just too strong for Hikaru.
And not catch a break. DC, D7, also probably winning, but not as effective because maybe Queen D8 prolongs the game, but it does give up the Rook.
Yeah, I don't think Hikaru is too worried about that one. And Rook G1 check in another universe would be a really nasty move from the black side, but it doesn't work when there's a pawn about to promote.
Yeah, King H1. He only needs one pawn.
Yeah,
this is about to be an 11-point lead. One queen replaces another. One win replaces another. Queen takes C7, Queen F4. There's no threats here, Robert. Maybe Queen G1 and F2, though.
That would be a pretty big threat, but it looks like the Black King is being checkmated first. Another win for Hikaru Nakamura. He is now up 11 points.
Uh-oh. When you see a reverse Caro-Kann, that's it's not a good sign. And it's that previous game, Robert, was like a famous anecdote involving Alekhine. It's like he plays a simul, he plays an amateur who says, Mr. Alekhine, world champion, I announce a mate in 3. Mr. Alekhine says, well, for full due respect, I announce a mate in 2. Black King got hunted down first.
It definitely did, and right now you see the players on screen. Hikaru locked in, bopping, doing his streamer thing, and Hans, I think he wishes he was anywhere except across from Hikaru Nakamura. And Hans has had a great Speeches Championship. He won 2 matches. He's been playing really well throughout the year, but when you're facing off against the historic number 1 and 2 in the world of Blitz, you will have your hands not just full, but probably a little overloaded.
And Hans has proven himself in many time controls. He's now among the top 20 players of the world. He's passed a lot of legends and stalwarts, but he's at the next stage. And I think he's just discovered that, these top guys are not going down without a fight. He will have to look at these games, use this as a learning experience, and really face some serious adversity because his path to 2,700 and beyond, credit to him, of course, but it's been smooth. Now he's got to do a different kind of reflection and learning. We'll see how he approaches, the couple of months after his SEC finals. 4th place, nothing to sneeze at. But Hikaru, he stakes his claim to bronze medal today in incredible fashion. Hans, will he take a game here?
Well, he stole a bunch of pawns. There's a back rank checkmate threat, but the knight comes back.
Rook c3.
Oh, Rook c3 defending, taking that b3 pawn. And this feels like a Hans victory in the making, but it will take much of the remaining time off the clock. Hikaru will not resign. He'll keep trying to figure out how to survive here, but a rook behind a passed pawn, and oh my goodness.
Alfred the A pawn versus Hans the H pawn, and
oh my goodness. I mean, he just does it like every game.
Unbelievable. That knight came out of Rome, Italy to stop that A pawn.
And now there are 2 different passers that white has to deal with, so you have to be really careful, but the king can come to d4, and then I was going to say,
oh my gosh.
Oh, don't go like king
Since
c6.
when could a king move 3 squares at once?
Right, like king c6, d4, and suddenly black is going in the correct direction.
Because white's king could get locked in. We saw Hans should have done that in the game that he lost. But no, the king goes the other way. Are we going to get like a king race?
Oh my gosh. No, but he didn't go bring his king back.
Oh, he should have gone king d6.
He should have brought his king back, but there is you can't take on g3.
Queen a4 is a draw, though. It's a theoretical draw.
You can also take on g3, but then queen c7 check wins that queen right back with the skewer. So, I mean, Hikaru...
And another one replaces it?
It's actually quite instructive how he could have won by bringing his king back to essentially stalemate the white king, but the white would have a knight remaining and the black pawn would have promoted.
The crazy thing is in a bullet game, it's almost black who's playing for a win here because the queen trade is probably still a draw, but white's king would then have to walk all the way back because you will lose your knight if the queens get traded. Okay.
That pawn's going, but I'm not sure if Hikaru minds losing that pawn because he could force a draw, and then he can also just wait out the clock.
Yeah, and he will do both of those things. A repetition, but 30 seconds on his clock. He's always got 30 or 40 seconds, but not this time. The match is in the bag. He's up double digits, and he wants more bullet games rather than less.
The fact that he survived that game, he was down material. His opponent had a runaway passer, but he traded rooks at the correct moment and then was able to bring his knight to the defense. It just feels like he sees everything from like 4 moves away and is just in time.
And the worst thing is sometimes you feel like there are just not enough pieces on the board for him to manufacture chances. Oftentimes there's only one. And that's the only piece he needs because he often gives it away at the right moment. Knight f5 check. Remember in that knight endgame? You're transfixed by another case of the queenside attack. Hans, though, with a kingside attack.
Hans going for checkmate.
Whoa. Bishop b1 and f3. Is that what he wants?
What a clever little sequence, right? He's trying to win a piece in that way. And now that bishop on c8, it's stuck at home. White can try to press forward at any moment, but it's Hans who's bringing his artillery to the battle here.
If only he could bring this artillery to the battle.
Yeah, if that rook could get in the game, then black would be really happy. But for now, it's clogged on that side, and knight f4 is a really strong move from Hikaru.
e6, a4. This is an instructive formation because b5 is met by a5, a5 is met by b5, and the queenside remains locked. Hans needs to get this bishop out of c8.
He brings his knight back. He doesn't want to see a trade. And now black is threatening to go rook g7, King's Indian style, go after the white king. But to my eyes, white's king is very well defended. There's a bishop and a knight and not enough attackers from the black side.
Hans doing his best, using the resources he has, but Hikaru easily parrying all of the one-move threats. And it's a matter of time until he starts going on the offensive here, either in the center with d5 at the right moment, maybe a queen trade. The end. Oh, I would have taken AB, at least open the A file.
And black can't move. That bishop on c8 is stuck pretty much forever. The rook on a8 can't hop over it. And so that means that Hikaru has a free hand in this position and can play it on forever.
And that's precisely what he's going to do. There's 6 minutes, and I think we looked at the match clock at the same time. There isn't forever left in the match.
I don't think there's forever left in this game because the black king's on e7 all of a sudden, and the center's opening up.
e5, queen a3 check is a likely move. Maybe queen a3 without a check.
Why not? Pin a pawn. Rook e2, invite d5, and look at the bishop on c8. It just can't move.
Oh, takes something, takes d5, something to h5.
Takes e8, free piece.
Oh, and the bishop, look at the Hans has reset his entire queenside for the next game. This is demolition.
And we have a slow clap this time from the audience. I think everyone is starting to feel, what we all feel. Like for Hans, I mean, the match is already over. It's kind of leave him alone, right? Like it's just a one-sided matchup here. And Hikaru, I think he's the one person who probably just says, no, let's continue this match because I'm feeling it. I'm taking all your rating with me.
And whether you're a fan or not, it's painful to get blown out because you feel like the match goes on forever. You feel like you look at the clock, 6 more minutes left, 6 more minutes left. You keep losing games. Hans wants this one to be over. He wants to get home and start analyzing these games and moving on to his next exploit. But Hikaru, let me tell you, he is enjoying every second of this. He wouldn't mind another 30 minutes of bullet.
Hikaru's, of course, playing great. We expect that from him. But Hans, he has played many awesome games. He had that queen sacrifice. That was a brilliant game where he first sacrificed a piece, then the exchange, and the queen f6, and just ended it. So that still might be the best game of the match. But unfortunately, he couldn't string together, say, 3 wins in a row. And we saw in the 3-minute time control, Danya, how many games did Hikaru win? He won 7 of them to just 1.5 for Hans there. So it just he wasn't able to get consistency, and that's because the players he's playing against are just at the absolute top of the game.
He played Magnus, and then he played Hikaru, 2 pretty difficult opponents. And like you said, he had some bright spots. Magnus himself complimented Hans on several fronts. Good positional understanding, good instincts, his opening preparation among the best, but hasn't put those skills together. And he's talked a big talk coming into this tournament. He has been humbled. And again, the question is, how will he approach that very difficult period, Robert? Every GM has had this period. You've played a bad tournament. You need to look at the games. I don't want to look at this game because Hans might blow another winning position.
Yeah, I just turned my head to look at the game, and suddenly that knight took a pawn, hopped around, and black is even on material. So Hikaru was in trouble. He was cramped. White was winning pawns. Now the material's leveled up.
I would have taken the bishop, maybe bishop b8 now if Hikaru feels frisky. But then rook to b4. I mean, typically the connected passers are better, but White's king is also further away. e4 check?
Yeah, e4 check. Don't blunder a fork with knight f7, but remember the bishop hits the white king. How are you going to stop c3, c2, c1?
I mean, you're asking questions that I don't have an answer to. Knight g4, knight f6. Even that doesn't work because the bishop can step in front of the rook. Don't tell me Hikaru was going to win this one too.
Goes knight f7. Where's that knight going to? Back to g5. So what does he want after?
h5, h6, h7. No, he's going to loot bishop f4.
Yeah, well, there's also bishop c7.
Oh, but knight e4, knight f6 is a perpetual because the king can't walk to d8 because of a mate on d7.
But what you were saying before, he could have played c2 because bishop c7 would always cut off the 7th rank after h6.
What I was saying before?
Well, this knight is just doing really a hero's load of work right now. Just going to check back and forth. If the king goes d8, as you said, rook d7 would have been mate. That's a draw, which means we may get 2 more games.
You couldn't draw it up any better.
No, I think for Hikaru you couldn't because he didn't lose a game where he was in big trouble. And I thought Hikaru was black in this game because I've seen him play this on the black side so many times.
Yep, and typically the engine evaluates this heavily in White's favor. Bishop pair, better center, but you've got this weak pawn on d4, and Hikaru loves closed positions. I don't know if he loves... Oh, no, again, he's White. He definitely loves this closed position as well. And 2.5 left. Robert, a very memorable consolation match here at the 2024 SEC Finals.
Yeah, so many takeaways from this match, the matches we saw yesterday, and I'm just feeling so happy that tomorrow we'll get a whole nother match, and that's actually Championship Sunday. So a lot of people have been talking about, how will Hans fare against first Magnus, now Hikaru. Let's not forget that the championship match, the 2 players playing for the lion's share of the prize, first place overall, Magnus and Alireza back tomorrow.
You could not ask for anything better. There's been so much anticipation going into this weekend, and you almost want the anticipation to continue. It's like that present you've been looking for, and you don't want to unwrap it. But I don't think any of us have regretted what we've seen thus far, and the most entertaining part very likely still ahead. I mean, Hikaru doing things to Black's kingside here that I don't want to speak about.
You said entertaining, and suddenly there's a knight sack on g6. The Black king went up and back, and Hikaru, he is doing well on the clock. He could take king h2. I mean, that's just such a Hikaru move. That's rook b1, rook g1.
Oh, my gosh.
And he's only going to take the pawns on the king side when he's good and ready.
You read his mind. I thought he was just sort of, putting his old Russian schoolboy hat on. No, he is putting his I want to checkmate you in 3 moves hat on in 0 moves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just throwing my hands up because when Hikaru does this, You just remind yourself he is the 4-time bullet chess champion. And you played him so many times, Danya. You can attest better than anyone. I think you played him more than anyone on the planet.
Probably.
He's just freakishly good.
I've also probably played more bullet games than anyone. I don't know if that's an achievement, but when you play Hikaru, it's a different category of skill, right? There's nothing to compare it to. Magnus and Hikaru are two very different players, and it's amazing to see how differently they have reached elite status in quick chess. And we will see if Magnus can reach elite status in the SCC tomorrow, but this is the last game, I think. Although the way these games have ended, I wouldn't guarantee it with 40 seconds left on the ticker.
I think this will be our last game unless there's a sudden checkmate or resignation. And right now, Hans with the white pieces, he's doing everything right. He would like to end on a positive note. Winning the last game, at least that's a good memory to leave Paris with. And he's just bringing all his pieces to the party. The knight on e5, the rooks and the queen all staring at c6. But then he backtracked because he was worried about pawn h4. Danya, very strange pawn structure from the black side.
Well, every pawn is isolated, or the show looks that way. It's not the case. But if Hikaru could shift a couple pawns back, maybe to f6 and h6, he'd be okay.
Knight takes f2 was there. The blue arrow just popped in because the rook on b6 was loose. Back when that queen was, I wasn't looking at that move directly. But, Hans, maybe he's the one who needs to be a bit careful. But suddenly the black king also feels vulnerable.
Man, if he could put a knight on g5 and sack another queen, that would be the way to end the match. Hikaru wants to trade the queen. That's not what Hans wants. He should take this one, though. Or not.
Okay, so we see a queen trade. A4 is targeted, but f5 just dropped.
What a move. Preemptively preventing rook a2. Again, we get a rook on the 7th rank. Hans can take 600 pawns on the king side. It's not about the quantity of passed pawns, said someone I forgot who.
Okay,
best commentator in the business, I think.
Well, he did just take the d5 pawn, which encouraged a knight trade. And can black hold this, Danya? The knight will have to go back to a3 at some point just to stop the pass. Oh my goodness, the knight is just wrapping around doing weird things.
I've played games against Hikaru where I'm at 4 or 5 pawns, and that knight just circles around Pac-Man style. This is not an easy win, and look at the clock times. They've both got almost a minute.
But Hans, is acquitting himself quite nicely. He pushes his pawn. He wants to go g5, f4, get those pawns.
Rook d6!
Yeah, Hans is rushing. I mean, it's the last game officially. We see the timer is done. And so Hans, he should get this one, Danya, and he can at least end on a win. I know what that sigh means. It means I know how this goes against Hikaru. You think you're winning, and suddenly he's able to hold.
And I talked about this in his first match, right? It's such a platitude that people like to say to generate fake entertainment. Like, oh, it's not over till it's over. It's not over till the score sheets are signed. Well, yeah, often it is over before the score sheets are signed. But Hans could not sign them any faster. He wants out. He wants to go home and look at these games. But he will take home 4th place and a good check. And Hikaru with a deflection, king h6, just clinging to that pawn with his teeth. He's still not going down, not even in the last game.
That's ridiculous. He doesn't want to lose this game, that's for sure.
That knight is rook h4, king g1.
Yes, the king escapes backwards. And rook h7 check, king g5.
Don't take h5. King f6, rook g4 takes, and that a pawn.
Oh my goodness. I mean, just every...
Black's playing for a win.
Every game.
King d4 to c3. Now, white can give up the rook for the pawn at the right moment, and connected passers often overwhelm the rook. So maybe Hikaru keeps his king on the king side.
Whoa, but he does that, and the white king steps up, and it looks like Hikaru's just trying to keep the status quo. It should not hold. But the natural moves are the wrong moves. That's what happens in bullet.
And it's what happens in rook end games, which always seem to be drawn. Hikaru with king f2 next. White's winning, apparently.
Yeah, because the white king is going forward now, g4 and f5, and black is not going to be in time to grab these pawns.
Well spotted by Hans. King to g4 is often the instinct to stay closer to the pawns. You actually want to vacate the path for the g-pawn. Hikaru realizes he's losing. Or is he? He is.
Yeah, those pawns are working together now.
Maybe he'll try rook c7.
Hans is a little bit too much time for one of those cheapos to work. And it looks like at long last, dare we say, Hans has this one under control.
I'm not saying anything just yet. f7, though, and king g6 is one of many ways, I think, to seal the deal. You could give up the f-pawn for the a-pawn and still be winning.
He said he cuts the king
Clinical.
up.
But not rook a1. I wouldn't allow the black king back into the game. Rook e3 is a try.
You're a funny one. You always live. And there it is, rook e3. But it could go f7. Queen with check.
I want nothing to do with the black rook. f7, rook e1.
Just pushing all those pawns.
How is this game still going?
sometimes these bullet games last a lifetime, and this feels like, there it is, the last game of the match. Hans Niemann wins the last one. So we see Hikaru Nakamura storm to victory. This was really as lopsided as it gets in the Speed Chess Championship. Hans played some very good moves, some good chess along the way, but let's be honest, this was Hikaru Nakamura's day.
It was Hans's first Speed Chess Championship. On paper, an incredibly successful result. He made it to Paris. He claims 4th place. But Hikaru says the old guard is not going down that quickly. What a commanding performance. Another feather in his SEC cap. He didn't get gold, but he did get a medal. He gets bronze. And what a commanding performance today. Will be talked about for quite some time, Robert. Incredible stuff from Hikaru Nakamura, the many-time SEC champion.
And it wasn't an incredible start. I mean, he was up 5-2. It looked like things were going his way. It might be deja vu of the Magnus match. But then we see Hans win 2 games in a row with a brilliant queen sack and then a win on top of that. But that 3-minute plus 1 second increment right in the middle there, 7.5 to 1.5. And that leads us to Hikaru Nakamura finishing with the bronze medal in 3rd place. Not the result he won overall, but in this particular match, this is all he could have asked for.
And players' self-assessment is always so eerily accurate. Hikaru's always said his 3+1 portion is where his bread is often buttered, not really in the bullet. Oftentimes he bails out in the bullet, but no bailing out was necessary today. He had this match in the bag for a while, and for Hans, this could not have ended faster. 21-9, Robert. That is really all you need to hear to know the extent of Hikaru's domination today in the lead up to tomorrow's final between Alireza and Magnus Carlsen.
And we can sing the praises of both of these players all night. It is late here in Paris, and Hikaru Nakamura, he was the victor in that match. Hans Niemann, he really did play some great games along the way, and it's something that you call the learning experience. If he comes back next year's Speed Chess Championship, maybe he can give it a better shot.
He's tweeted about it. We know that Hans is a driven guy. He is not willing to take no for an answer. And his approach to these matches will be interesting to watch, but something tells me that he's going to approach this productively. He's going to see what went wrong and what went right, and he is definitely going to come back stronger, but it's going to take a lot of mental fortitude, a lot of discipline, and I know the eyes of the chess world are definitely on Hans, and of course they're on the final tomorrow. And right now they're on you, Robert.
No, right now the eyes of the audience are heading downstairs because they want to watch an interview with Hikaru Nakamura. And, well, that's going to be really exciting. You won't want to miss that. And there's also another legend, something special you will not want to miss because Judith Polgar, she really needs no introduction. She is one of the absolute best people on the planet, not just on the chessboard. And you can follow Judith Polgar's Global Chess Festival, which is taking place in Budapest, Hungary, alongside the Olympiad. September 17th, compete in the Chess Connect Chess Arena on Chess.com for a chance to win a private lesson with Judith Polgar. Play in a live simul against her via Vote Chess and tune in to our stream to watch her play 8 games of chess at once. Use the command ChessFest in chat to read up on the event and how you can get involved. Judith, if you're watching, hey, you're awesome. But right now, we're going to head to an interview with Hikaru Nakamura, who was nothing short of awesome today. An absolute beast. He broke Hans Niemann's king. It was the end of the SEC for both these two players. Hikaru in 3rd, Hans in 4th. We'll have an interview with Hikaru, then one with Hans right after that. So stay tuned. You will not want to miss any of that action off the board.
Now we will do some blindfolded puzzles. You're playing white. You have bishop a6 and knight h1 and king c2. And you have a wall of pawns c3, d2, e3, f4. Black has king e4, queen f3, and also a wall of pawns f5, e6, f7, d7.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah. C4 and c5.
Yeah, did you forget en passant or did you just...
No, I just didn't think about it. Okay, so c4.
Well, the main idea of c4 is that after queen takes h1...
Right, then you go c5.
Yes, that's very nice, and bishop b7 and
exactly. Yeah,
en
so,
passant.
okay, so yeah.
c4 by a process of elimination somehow. Right? Yeah, because nothing else works, yes. So c4, yeah. So like I said, I think it's a little simpler, but...
c4, d5, this is easy, no? You just take on d5.
You take on d5 if king takes bishop b7,
right.
If pawn takes...
If pawn takes bishop b3.
Yes, and then if the queen tries to take the knight...
This is actually the one, but is there a difference between the two moves? Because there could be a difference, actually.
d6, I just go c5.
Yeah, it's the same. And then after d5, you have mate.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, bishop d3 mate. So now the king is trapped. Yeah, so c4 and c5, and I don't think there's any way to defend.
Yes.
Yeah. The most beautiful thing is that you always have en passant. Yeah, c4.
Yeah.
This one was a bit more manageable. So cool.
Favorite chess opening?
The Hedgehog. King's Indian Defense.
Favorite chess tournament?
It actually no longer exists, but my favorite chess tournament was the London Chess Classic. Nanjing 2009.
Best city to play chess?
Vaikanzer. Actually, I would say Moscow.
Favorite chess book?
It's more a series, but it would be My Great Predecessors, the whole series that Garry Kasparov did. That's my favorite. My Life in Games by Adamski and Kramnik.
Best time of the day to play chess?
So for me, I like playing chess a little bit earlier. Some people like playing later. When Magnus comes in and answers these questions, he'll say like 10 p.m. or something. I like earlier, so I'd say probably 3 p.m. Early evening.
Favorite chess content creator?
Hikaru Nakamura. I'll say Ludwig.
Favorite opponent?
Probably because I have a very good score against him, but I would say Vachier-Lagrave. Alireza.
Best chess advice you can give?
Play a lot, have fun. Just enjoy the game, try to have a fun time and learn something along the way, but not be too serious about it.
Welcome back in, everyone, as the Consolation match comes to an end here in Paris. The Speed Chess Championship continues on. We are now joined by the winner of that match in pretty dominant fashion, Hikaru. Was that a statement win?
Well, I mean, the fact is, 3 of the 4 players here are at a certain level. I mean, maybe yesterday didn't go my way, but I think it showed that, you know, that when Hans says all these things, he's just not at the same level. And ultimately, when you focus on the game and you get away from all the distractions, I think, you know, I proved a point that I was clearly better than Hans, at least in Blitz.
Regardless of all the drama, I'm going to stay right there, because how do you feel that the chess went there? Does it vindicate some of your perspective from a couple of years ago? Magnus said yesterday that he said that he thinks Hans is significantly stronger now than he was 2 years ago. What is your perspective on that?
I mean, honestly, having played Hans in some Blitz a couple of years ago, I thought he played much better then than he did in the match today, frankly. So I don't know if I agree with that statement in terms of Blitz. In classical chess, it's probably true, but I definitely didn't feel like Hans was playing all that great today. Maybe in classical he's better, but I thought the Blitz games I played against him in like 2021, 2022, he was a better player than he was today.
I asked Magnus the same question yesterday, so I'm going to ask you as well. You've played a lot of high-stakes events. You've talked very famously about the pressure of the candidates and so on. Were you nervous for today's match?
I think maybe at the start, for a second I was, but honestly, the way the match got off with the win in the first game, I mean, I think it was the second game that I messed up this Italian where I was winning. He played this G4, and I because I'm not super young and super fast, I wasn't expecting it, and then I just ended up making the draw. But I wouldn't say I was ever in danger, I felt like, in the first couple of games. And when you aren't in danger, you sort of settle in. And even though I kind of relaxed a little bit at the end of the 5+1, I mean, I definitely should have been ahead by 2, if not 3 points. I always really felt pretty good in general. And 3+1, of course, kind of just ended the match.
Hikaru, you just mentioned it again that you're not super young, you're not super fast. You've won 5 of these. I mean, you're pretty fast. But let's talk about that. One of the storylines coming to this match was a little bit of a battle of generations. We have you and Magnus, and then you had Alireza Firouzja and Hans Niemann. You yourself made a comment that you played in your first international tournament in France before Hans and Alireza were even born. How do you reflect at this point, not just on your career, but the battle of the generation as you and Magnus are sort of the gatekeepers, like holding the ground as the young players come up? And just talk a little bit about the battle as you see it with the younger generation, like Alireza Firouzja, like Hans Niemann and others.
Well, the first thing is I talk about being old, but then you guys are going to have to give me the footage because right before the final segment of the 1+1, I set a Puzzle Rush record. I got 60, and I should have had 61, and I think that's recorded in the Zoom call, so I'm going to want that footage. So, like, I talk about being really old, but then I put up a 60, which is an all-time best on one of the breaks. That being said, of course, I think there are quite a few juniors who are really creeping up. I think that Magnus is still probably ahead of them, but I would say that whether it's Alireza, whether it's Gukesh, Arjun also, I mean, I think time is dwindling for those of us who've been around for a long time. And for myself, I was thinking about it during this match quite a bit because obviously yesterday I got destroyed. It really wasn't close, and it kind of reminded me of when I was younger, and I was a guy who would be able to move really fast with limited time, play very well, and cause problems for the older generation. And it feels to me like it's a bit of a shift. And I think for Magnus, he has a couple more years. For myself, I mean, we'll see how much longer I'm playing. We'll see.
I want to address a very hot subject, and it's not one associated with good emotions, but I do want to hear your take because over the last few months, one legend, one former world champion has been coming at you a lot. And his name is Vladimir Kramnik, and he didn't stop yesterday. In fact, he went on social media and tried to somehow tie your performance against Firouzja to the rest of the things he's been saying about you. And today he tweeted in the middle of this match something along the lines of, it's going to be a learning experience for Hans to stay less emotional, something along those lines. He didn't have much to say today, so the floor is yours.
I mean, to be honest, first things first. Honestly, I mean, Hans didn't know how to play against these setups. I mean, the guys who played against you in the tournament in New York knew how to play against knight f3, e3, b3 stuff better than Hans did. So that's the first thing I would say in regards to openings. I mean, your opponents there, they knew how to play better than Hans did, frankly.
They did. Don't remind me.
Right. Yeah, maybe it would have been better if you'd played Hans every game there. Yeah, I mean, I think I think at the end of the day, though, I mean, it's very clear that as far as Kramnik's stuff goes, it's complete nonsense. He has a vendetta against Chess.com, definitely against myself as well. There's no doubt in my mind about that. But the fact is, most people see the truth, and it's a shame that he's kind of lost his mind. But I think what I would also say is that it can be very difficult once you're past your prime, once you're no longer relevant, to kind of move along. And I think, just broadly speaking, when you look at chess, most people, they struggle. And it's certainly a situation where, because it's a zero-sum game, there's a winner and there's a loser, it's very hard to deal with it. And it's like I could be the same way. I could lose to Firouzja yesterday and be really upset about it. But actually, I try to look more on the bright side of all these things. And I think back to the games that I played. A lot of people probably wouldn't know this, but I played Firouzja in the early days of my stream. I think late 2018 into early 2019. And I'm sure that no doubt that helped him on some level to improve a little bit quicker. I'm not going to take tons of credits. Of course, it's not that big of a deal. But still, you really should look at it as something where you have your amount of time when you're very good, when you're at the top. And if you can kind of push chess forward in some way, whatever little way it is, I think that's a good thing. And I'd also say on that note, I mean, it's not 100% set, but I'm probably going to be playing a match against Faustino Oro in the near future. And again, I feel like it's one of those things that I can still do to contribute, to try and give back and help the people who will eventually become much better than I am.
It's amazing. Well, speaking of your match with Firouzja, someone who has gotten much better, not better than you yet, but he was better than you yesterday. He's playing Magnus, the first time you're not in the final. What kind of chances do you give Firouzja tomorrow? Because this year has been a year where Alireza seems to be playing some of the best chess, maybe as good as he was before and leading up into the candidates in Madrid. So your thoughts on Firouzja, how tough he was yesterday and how tough he will be for Magnus?
Yeah, I mean, I think I said this in my interview with Levy, but one of the problems I feel with chess is that everything is dictated by one result. So Firouzja did terribly in the candidates, lost 30 points, and I think because of that, it's, a lot of people look, or I'm sure he looks at it as a bit of a failure, but in the events that have been less, where there's less pressure for him, he's played very well. He won, I think, one of the Chess Champions Tour events. He He played very well against me yesterday, and I mean, I feel like if I look at the juniors, just based on the peak that he had over 2,800, he is the one with the most potential still, I feel. So it should be a very exciting match. And I think also Firouzja is the one junior who, when you look at Bullet, he's extremely good. He's played a lot of Bullet chess online, which certainly has helped him, and I think in this format, that could play a huge role in terms of him potentially winning tomorrow.
Okay. Hikaru, honestly, it's amazing to hear you talk about the next generation. I'm not going to lie. You're still world number 2.
Yeah,
you're still.
Let's not forget.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people talk about those sorts of things, but I think I've said it before, and it's a lot of it is about the motivations and whether you enjoy it. And I think for myself, if I look at the matches yesterday or today, honestly, I really couldn't find a lot of motivation to prepare. I did a little bit of preparation, but not a whole lot. And I feel that if it becomes something where I can't really prepare very well, or I don't feel the motivation to prepare, it's not going to be fun, and so I'm probably not going to keep going, is what I would say to all the people out there who think that I'm just making things up. But at least for right now in classical, I mean, I think I still have a little bit left in the tank.
What are you going to do when you are not playing like all of these high stakes? Are you going to garden, learn guitar?
Well, I mean, I think the future is unclear, I would say. But, at the end of the day, I think I'll always be involved with chess. But I think for me, the main things I look at is what can I do to try and give back. And I think also towards the end of this match, I was thinking a little bit, and sometimes I get emotional about these things, but I would say that I was thinking like at least one time I was able to play in front of the fans, because most of these Speed Chess Championships I haven't. I mean, I know I did in South Africa years ago, but to have the chance to play in front of the fans at least one time was quite nice.
Amazing. Amazing. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your thoughts. Great day for you, Hikaru. I hope you enjoy it. Hope you have a great night. I want to say that we're going to be, originally, we were going to let you and Levy run out to see who had the recap first, but I'm actually going to hold Levy here.
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to throw a Hans and Danya interview at some point here. And so I'm kidding, but
I mean, I think it's just ultimately what I would say. I mean, I think I'll be around tomorrow at some point, at least, to do a short interview or talk to people. But it's just great to see all the fans. I think when you look at chess, generally, for myself, having played most of my career with limited audience or no audience at all, frankly, never really feeling that support, it's just great to see chess become a little bit more like a sport. So big shout out to all the fans who showed up yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
Well, I am going to say, and this was not staged, it was kind of funny. I did my first sit-in with the fans and just turned to 2 randoms and was like, hey, how'd you get into chess? And it was like, oh, Hikaru's my favorite streamer. Oh, Hikaru's my favorite streamer. So I just want you to know, I think the support here and the fans, obviously, it means a lot to hear you say that, and couldn't agree with you more. Congratulations on the match today, and enjoy the night, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. By the way, Magnus joined Danya and Hess today.
I'll join tomorrow. I'll join for a little bit. I'll join for a little
I wonder who they're going to kick out, me or Mr. Danya.
I think you two doing commentary mode would be amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'd love to have you. That'd be awesome.
Sure, absolutely.
And so hear that, fans. Maybe another treat coming your way. But all right, man, we'll let you go enjoy it. Thank you so much.
Enjoy.
Thank you, guys.
Congrats.
Appreciate you one more time. That was quite the interview. Honestly, seeing Hikaru express himself in that way and to share I'll say this, that's a side of Hikaru that I know is in there, and I've seen it more than many people have, and I know that he speaks from the heart in terms of how he cares about the growth of the game and the fans, and to see him express and share himself in that way, that meant a lot, and that was awesome.
Yeah, I grew up knowing Hikaru as just a dominant King's Indian chess player who was always attacking, always trying to create some sort of a interest in chess and a rivalry with Magnus, because I only burst into any form of scene in chess. I was a chess teacher in New York City. I had my little bubble, but then the pandemic happened, and that gave me a fast track into getting to know him as a chess player, as a chess content creator. I would call him a friend, and to see him, still at this age, competing and, getting first and second in all these events and talking about how he's had a 20-year career where, yeah, he would just play in a, dark room, hundreds of games every night, and he's never had an opportunity to play in front of fans. And now if you really think about it, the stuff he says is not just interview fluff to, sound better. People have to understand, yeah, he did play Firouzja in 2018. 6 years in the life of Alireza Firouzja is 30% of his lifespan. You know, he was playing Firouzja when he was a 14, 15-year-old. Imagine getting 1,000 games of practice against the top 5 athlete in any walk of life. It's like, it doesn't make any sense.
It's one of the things that the internet has done.
Yeah, and
right?
he plays against Nodirbek. He plays against all these Indian players as well. And I mean, you name it, Faustino Oro. And it makes news when they beat him. But the story really there is like, imagine playing 10 to 20 training matches against one of the top tennis players in the world, for example. And here you get hundreds. So it was a special interview. It was cool.
Special interview. Thank you to Hikaru for doing that for us. And we have another interview getting set to go upstairs. Should be another special one. Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky is joined by Grandmaster Hans Niemann. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Levy, for interviewing Hikaru. Grandmaster Hans Niemann, it's very gracious of you to join for an interview, part 2. Didn't think I'd be interviewing you twice in a month. You finished 4th at the Speed Chess Championship, and obviously you've earned your rest, so please feel free at any point to claim that well-deserved rest. I have a few questions for you, some spicy, some not. Let's start with your last 2 matches. In the last 2 days, obviously they did not go according to your pre-tournament plan. Magnus claimed that the main reason for your loss against him was the blunders and the time scrambles, which usually went his way. Would you agree with his diagnosis, and what would you add to your reasons for the loss in the first match?
Yeah, I definitely didn't have enough training games before. I wasn't. I had obviously played all these sort of series of matches with Rapid and Blitz, but I think I realized that I hadn't played online Blitz in a really, other than my matches. So I don't think that I was as fresh or sort of in form. So I think I will, you know, it's hard to find strong training partners. Perhaps I should message you to play privately on Chess. But you can't tell Chess.com.
Anytime, any website.
Yeah, no, I think it was more so the lack of form and practice. I think that in the future, you know, in matches against Maxime and Wesley, I sort of just completely winged it because I was traveling nonstop. So I felt that it was more important to be in a good mental state. But obviously, there were many games that were sort of flipping, and you know, I don't think it was the middle games. I felt quite good, and I didn't feel, let's say, positionally or strategically inferior, but I don't think I was as... My time management was very poor, and they're both very, very good at punishing, you know, in simple positions or when I'm time pressure. So I think, obviously, it was my first time playing against them, so I didn't really know what to expect. So certainly it was a good lesson.
Do you think the fact that you were under the bright lights literally, as you said, felt quite different from the previous SEC matches you played and must have felt different from the OTB matches you played against Giri, Bakro, etc.? How much weight would you give the atmosphere, the environment, all of the cameras, and the fact that obviously Magnus has a lot of experience dealing with all of that?
Yeah, I think I was so focused on the game that I didn't realize how much how hot it was, and I was wearing this sweater and I was sweating quite profusely. So I was a bit distracted by that, by the game, to not sort of optimize. But yeah, I think I don't feel sort of any main difference playing on the computer. Obviously, there were a bit of, let's say, sort of a lag or some mishaps, which were a bit distracting, but in general, I think it's nice to play in front of fans.
Let's get to the second match. Today, obviously, also did not go according to plan. Could you offer your sort of unfiltered thoughts on where the match went wrong and what you think the main factors were, and perhaps what your approach was after yesterday's match, and whether perhaps you would have changed that approach going into today's match?
Yeah, I think obviously there was this first game, the 3+1, where I had just come back winning 2 games in a row, but there was no sort of consistency and stability in my play. So my confidence, you know, the thing in my previous matches is that I never really was behind in any of them. Against MVL, I was down 1 point, and that was the biggest margin. And against Wesley, I was in control the whole time. So first time playing the Speed Championship, of course, playing these matches when I felt like I was in total control, going to a match where you're sort of starting down, if you haven't experienced it before, it's a very, very difficult mindset shift, because in these 2 matches, everything sort of just flowed, and at every moment where I felt like I was outplaying them, there was something off. It was maybe the time management, or it was some just stupid blunder. So in every sort of, let's say, position, every game, there was one ingredient missing that sort of was the catalyst for things going wrong. And then obviously, I tilted in the 3+1. That was, quite unnecessary. I think that if I'd even the score at 5-5 and sort of, and I also these matches, the confidence and just the self-belief, it's like you can't stop doubting yourself if things go poorly. So it's a lot of, the start is so crucial. So I would say that I didn't have enough experience, obviously against two players of their caliber, and to be down, because these, in the past matches, even though many people considered me an underdog, I felt like everything just flowed perfectly. So I guess I should find a way to find that flow even against more resistance.
Let's get to a few more general questions. I have a question about the sort of before and after. Starting with the after, you've already put out a few tweets. Just recently, you congratulated Hikaru. Yesterday, you said no excuses. Can you give us an insight into what the next 1-2 months of Hans Niemann's training regimen will look like, and to what degree do these previous two matches change your perception of the gap between you currently at your mental state and your chess state and the very top, the Hikarus and Magnuses? How will you approach your learning experience and the process of analyzing these matches going forward?
Yeah, I think that I think their main strength is of course experience and dominating for so long. You could just tell that I think that a lot of these games, when both players are very strong, it comes down to these scrambles. It comes down to the minute details that aren't even chess related when it comes to time management. And because I wasn't as, sometimes you just, like, the art of time management is something that I don't think any chess player comprehends. Sometimes you just manage your time in the right way and everything goes well. So I think that on a purely positional understanding, strategic, on that level, I don't feel that I'm inferior. I do think I have a lot less experience, which might cause me to take more time to understand certain things, but I do think I'm younger and sharper in certain regards. So I think the main point is to reach their level, there is certainly more opening work to be done. As in these other matches, I was in complete control, so I could play the Berlin every game. But obviously, when you deviate and they're in control, they're going to try to kill the game. It's a very delicate thing. So I think that's with some opening work and more experience, and perhaps the right mindset, I do think that I can defeat them. There were moments where I felt like some holes and some weaknesses, and some openings, but they're very, very small, and you need to be very efficient to do that. So I have about 2 weeks. I'll be playing I've been invited to an invitational event. It's a big surprise. I'm playing the Gashimov Memorial. It's a Rapid Blitz tournament, and then obviously at the exact same time as this, I'll be playing the Champions Chess Tour. So I won't have much break, but I'm looking forward to the next year, and I think that I'm obviously only 21. But I think that the most important thing about to leave from this is that my main objection against, let's say, my critics in the chess world is that I just simply want the opportunity to play. So I'm glad that I qualified and I got to play. I'm not asking for special treatment. All I want is the chance to prove myself, and I'm appreciative of the lessons I've learned. Of course, I might not be the most respectful person, but I would hope that you appreciate what has been done to me, and I think it's time to leave that in the past and let the chess speak for itself.
I think your detractors and your fans both your detractors and your fans equally can agree that, first of all, you talk a big talk, but you also walk a big walk, and you have in the last couple of months as you've climbed now to the top 20 in the world. But let me ask you this. in the interview with Levy and some of the interviews before this long-awaited set of matches, you obviously were very confident, and I understand that you might mean that rhetorically, but you all but guaranteed a victory against Magnus. Would you say that you underestimated the strength or perhaps the experience level of these two players specifically? And if you had the opportunity to, let's say, do a training camp with Magnus Carlsen, would you push away your personal animus and your personal relations to have the opportunity to learn from him? I'm not offering that training camp, but in that hypothetical scenario, what is more important to you, kind of claiming your position in the chess world or learning from these top guys? Where do you stand on that, and how has your relationship to these players changed as a result of your experience here in Paris?
Well, I think that having a training camp with either of my opponents would, I think that as a competitor, you can't really view people in that type of, let's say, superior way, even if they might be better than you. You simply can't think like that because you have to be so delusionally, confident in your skill, because that's simply the nature of competition. And anyone who's competed at a high level will understand that if you don't believe in yourself, then it's never going to happen. And my, as some people might call, delusional belief in myself, was when I was a 24-16 international master, and I said to a bunch of grandmasters, I said, I'm going to be 2600 in 1 year. And every single one of them laughed at me. I remember being at an after party of a chess tournament, and they asked, who is the most talented player here? And not a single person said me. So while people might find my belief in myself controversial, I view it as a necessity for success. And with regards to my relationship with them, to not rehash things, I am not the aggressor here. I'm just sort of an innocent bystander in everything that happened, unfortunately. But with regards to moving forward, I did surprisingly receive an invitation to the Freestyle Chess Tour a day before the tournament started. So perhaps that is a peace offering, or maybe they had to invite me. So I don't know if they have. So I look forward to competing in that. Obviously, an invitation isn't guaranteed, but I do hope that the invitation to the Freestyle Chess Tour means that I won't be directly avoided, because I mainly take issue with losing opportunities to compete at the highest level. And if Magnus and Hikaru simply told organizers, we have no issue competing against him, we think he's one of the best players in the world, then that would be the end for me. That is all that needs to be done, and I hope that my invitation to the Freestyle Chess Tour is a sign of that. But I don't think I could do a training camp with them. I think I'll have some camps with Kramnik.
Which segues me into one of my last two questions, Hans. One specific, one more philosophical. I want to ask you about Kramnik. Obviously, contentious figure, as Levy pointed out. Hikaru had some choice things to say about him. Now, Kramnik, he started his campaign against cheating with a video about you that I think he since deleted, where he expressed some suspicions about a game that you played. Now, everybody has said things that they take back. I'm not trying to reopen old wounds, but I have sort of two questions, and you can answer either or neither. The first is, you have to admit that most chess players, most independent chess players, do very strongly disagree with a lot of Kramnik's assertions, his methods, a lot of his accusations. I can speak to that personally. What would you say to his sort of anti-cheating allegations, and do you agree with his general approach? And on a second note, what do you find impressive about Kramnik? Can you share a little bit of what Kramnik has taught you about chess, perhaps about life, and what do you think is misunderstood by the chess public at large about Vladimir Kramnik?
Yeah, well, I obviously have been a victim of false accusations, so I'm probably the least accusatory and the most sympathetic to false accusations, right? So I certainly, what Kramnik, who he accuses and what methods he uses, that's his business, not mine. When he did, let's say, accuse me or simply ask a question, I more so think that Kramnik has an issue with, certain. I think that for him, when he poses certain questions, it's simply that he wants things to be properly investigated. And that's perhaps his perspective. Maybe I'm
But
interpreting.
do you see how people can think
No, I certainly
heavily insinuating that like the majority of GMs are cheating?
Yeah, the thing is, my experience with Kramnik, obviously, I reacted to his video in a certain way, and I reacted with diplomacy, and I reacted with respect, and after we did set up a training camp in Geneva, obviously, he's been a great mentor and help, but in terms of his cheating accusations, I'm probably the last person to accuse anyone of cheating. It's like I'm probably the least paranoid of them all, because for me, I could never imagine myself doing anything, so then I would assume that no one else would. So people might find that ironic, but that's the reality. I do think that certain accusations, obviously, I don't agree with, but I do think that, I have no interest in continuing unnecessary strife with large chess organizations. I hope that you might, I recognize that it's in the best interest of myself and chess to not, extend certain arguments. But I think that people have opinions. Certain things go too far, but he's entitled to his opinion. And, unfortunately, there are many other players who also accuse people falsely, and I don't think they've been held to the same standard. I know I've just lost Hikaru, and much respect to him, but I do think that Hikaru, has made a lot of false accusations, and he should be held to the same standard as Kramnik. So I think everyone's accusations should be met with fact and should provide evidence. If you don't provide evidence, then you shouldn't speak it, because they're so damaging. But you asked me what he taught me, or sorry, repeat the last part.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not asking you to name the specific anti-Berlin line that came from Kramnik's chess-based file, but you've also pointed out that his influence extends past, very specific chess things into life. Can you offer a bit of an insight into what you think makes him as wise as he is, and some of the ways that he's impacted your approach to chess and life?
Yeah, well, I was actually speaking to him in between games in this match, not yesterday. I would say that I think that he has an amazing sort of intuitive feel for the game. He came to a rapid match in Paris against Vachier, and he watched one game, and he immediately pointed out how I was playing too quickly. I need to pause. He told me this story about Anand and how Vichy was an extremely fast rapid player, but what made him so dangerous was that he knew the exact moment to pause, and he explained that rapid is all about knowing when to pause, when to think, and playing quite fast can be quite effective, but if you don't pause at the critical moment, then it's just a waste. So, those types of experiences, and he, since I do not have many, let's say, supporters or friends or even sponsors in the chess world, it's nice to have someone with so much experience and such a legend of the game to believe in you. So I would say that those are the main ways that he's helped.
Do you wish that he would shift his focus in his public-facing statements from what he's doing now to offering his chess wisdom? Do you regret that he has the reputation, which I would argue is perhaps not well-earned in terms of any hate, which should be disparaged, but in terms of people's objective assessment of the majority of his statements, do you wish that he would shift his focus and offer some of that wisdom to the world?
Well, he's coaching the Uzbekistan team, so I guess he's offering some wisdom. I do think that it's important for there to be not just to be one consensus, and in the chess world there's often one consensus, and I think we should welcome challenging voices. However, cheating accusations are a very serious thing and have a serious detrimental impact on people's careers. So perhaps it's not my job to judge, but he could certainly be more diplomatic, as can I. But sometimes when you or believe in something, you are not as diplomatic as you should be, which in some cases is necessary, some cases it's not. He has a lot of wisdom to bestow, and I think he has the right intentions, but I guess it's for the people to decide, not me.
Final question, Hans. Obviously, there's been a lot of labeling done. People see you very differently. You've been called the bad boy of chess, the villain of chess. Obviously, you've been compared to Fischer, sometimes positively, sometimes not. Fischer is another one of your idols. Do you embrace this label? You called yourself a revolutionary in the Levy-Rosman interview that triggered some waves. How do you see yourself, and do you wish that your general perception by the chess public were redefined, or do you embrace that label, and does it carry you forward? How do you wish the chess public's perception of you to change in the coming months?
To be honest, I don't mean to mock Hikaru, but I really don't care about what people think of me and how the public perceives me. I only care about if I'm a good influence on whoever my supporters or fans are. I only care that if I manage to be an inspiration to others. People's perception of me is curated, and I think my life and the things that have happened to me are extremely nuanced, and I feel that it's hard for most people to understand all the context and details. So for me, my understanding of the public view of me, I don't take it too seriously because I've never watched a YouTube video in my life and written even a comment, if not even a hate comment. So I would say that sometimes there is a silent, a vocal minority, but I do think that my legacy will be as a competitive player. I might be known for other things, but I got fourth in the speed championship. I do think that I'm the fourth best speed player in the world. I think that on a better day, I could have beaten Alireza and Hikaru because I've played a lot of games against Alireza in 3+0 and I had a great score. But I think that eventually I'll be able to become the best, let's say, Blitz player in the world with enough time and work. Classical is a bit more complex, but that is my main goal. And although these defeats were humbling and I learned a lot from them, it still has reaffirmed my faith that being the best is possible. And the path and the specifics of what must be improved has become very clear.
Well, that was a very gracious and informative response. I did lie about one thing. I said I'd let you get your rest tonight, but you're actually chained to this chair. No, just kidding. I said that was the last question, but I'm being told by the superiors to ask your honest predictions about Carlsen versus Firouzja. Will you be watching? And who do you think, how much of a favorite is Magnus Carlsen, in your opinion?
It's hard to say. I was very surprised with how Alireza beat Hikaru. Maybe because I would play like these 30-game 3-0 matches with Alireza until like 3 a.m. and I think I was like +2 or +1 in them. So, but I think that maybe he's got home turf advantage, but or maybe it was just he's obviously extremely strong. So I would say that probably since he's coming off of a lot of confidence after his victory against Hikaru, I'd probably give him a 35 to 40% chance.
Well, that's a reasonable prediction. Hans, your SEC run is over, but obviously the public's eyes, both literally and figuratively, will be on you for the coming months. Any last words before I say goodbye and let you get your rest?
No, thank you to everyone for coming. I'll be back next year much stronger, and this is not the end, and one day the chess will speak, and you'll all hear it.
Well, we've heard you, Grandmaster Hans Niemann. Thank you so much for your honest thoughts in the interview. Best of luck in the next few months. Thanks again.
One of the greatest interviews of all time.
Like chess or?
For me personally,
But he just had one, I feel like, a few days ago. That was also pretty good.
I don't even know what to say at this point. Will the real Hans Niemann please stand up? I mean,
It's true.
That was a different human being than who sat down with you on the couch upstairs the other day.
Yeah, I have so many thoughts, and I probably feel more closely to this than a lot of people because I follow sports where you have personalities like this, where you have a person who is going into a really, really high stakes one-on-one setting, has a lot to say, has a wild history and has a very, very serious rivalry and villainy, if you will, going on with their competitor. And they sit down for interviews and they say some really intense stuff. And he said some really intense stuff to my face. And, you know, I thought that angle of it wasn't necessarily as justified as some of the others, but I listened to him and I responded. But to become an elite performer and an elite athlete, you need to have both sides of the coin. You've got to show up and talk the talk. And if you lose, that is how you have to handle it. He could have sat there and kind of rehashed the whole thing. And he tried a little bit of that with the bugs on the computer. And I really didn't like to see that because detractors are going to latch onto those things. Hans complaining about something with a mouse or this or that. And we saw, you know, his literal quoted life coach do that not too long ago. So you go, oh, it's this again. But that interview is going to win over a lot of people. And I don't believe in kicking somebody while they're down. I just played one of the worst chess tournaments of my life. And guess who came up to me before I interviewed the two of them? Not Hans Niemann. Obviously, we had a pretty contentious interview. Both Magnus and Hikaru told me they had watched my recaps and gave me some words of advice. Like, can you imagine that? Like, I'm looking at this going, this is two of the greatest players ever, watching me play some 2300 level chess, level that they were when they were 12 years old. And they're offering me some words of encouragement. And, you know, you see Hans being humble like that in interviews as well. And you're just, you restores a little bit of faith in humanity. Because what I told him to his face, which I realized I was never able to finish the point because we had such a wild interview, was I look at him as a guy who cheated twice online. I have no idea how many times he cheated. Okay, you published the report. All right, I don't know. I just read your report. All right, and not your report personally, but Chess.com's. And I looked at it like, yeah, but I'm going to believe him in the fact that he's not going to do it over the board. He's not going to do it in serious events. We all do stupid stuff in life. Every single person has done a different degree of super stupid stuff in life. And if you actually, truly regret it, you will be better. If you don't, you're going to suffer whatever consequences you're going to suffer. So I'm in, all right? I'm all in on the Hans Niemann redemption arc. It wasn't meant to be today. Firouzja, Hikaru, and Magnus are still by far the 3 best speed players in the world. And tomorrow we have a final to look forward to.
Well said. I mean, you gave a lot of reacting thoughts to that, and I will just agree. I think that I'm also all in on the Hans Niemann redemption arc, and haven't really had a chance to speak so directly in regards to what's been said, and there, you know, it's been a wild couple years for everybody involved in this process, including myself. And I will just say that I actually, there's a lot to the story, and I'm not going to turn it into a platform where I'm sharing my side of some of these things, but I will say there was never actually any of the things that were still being claimed as recently as just a couple days ago, right? There were mistakes made, and there were honest regrets that have been expressed, and there is nothing but the best of intentions going forward. And despite what's been said, I do think the actions are still speaking louder than the words, which is that there's an opportunity. There always has been. Now that we've moved forward, there's going to be an opportunity. Hans Niemann will be invited to the Speed Chess Championship next year. I'm saying it right now. It will happen. It's done. You can clip it and ship it. And Hans Niemann is on a path right now to, I mean, he's 21 years old. A lot of people make mistakes, right? And this is an opportunity, I think, for the chess world to see him in a light that I think that was the real Hans Niemann. And whether it's WWE style, as you said, you got to get in a certain mindset to do it ahead of time.
Kayfabe. That's what
you know,
it is.
I don't know what it is, and then be in a different mindset afterwards. Either way, losing and humbly acknowledging, you know, what happened, and then even in some of the spicier questions, not that Danya gave a great interview. Danya always gives a great interview. But even in some of the questions that could have been a little more frustrating to answer, asking about like doing a training camp with Magnus or anything that could have led to an opportunity of that, Hans gave exactly the type of answer you would expect, right? Like, I think that was the type of conversation we all want to have, and I can't wait for an opportunity, honestly, to have that type of conversation with Hans. And I think that there's been so much that has happened. At some point, this had to happen. There had to be tension. There had to be moments to work through it, or it would never have happened. maybe a little bit of irony. We're in the city of love, I guess, in Paris, in order to have an opportunity to maybe move forward. That's the truth, right? At some point, you have to have an opportunity to move forward or it never happens. And so I, for one, am excited about it. I, for one, am also excited for Hans Niemann's chess career. And he played effing fantastic chess to get here. And he ran into Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. By the way, those are the only 2 guys that have ever won this event. So I don't know. I mean, that was awesome. Sign me up. I wish there were more opportunities for that type of conversation to happen. And way to go, Danya. Thank you, Hans, for your time and for everything that you said. And yeah, I mean, there's more to come on this story. And anyone who's been seeing from online, there are a million cameras here. There are more than a couple documentaries on the way to the chess world, along with a movie that was already announced to Hollywood, as you know. So this has been a fascinating story, not just for all of us. This has been a journey, and I hope that this is a step in a direction that people look back on. As I remember Paris, I remember what happened, and now I'm looking at Hans Niemann and where he is in his career. And who knows, because the story is still being told and in some ways being written. So I got nothing else to say.
Yeah, I was really hoping you wouldn't go back to me. I was like, that was great.
That's it. I got nothing, that's why I give you the thumb. I got nothing else to say.
No, I'm good. I've said my piece. I have a lot of thoughts about Hans. I've been very open about them on my channel, my live stream, and I'm happy to report I am not a media puppet, whichever camera that
whatever
is.
You want, whatever you want.
Yes,
no.
I am not at gunpoint right now.
And I'm going to hold on to you so that Hikaru gets his recap up first. No, I'm kidding.
Hikaru probably uploaded
Hikaru
his
already
recap
uploaded it already. All right.
Yes.
This has been quite the day on this Saturday. Thank you to everybody who tuned in. Thank you to the live fans. I don't know how many of them. It's late. Not a lot of them left in the building, but it's been amazing. Congratulations again to Hikaru Nakamura for winning this epic consolation match on what ultimately will be seen as, I think, an epic day in chess history. We have a final tomorrow for the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. It is Magnus Carlsen versus Alireza Firouzja. For the first time, Hikaru Nakamura is not there. Will Alireza Firouzja get it done? Will Magnus Carlsen defend his title? You're going to tune in and find out. I know you will. For those of you live, we'll see you Sunday, and we'll be here tomorrow, fans. Catch you then.